All right, folks. It's Happy St. Patrick's Day, 3 p.m., 3:02 p.m. I'm going to shift to Vice Chair Ms. Kell. Lori has not joined us yet, but we'll get things rolling here just so we can keep time moving. So,
all right, I'd like to call the meeting of the Town of Townsend Select Board to order at 3:03 p.m. on Tuesday, March 17th. Could I have a roll call, please?
Valerie Goodrich, present.
And Veronica Cal, present.
Excellent. Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to announce that the meeting is being recorded and it will be uploaded to YouTube. Is there anyone else who is recording?
Yep.
Thank you, real deal. Moving on to number 4, reviewing the meeting minutes. We have 3/10/2026 to consider. Is there a motion?
I, Valerie Goodrich, move to approve the meeting minutes of March 10th, 2026.
Veronica Cal, second. Are there any comments?
I sent them to Sabrina already and she reflected mine.
I also applied my comments. I switched the community compact and whatever it is. I want to say MIR, but that's not it. I switched those two, and I wasn't sure of the name of the ad hoc committee. It said ad hoc housing. So I changed it to the ad hoc bylaw committee for mixed use housing.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's.
I think I saw that one by the time I was in. So.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, my change is reflected here. So.
All right. Good. All right. So are we ready for a vote?
Yeah.
All right.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Veronica Callahan. Thank you very much. We have a meeting with the Finance Committee at 6 p.m. So I am going to go down to 5.2, the free cash updates.
Yeah, free cash update. I will recollect that this was in regards to the sale of town-owned land and its abilities on free cash, right? Well, that's what I remembered we were discussing. I will share some things on the screen. If TCAM, you can just allow me to share some different things here. So a couple of things you'll look at here. Let me do all the clicking. Is here's our current balance, and that is very small. So let's zoom in a wee bit. I hope I don't break the computer. So you can see here what we have in our sale of town-owned land account: $356,000, $356,400. So I know we had touched on this in terms of how it can be used. It is important to note that there's two sort of categories. Some of them are, if you just sell a piece of land that wasn't through tax collection, you can determine how you use those funds. If it is related to tax collection, and I'll share in a moment Adam's email in terms of how he broke it out, in terms of how he's suggesting we look at these things. I shared this, I think, with just Veronica at the time because she had a question, but essentially the sale of town-owned land is specifically designated for infrastructure type items. Infrastructure can include the purchase of more land, public safety gear. There's a variety of different things you can use for the sale of town-owned land related to infrastructure type items. You could purchase software, if it were for like a capital plan for like a more than 1 year project. ClearGov in its implementation phase would not necessarily, it's not black and white, but it's more gray to no than gray to yes, if you will. Doesn't mean to me that's not a good purchase or a good usage of it, but it's not exactly how it's defined, and a little AI research helped me with some understanding of this as well. So something to be aware of.
When you say, you mentioned public safety, you know what my question is going to be, probably bunker gear.
This would fall under that category.
Which is good. I have a question that has more to do with funds.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the properties that were auctioned in the spring were tax title and some of them weren't.
Correct.
And you made a distinction between the two. So in the account that you just projected,
Mm-hmm.
was that a mix of the two, or are they
That's a mix.
held separately?
That's a mix, is my understanding from the town accountant.
So then how do we know how much we can use for the allowed uses and how can we not?
Yeah.
What can't we?
After getting Adam's email and again, a little internet research, we should really break that apart.
Yes.
So we know, like, and I know the sale of the water department building was the primary chunk of change in that account,
Yes.
but not the only chunk.
Correct.
So
And
we should-
I know that the water department was not tax title.
Correct.
And so I would like to see that broken out.
Okay.
So that's, I guess, a task for the accountant.
Yeah, I'll work with the accountant and just have her clarify. And it may be just simply saying of the 356, $10 are, tax taking and the rest of the money is through the sale of the water department. And I know, there might be some notes that folks have out there for the exact amounts. We'll try to get those to all line up.
That's exactly where I'm going.
Yep. So I will
So
get that
do have those
documentation.
notes.
Yeah, I remember sitting next to you with that.
Yes, you
auction,
were.
so,
Yeah.
I do think we should use it. But that's just my opinion. We should consider using it for a couple of those purchases that.
yeah, to me,
I do not disagree with that. I agree with that.
yeah, to me, the bunker gear really comes to mind. It's the proper
Been
usage.
multiple years that the request's been out there.
You could also say, would this be a year to use this fund to buy clear the police car lease, 102?
Then that gives you 100.
Then you get $100K back into the budget.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Yeah. And then, as I demonstrate the budget later on, you'll see why that might be a potential plan.
Yeah.
Just sort of food for thought as we consider it. Adam will be here in the next 20-ish minutes or so we may be able to pinpoint him to speak up again on this, but I didn't quite prep him for talking about this today, but he's pretty sharp off the cuff. So maybe he can, touch base on this. My homework will be to get you a breakdown of that 356, and I'll email it all along. And anybody at home who wants a copy, feel free to email me.
Yeah.
So I'm liking that rather than records requests. If people email me, this is for anyone listening. People email me, I'll send you whatever I got. So
I've gotten a couple of people who just email me now, and if it's a public record, I'm happy to email it on. Sometimes it's quicker.
Can we go back to that account just quickly, or if you know how much was in it? Because my notes say
400.
it was 240K was the water department.
yeah, so again, that's the big number. The other,
That's the unrestricted, because it's not tax title.
not tax
Less
title.
There still is
restricted,
some
I should say.
restrictions,
Yeah.
yeah.
Not
Right.
unrestricted,
Yeah.
but less restricted.
Yeah.
Because that was not tax title.
So if you did, I think the bunker gear was running at around 160, and then the police
One
cruiser
bunker
like
here was 135,
135, and then the police cruiser 110.
102.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always find up, so I know I'm short
Yeah.
So,
in my head. So that's, you're looking at 250 out of that, roughly 230.
what are you using for this for?
I said if we were considering taking the police cruisers out of the budget.
I would not do that. I think that's a bad idea.
Like it could for this year. I mean, you'd be kicking the can for next year, so not a great philosophy, but
We kicked the can before.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. I don't agree with that.
yeah, it's just another way of relabeling free cash.
It's a way.
It is a municipal strategy. That's one of the things that come a couple times. I mean, Jason brought it up to me when we were talking about the budget. He's like, that's really often a capital. It's not a budgetary item.
Well,
so.
we do approve it in capital, but because it's something that is spent every year, you can't not pay for your cruisers. And if you take it out of the general budget, you wind up juggling to pay for your cruisers, which we have done.
Mhm.
And it has helped to exacerbate the budget crisis that we have.
Yeah.
Just
And
thoughts.
so I don't agree with that thought.
Yeah. Something we can continue to ponder, but I will get the breakdown of these, and I'm guessing it'll align pretty closely with some of your notes.
So we could have this all balanced out before annual town meeting to present special town meeting before.
Well, we have to make some decisions.
Well, we have some,
special.
we have some placeholders on the town meeting warrant.
Mhm.
Okay,
We do.
great.
I got a text from Lori. She'll be here shortly. So just as an FYI.
Yep.
But I will look to you guys to keep us plugging away if you want.
Yep, please do.
Next.
Anything else on the free cash update, or are we done there?
No, I mean, other than you'll see in the presentation of the omnibus and recap budget, things where my head goes for free cash, and I'll touch on snow and ice and things like that. So, just making sure Lori was okay. So,
Okay.
But we'll revisit the rest of that. 558 we have in free cash a little later on tonight. So,
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
next on your agenda is 5.3 candidates night update. I'll do another screen share here.
So, John is considering doing it again.
Yeah, I touched base with town moderator, Mr. Barrett, and it sounds like he was interested in hosting it. He was sort of thinking that it would be nice to do it in person, and I kind of echo that. I think
Yes.
we are well past sort of the COVID times. It might be something we could record, but I think that would be it'd be really nice to have folks in person, and if the folks are willing, if the candidates are willing to take questions off the cuff, sometimes that's a bit more organic.
Mhm.
But I will let me screen share this for you. And this was an email that he and I were having fun talking about St. Patrick's Day. So, I just reached out to him, and he said, we've done it by Zoom in the past. We come up with 7 or 10 questions for each candidate. We only have one contested race for Selectboard. It's Mr. Harrison Mayat and Miss Sarah Logan. So those are the two that are probably the big ones that most people have their eyes on. We also have candidates that are, we have Miss Hofstas, Carol Hofstas is re-upping for planning. Harrison, Mr. Mayat's going to be the town clerk again. There's no one, it's not a contested race. This won't preclude people from doing write-in campaigns. I don't think that's really the intention of candidates night in this current environment.
I'm
But
sure someone could talk to John too if they were intending to have a writing campaign
yeah, I would leave that up to the resident. You got to
and the moderator.
You got to own what you want to do.
Yeah.
But in general, these were the questions that were used in 2025. It's sort of how it shakes out.
Those primary selection questions were the ballot questions because I was the only one there.
Yeah.
There was stuff, I think he'll probably change it. There was a bunch on trash and stuff, so. He'll probably update it, but.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's our place necessarily to amend these questions. I don't think I would suggest.
Oh, I don't think so. I
think it's the
that's-
moderator, and he may hear from residents who say, "Hey, Mr. Moderator, you could ask this," and if that sort of builds some momentum, let's run with that.
And if it's
Okay.
in person, you can ask open questions.
Mhm.
So that's good.
Yeah.
So, all right.
All right. 5.4, I have not had time to do much on 5.4 in regards to annual town meeting warrant articles.
There's not a huge rush on that right now.
Not a huge rush.
No.
The ballot questions will be of more focus. Currently for the town, there are 2 ballot questions. One being the shift from a 3-person board to a 5-person board, and the second related to the police override. I'm thankful right now that as we get to the budget, and I know it's a larger discussion, we can balance it without an override with about 100K. I know that's not a policy that the town wants to follow, but it's something we could do this year. Not everyone will
Do
agree
you
with me.
have a budget with that? Because
With
the
100K.
budget with the 2% for the police, I haven't seen that.
Oh, I haven't done that one because I was going to wait to do that one till Thursday.
Then you can say that we can balance it, because I don't think you can.
But the number is going to be less than.
But look at the recap where you put in the 197.
You wouldn't. The 197 is built into the recap. And
I know,
if the
and
override
because
doesn't
that-
pass, if
You
the
don't
override,
have that.
we have 20K. That's all you're going to. If Article 4 passes, it's $20,000 more because you're using ARPA for the offset.
No.
If
I
Article
disagree
4
with you.
passes.
We'll talk.
Okay. So what
That's
we're
true
talking,
for FY25, but it is not true for for FY26, but not for FY27.
but you wouldn't have an agreement for 27, so you'd go back to the negotiating table.
Oh, no. If 4 passes, you're making the exact same mistake.
You're thinking
that I
it's the
made.
evergreen rights, so is that what it's called? Like, you think they get the 4 because that was the 4 that was given?
Yes. You have to read the contract. We'll talk.
So 4, yeah, I could.
I
So you'd still be using free cash, you'd just be using more of it. You'd be using, it'd be another
5711.
Yeah, you'd be using another 60K.
More than that, because that only covers up through, doesn't cover the remainder of the fiscal year. We'll talk.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
Sorry. Okay, where are we?
So 5.4 warrant articles, and then we were talking about the 2 motions. So one motion is the 3 to 5 board members, and the second motion is for the police override. I was saying that, we can balance the budget with some free cash, TBD if we have a police, issue, but we might be able to carry that on, and we would revisit that to try to figure it out, and go from there. So
I also, with regards to the ballot questions, I do have a response from Adam on how the 5-person board would play out that we can talk at a future meeting, and I'll put in SharePoint next time, unless you want me to reference it now. Or?
Well, he'll be joining us at 3:30ish today, depending on traffic. So we'll go from there. I may have us pause for a second so we can let Lori get settled, if that's okay. So TCAM, we're just going to pause for 1 second so we can allow Ms. Schifrin to.
Yeah,
3:25 is now.
All right, we're back, TCAM. We got our bearings.
Hi, everyone. It's 3:25, and I apologize for my lateness today. We are in discussion of 5.4.
Yep.
Continuation.
Correct, yeah. So 5.4, we were discussing the town meeting warrant articles, which I'll have fully baked out for you on the 24th. And even then, they're still going to move a little bit because of timing.
Could we just move that to April 7th?
We could.
Is the board agreeable?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Already.
We-
Thank you.
Yeah, we do need to have our ballot questions completed by then. Again, I stated this earlier, the ballot questions look like the 3 to 5 person board
Mhm.
question, and then the second one being the police override in the event Article 4 passes at town meeting.
Do we have time to do that on April 7th? Is there enough time before
We have to
then?
have it done before then, so.
The ballot questions have to be done before then.
Correct.
Can we finish those up on the 24th?
No, I thought
No,
it
it's the
needed to be in
They're due on the
23rd.
23rd.
So we have to do it on Thursday, or, yes, because the 23rd is Monday, and you are not gonna be here on Friday.
Okay.
So
Are
we
we
have to
meeting
have that
before?
on Thursday.
Are we meeting before the special? That's
We
at
don't
7?
have it on the calendar.
We don't
We
have
don't
it
have it
currently on the
posted.
calendar.
Yeah, but we have time to post.
I would then think that we should make a motion to have, our interim TA vet the questions with town council
Okay.
after the
Final
meeting
approval.
on Thursday night and put them forward for placement on the ballot. Do we need a motion?
I would just say so moved.
So moved.
Veronica Cal second.
Just those 2 ballot questions as discussed.
That's all we have.
Okay, very good. Who made the motion?
Well,
Veronica second. No,
I mean,
Karen cannot make a motion.
I made a statement. She said
So
so
moved.
moved. I
Okay, you
said
did.
second.
Yes.
I
We're
did hear
good.
that. Okay. The person who said so moved, your name?
Creative.
Valerie Goodrich.
What's your name?
What's your name?
All right, and Veronica seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
No.
Hearing none. Roll call vote.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schiffern, aye. Thank you. That takes care of 5.4. We have a 3:30.
We're supposed to have a 3:30 with Adam. I'm going to send him the Zoom link if you want to,
I can take something else if you like.
if you want to
Fine.
chat about 5.8.
Oh, yes, that's what I've been working on. I sent,
I thought we already appointed.
there's 2 more people, and I have them from housing, and I reported their names.
Yes,
Yep.
you did. That is not Beverly,
No.
David Werlin and Cindy Boundy.
Correct. Those are the ones that needed to be appointed. I stated them last week, but they weren't on the agenda, so now they're on the agenda. Is there a motion?
Yep. Do you have the names written down? Would you like to make the motion?
It's David
I will make
Merlin.
it.
And-
Yeah.
Okay,
Veronica Cal, I move that we appoint, David Werlin and Cindy Boundy, as members of the ad hoc committee on housing and economic development until the
Seconded.
completion of the work of the committee.
Seconded.
any further discussion? I do have a question, which I have emailed out, and since my email today, I've not gotten an answer. So just for clarification, the ad hoc committee, are they considered appointed and need to be sworn in and every meeting is posted?
The committee.
Not a question I know the answer to. I saw your questions, and I
Yeah.
know Jack from the town clerk's office had shared some feedback. I would
See it.
I would stick with what the town clerk office designates their requirements are for an ad hoc committee.
So just the town
Okay, what-
meeting screening committee, Jay and Stacy and I all got sworn in. So
Oh, the screening committee
Yeah.
did?
It's ad hoc, so, I mean, well, it's required by charter, but it's
Okay. I just wasn't sure because those
best
are,
practice maybe? I don't know.
those are not, and I'm good with it. That's not
I
bad.
know.
But those are not, my concern is trying to get 10 or 12 people together, whether it's in person or even virtually. And some of them only having certain days. So I'm trying to put something together and didn't know. In other words, I have to have them all sworn in beforehand and then, be able to get a Zoom together. But okay, now and then I know what to do. I'll
But your
try my
quorum will
best.
be pretty big, because how many members are on it?
It's either 10 or 12.
So then if you calculate your quorum, I mean, there can be a fairly decent
Oh,
amount that
we'll
are
always
out.
have,
at
I'm
any
sure we'll
time.
have a quorum, yeah. So that was my thing. But thank you for the discussion and roll call vote on the motion.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Good at Jai.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you again. We are at 3:30. Do you want me to go on?
I would until Adam confirms he's going to join us. He may have gotten tied up, so let's keep rolling.
Did we skip 5-7?
We did.
We did skip 5-7. That's a Memorial Hall rental request for an ethics training here at the town hall. Great idea for a lot of our boards and employees to take an opportunity to learn about a state-run ethics training.
I think it's beyond Townsend too. I think it's Pepper Ashby.
Yeah, there's opportunities for neighboring communities to join us. Just a good practice in general. I think it's been about 9 months since the last one we had, but we've also had a lot of turnover. We've had some new committees. I know the town clerk's office was interested in helping get this organized.
Is this with town council?
No,
It's
with
not
the
with
state.
town council, not with town council, with the state agency.
So the state agency is the one providing the training?
Correct. Yeah. So really just I look to support that and utilize
Is there a
our space.
motion?
I value Goodrich to approve the use of Memorial Hall rental request for ethics training on April 21st, 2026.
Veronica Cal, second.
Okay, any further discussion?
I guess I'm wondering if there are people outside of the town, is there anything else that needs to be in place?
I think,
insurance wise or, you know, safety wise.
well, we wouldn't ask, just a visitor for safety. If someone from Dunstable came here and said, hey, can I just come walk around the building? They would,
That's true.
it's a public
Okay.
space.
Yep.
Public. Right.
And I'd be thrilled if we had some other neighbors come by. I think that'd be great. What a win that would be, just to sort of broaden our, reach in the community. So,
Yeah. Regional.
Mr. Costa's here, so if you wanted to,
Let us take the vote. Would you mind?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Veronica Kellogg.
Valerie Peter
And Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you very much.
5.5 was discuss order of operations for the annual town election and annual town meeting with Mr. Adam Costa, our town council. The goal being here to answer some questions about timing, process, and what the implications are. Adam, you're up.
Hi, Adam.
Good afternoon. How are you, Madam Chair, members of the board? Nice to see you all.
Nice to see you.
We got you loud and clear. I know Val had some questions. I know maybe other board members have questions. Do you want me to shift to you guys first, or how do you want me to sort of lay this out with Adam here?
Can I ask first, are we talking about any town meeting, or are we talking about the special town meeting, or are we talking about the annual town meeting?
Yeah, the focus here would be for the annual town meeting,
Okay.
and then the annual town election was my understanding. I think I shared that with Adam, I hope, along the way. But he's pretty resourceful, so you never know. He might be able to speak off the cuff and go from there. So.
But Adam will also be here for the special.
Yeah, Adam will be joining us on Thursday night for our special town meeting, as well as for our May 5 annual town meeting. I pinned him down and said you can't not be with us. That
Okay.
day, so.
Sigh of relief. Okay.
But who wants to go first?
Veronica, do you want to go first?
Nope, I always go first.
Okay,
You
Val.
guys can go first.
Go for it.
I think, Adam, you and I had discussed briefly with the ballot question if the 3 to 5 member board, correct? And how that would play out if it was approved at the ballot. And I didn't know if you wanted to give a brief explanation of what we had talked about for everybody here and the public listening too.
Yeah.
Sure. So I'm actually going to pull up your email here so I can remember the specific question you asked, because your question I think was in multiple parts, but it primarily related to timing and what obligations the board might have with respect to when it would conduct the election for filling the new seats made available by virtue of the ballot question if it's successful.
Can I ask a question about this before?
You said you were going last.
I did, but I just changed
Go
my
first.
mind because something popped into my head. This was a citizen petitioned article. Do
Yes.
we write the ballot question, or does someone else write the ballot question?
So there's no mechanism by which members of the public can place a question on a municipal ballot. There's no initiative process. There are some cities that have defined processes pursuant to city charter, but generally speaking, there's no process by which citizens or citizen groups can require a question to be placed on a municipal ballot in a mechanism, for example, similar to the citizens petition process that exists for warrant articles on an annual or special town meeting warrant. And so it is the responsibility of the select board to craft the ballot question and to ultimately vote to place that question on the ballot. I suppose that though you would be doing something contrary to the will of the voters as expressed at a town meeting anyway, or those voters in attendance at the town meeting, I suppose there could be a circumstance where the select board would refuse to place a question on the ballot. But this is the process. While it was initiated by a group of residents by way of a citizens petition, this is a process that is contemplated by your charter.
Thank you.
What does it say in the charter?
Only the select board can place an item on.
Only the
ballot.
select board can place oh.
And I wasn't speaking so much to the process of placing items on the ballot being referenced in the charter. I'm not sure the charter speaks to that at all because Mass General Laws already does. But the charter does speak to the process for increasing the membership, available membership of the select board.
It does, yes.
Right. Yeah.
Clear.
And that was the process that the citizens followed. When I recall it because when I first saw the proposed citizens petition, I said to myself, I think what any municipal lawyer would, which is citizens can't do this. If you want to increase the membership of the select board, you've got to do so by way of a charter amendment. Because the membership is established by charter, it's a special act charter. The citizens can't force an amendment of the charter, but they could propose a warrant article for special legislation. But I then read the specific provisions of your charter, and your charter does contemplate a process by which the select board membership is increased from 3 to 5, pursuant to these two steps. First step being the town meeting vote, and the second step being a referendum vote, effectively at the ballot. So there were a few things, Val, that I had referenced in our email exchange relative to the process. So you had asked the specific question about the request that this item be placed on the ballot within 90 days, I think it was. So the way that Article 7 at town meeting read, it said to see if the town will vote in accordance with Section 3.2 of the town charter. And then it goes on to quote that section to change from 3 to 5 members, the membership on the select board. And then the second sentence says, should this article pass at both annual town meeting and the annual town election, we request that an election be called within 90 calendar days to elect one selectman for a 3-year term ending at the annual election in April 2028, and one selectman for a 2-year term ending at the annual election in April of 2027. And so there was this additional sentence, wasn't really part of the warrant article. It appeared after the language or take any action in relation thereto. And it was structured as a request. And I remember seeing it. It was printed on the warrant because it was part of what got submitted in the citizens petition. And as you know from the past advice I provided to the board, I always recommend that the citizens petitions be printed verbatim as they're submitted because that is what the statute contemplates. And so it was included on the warrant. But again, it appears after the true text of the warrant article and is structured as a quote unquote request using its own terminology. That's not my characterization. It says we request. And so when Val asked this question to me, do we have an obligation to place this on the warrant? And if you don't mind me quoting your email, Val, you said, looking at the election calendar, there is an early September state primary already scheduled, which would put us just past the 90 days, but of course would help the town avoid the additional expense of a special election without the matter being delayed too much. And so what I explained, I agreed with your suggestion that this was not obligatory in light of the word request. I agreed with that characterization or interpretation of the article. I did also go on to say that it's the select board's role and discretion in determining when town elections should be called. That's solely within the purview of the select board under 2 different statutes in Massachusetts, Chapter 54, Section 63, and Chapter 39, Section 10, which is the same section of statute that deals with town meeting warrants, that no other individual, no other town official, no group of citizens has the authority to require or call an election. But then I did point out something that I think is important, again, I'll say unique to Townsend, not that you're the only community that has it, but it is in your very specific Townsend Special Act Charter. If you look to Section 3.1 F2 of the Charter, which deals specifically with vacancies on the select board, there is this quote, and I'm going to read it verbatim because I think it's important to understand it. It says, if there is a failure to elect or if a vacancy otherwise occurs on the select board and the next annual election is not to be held for not less than 6 months following the date of the vacancy, the remaining members of the select board shall forthwith call a special election to fill the vacancy. If the vacancy occurs and more than 3 months, but less than 6 months would elapse before the next annual town election, The select board may call a special election, provided, however, that upon receipt of a petition signed by not less than 200 registered voters, the remaining members of the select board will forthwith call a special election. So you, notwithstanding the discretion that is vested in you as a select board under state law, Massachusetts general laws, you do have this specific provision in your charter that requires the calling of a special election if the next annual election is not to be held for 6 months or more than 6 months, I guess I should say.
Makes
And
sense.
there's also a petitioning process where 200 registered voters could require you to hold a special election, even if you're not required to otherwise do it.
Can I ask a question, Adam? For the
Yes.
move to a 5-person board, I'm looking for it right now, but I can't find it. You might be able to find it directly. I thought that it was determined by, and that any such vote shall be ratified by the voters of the town at the next annual town election. So in other words, we had the vote at last year's annual town election. So this is
Town meeting.
3-2, yeah, annual town meeting, sorry. We had the vote with the citizen petition article. And if I'm reading this, if it were not a citizen petition article with other words in it, then the vote would be at the next annual town meeting.
So I think that we're confusing two different types of votes at the ballot box, because the fact that it's a citizen's petition doesn't change the analysis at all. So what that provision, and I'm looking for it here as we speak to, I think it's 3.2, is that right? Yes. So section 3.3-2A says the composition of the select board may change from 3 to 5 members as determined by a 2/3 vote of an annual town meeting, provided, however, that any such vote shall be ratified by the voters of the town at the next annual election. So that's a ratification vote of the increase in membership. That's not actually electing individuals to fill those seats. That's simply ratifying the available seats, the membership number of the select board. Once that occurs, you then need to fill those seats. And I think that and again, I don't want to speak for the citizens petitioners, but based upon that request that they included at the end of the citizens petition, I think what they wanted to avoid happening is you go to the annual town election in May, this upcoming May, which is the next town election after last year's annual town meeting that voted to increase the membership. Let's say that at the ballot box, the voters do ratify what occurred at annual town meeting and therefore increase the membership of your board to 5. I think the sponsors of this article didn't want another whole year to elapse and you not have to wait until the spring of 2027 before you're actually filling these seats.
Is there a way that or do we need permission without violating something, that we go with the fall election in September? I mean, I don't think
We can do whatever we want.
could do that.
Technically.
We could do that, and then we
okay,
wouldn't have
because that would
special
fulfill
election.
everything, the petition
The spirit
as well
of the-
as the spirit of the
Right.
petition.
And it also does, we have to be conscious of the budget and holding
Well,
another
that's the whole
election.
thing. So, I mean, that was.
It's close to 90 days. It's like 100 and
Yeah.
something I looked at.
Yeah, it's not that far.
And I think the only thing that I would change then in just the way that warrant article was written was it said, one member ending in April 2027, but
Yeah, something
that wouldn't
make
even be
sense
6
there.
months at that point. So I think we just have to look at that, like, how the things would lay out.
I think we would go with the
Do
charter.
a 2-year and a 3-year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd have to see
Versus,
how
uh, 1 and 2?
Charter.
we'd have to work with the clerk and see how
Mhm.
everything lays
Right.
out rolling. So,
Okay, hopefully that's clear to everyone.
Yep.
And, still in the spirit of everything, but hopefully a little less money out of our coffers to make it done, since there isn't very much difference in timing.
that was my question for regards to that stuff.
Okay, and next?
Was there anything for town election and then now town meeting to be chatted about? Howdy. So I
Is there
guess,
something that piqued your interest?
Yeah, and I don't know if I maybe just missed it in my time in the hallway, but I was, if I may pose a question to council. It's my understanding that for ballot questions, we can put them on the November ballot, but not on the September state primary. Can we put seats on the November ballot? So like the 2 select board.
Did you hear that question,
We've
Adam?
done that before.
I did not.
We've held a separate special
You
election.
can't hear me.
He can't hear you.
Yeah.
Because,
The town clerk joined us, so you had a question about when
the ballots.
the names or could be put on the ballot, right?
Yeah, so in the past, we've had a separate special November election. I'm wondering if, because we still have to pay all the costs of that separate election, if we could put the seats on the November general election ballot, much like a ballot question we could have the state put on.
Because it's not allowed on the September one?
Correct. So
Because
like,
it's a primary?
correct.
Oh,
But that's my
Unfunded
understanding.
mandate from the state.
oh.
Adam, any thoughts there?
So I don't know. I'd have to consult with the elections division to see if they have any issue with that. I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, didn't we, when we did CPA and when we did the elections for me and Lori, we
Yeah.
did that.
So
But what I can't remember whether it was the same ballot or
It was a
a separate
separate.
ballot.
I think it was the week later, I want to say November 16th.
No, it was the
Special?
same.
The
No, it
election was on the
Saturday.
16th. I can tell you it was
Yeah.
exactly November 16th.
It was a Saturday.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So we'd have to figure out the details. But
Yeah, but I was just curious
Yeah.
if it has been contemplated or if the elections division could be asked if we could put it on the general ballot, much like we would put because we are allowed to put general, local ballot questions on the November
no,
general
save the
election.
printing of an additional ballot.
Yeah, if we could put the seats on, then that would
So we
save
have to
us.
pay for those two anyway, in
Right.
lieu of having another one within the
Right.
90-day request.
Right. Well, and there are some savings for it to be a state election. There are additional costs because of vote by mail and things like that. But we don't have to print the separate set of ballots, which is a couple $1,000 cost. So if the state can bear the cost of printing those 2 extra seats on, it's already going to be a massive multi-card ballot. If they can do that, then that saves us a little bit of an expense. I think that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, I think they'd be,
Thank you.
I love the idea of being efficient and the state should get on board with that, I hope.
Hopefully.
Okay,
TBD.
that's a plan.
Well, it would be coming out of their budget instead of
Yeah,
ours, so I don't know if they'll be so excited.
I think we're good
We'll
with
find
that.
a way.
We are big with that,
Thanks, Adam.
since theirs is a lot bigger than ours.
Cool.
What else do we need from you?
That was all I sort of asked Adam to meet with us on, was the order of operations for town election and town meeting. Was there anything for town meeting you wanted to cover? In
Right
regards to
now,
annual
no.
town meeting,
No.
Cinco de Mayo, May 5.
Right now, I don't, but I may later. I want to reserve the right
TBD.
to have that.
Tequila shots all around.
There likely will be something before then, I'm sure. This sounded so.
Well, good. Thank you for that clarification, Adam. Very helpful.
Sure, and I'll check in with the elections division concerning the town clerk's question and see if I can get some guidance there regarding the primary and the general election and what flexibility we have.
Okay, awesome.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, Adam. Have a
See
great night.
you on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, other than that, that particular question situation doesn't have to come up until
Sounds like we have some time.
we have some time,
Yeah.
until after the election, for
This-
sure.
It does bring up a question, and I'm not sure if this is just a formality or not, because Adam mentioned it. Did we specifically vote to put those 2 questions on the ballot? Or do we need to formally take that? Because we've been talking about them now for months, those 2 questions, as the 2 questions that are going to be on the ballot, and we just gave you permission to work on the wording.
We voted on the police override,
Yeah,
I thought.
I thought we did that at the last meeting.
yeah, I know we did that, but do we want to formally make a vote on the 3 to 5 member board, just so it's there? I mean, we can't take votes, and it is on the agenda. It's the annual town election, so it's up to you guys.
If we haven't voted on it, then maybe we should.
Just to,
I thought we had, but if you guys want
I know we
Double
did
down.
the override, but I'm not sure we actually formally voted on the 3 to 5 member board. I just feel like
Up to you
it's up
guys.
to you.
Codify it.
Let's codify it. I don't
My
know.
word of the
Can we
week.
be in
Let's vote
violation because we're
both.
codifying
Votes may be
something?
taken. Votes may be taken.
Reaffirming something.
Yes.
Let's vote both of them.
I would make a motion to place, on the annual town election, the ballot question to change the Townsend Select Board from a 3-member to a 5-member board.
And also,
And also to place, a Proposition 2.5 override question for the police union salaries.
Is there a second?
Veronica Cal second.
Any discussion? And just so that everybody knows, that's under 5.4 of our agenda. Nope,
No.
yeah, 5.5.
5.5.
5.5 of our agenda.
Here are, we discussed
Today.
at 310.
Yep.
But here's what they look like. If I can zoom in.
Okay, and that's, subject to Adam's,
Review.
review.
And we also voted, I don't know if you were here, to have, yeah, you were. It was the one to have, Kieran sign it and get it off
Okay,
after the meeting.
okay, hearing no further discussion, roll call vote,
Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich.
and Laura Schifrin, aye. So now, I think that brings us to 5.2. Going back.
We did
Looking back.
5.2.
Oh, you did? Oh,
Yep.
that's right, I'm sorry.
Yep. So for your
Again, I apologize.
background, we got through 5.2, got through 5.3.
Oh, when is the candidates night?
We're going to wait to see when John
The
Mayer
moderator.
has availability. So he's going to look at his calendar, and I'm going to work with him
Okay.
on
I was trying
getting
to
that.
decipher all the emails
Yep.
about it.
And then I'll have warrant articles for you guys on 4.7. That's 5.4. We just did 5.5. Motions for special town meeting is 5.6. That is one that we could probably jump into, if you were okay with that.
Okay,
So I prepared motions. I'll also share with you guys the slideshow that I had emailed out.
Yep.
Just because I think it would be good to see. And then if you're okay with how it looks today, I'd love to share it with the town clerk. Jack down there said he'd love to get things printed. Gonna print about 100 of them. We are aware that a couple of our signs are not fully working all that well right now, the blinking signs, but highway.
the solar signs?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Jim was going to take a look at them, see if we can get the battery kind of tweaked and go from there. But let me share with you right now the special town meeting. So I'll start with the PowerPoint, just because that could be a bit more fun. Let me share my screen here.
Are you planning to do that PowerPoint at the beginning of the meeting? Or are you doing it as we go along?
As we go along, slide by slide.
So you'll
Because it
probably need your own
introduces each-
place markers with the warrant.
Each
I know.
section.
This meeting loves to see the wording of whatever we're proposing in between sometimes.
Okay.
Just
Well,
to,
we're going to print that out.
yeah,
So if people can look at a printout, they can look at a screen.
okay,
Um,
sounds good.
So, some beautiful eagles here. Welcome to town. This is sort of a snapshot of articles to be discussed. It's all 11 of our articles. Here, so ClearGov, OPEB, Town Council Trust, Article 4, FY26 police wages with ARPA. 5, fiscal year 27 police wage adjustment via Prop 2.5 override. Article 6, lease authorization for Squanicook Meadows. Article 7 is Board of Health, but we're going to take no action. Town clerk, Article 8, town clerk codification of role. I'll highlight that when we get to that one. He's asked to table that for now. Hopefully, I'm
I
using the right
thought I saw
wording.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Article 9 is election account replenishment. 10 and 11 are technical code corrections from the town clerk to change Board of Selectmen to Selectboard, 2 words
Yeah,
throughout all our naming conventions. And there was another E-code one about non-substantive and substantive. Yeah. ClearGov Article 1, is going to be the request to transfer $41,600 from free cash or sale of town-owned properties. I do believe that it is not eligible for sale of town-owned properties for this to cover that cost, so I'll likely pull that sentence out or
Okay.
that last few words there. But I did want to pinpoint, what the purpose of ClearGov is, transparency, long-term financial planning. There's an onboarding and first-year subscription fee built into that, $41,600. And what the outcome is, it provides the town with a modern look for, planning budgets, tracking finances, doing projections, which I know is a really powerful tool, which I can do in Excel, but I think ClearGov would probably be a little bit more efficient and a bit more reliable than just the old Excel spreadsheets here that we've become so dependent upon.
And that's also what finance is using.
Yeah, finance is using.
Excel.
Yeah, and it's none of us are perfect. So
Right.
if you fat finger a zero and you lose it, it could go from $1 to $10. There's a consequence. I also wanted to share with the residents, the other communities near us, towns and cities that do use ClearGov. Pepperell, Lunenburg, Ayer, Littleton, Wichita,
That's
Lancaster. Yeah, I think it just sort of tells a story that other towns are embarking on having implemented this and then are using it as a tool. It's also someone we can call if we're unsure about something that we have a question on. We can call our friends in Pepperell, Lunenburg, Ayer.
That's great.
So I think that helps. Article 2 is related to other post-employee benefits. OPEB, it's an actuarial study. And what we would be doing is asking for about $4,750 from free cash. And this is a free cash item to hire an actuarial consultant to calculate the town's future retiree health insurance liability. And why this is important, it helps the town understand a long-term financial obligation related to providing retirement benefits and maybe even pension benefits to its employees that retire as of X date and moving forward. Why this is important for us to do it, about 93% of municipalities in Massachusetts provide this benefit to their employees. It supports retention, long-term workforce stability. We are just one of a few that don't offer it to our employees.
And that's because we just never had the money.
Yeah, it's expensive. There are some strategies for funding it that the actuarial may share in terms of what the phase 1 would look like. This is just the study portion of the process, and then there's a second phase in terms of how it can go. The study is to be completed within about 120 days, approximately, so that we can review it and then figure out what to do from there. So.
Okay.
I know folks on the town meeting floor may say, like, well, what's it going to cost us? We don't really know. That's the purpose of this study. So I certainly anticipate those questions of like, oh, you're going to burden the town with all this expense. We're not sure yet. Let's have an actual,
You have to vote
actuarial.
it as part of future budget.
Correct. Article 3, with a beautiful picture of our town common, is transfer from free cash to establish a fund for town council legal services. We've utilized this type of trust in the past before. We've spent just about all the funds in that this past fall. Why it's useful for us, we have 3 unions we're actively negotiating with as of today. We're sort of waiting on the swing of police in terms of that being ratified. And then on the horizon, we have fire and EMS folks to work with on their next negotiations. We've also been reliant upon Labor Council's expertise for non-union personnel matters, interim TA, consultant, things with other things going on within different buildings in town for town council to be a resource for, police chief contracts, stuff like that. We do have, some utilization of town council when it comes to land use management questions. I used town council just this past week to help me understand the Dover amendment for properties that are church owned, and they're needing to do some things in regards to, right of way and land and stuff like that just up the street. So we are reliant upon town council and their expertise to make sure these things are done correctly and legally and with the interest of the town. Also for RFPs for the town, and just sort of the catch-all for other unanticipated legal matters that come up for the town. Questions?
I do have a question, and okay, so let's just keep this stabilization fund in mind and let's keep going. So I do have a question. I think you know what the question is going to be.
I can imagine. I am going to create a little pause on town meeting floor to say these next two articles are going to focus on the police department and sort of I'll call it a special presentation within the special town meeting presentation, because you guys like a special town meeting within the annual town meeting. The landscape is Townsend and the Townsend Police Bargaining Unit, AFSCME, Council 93, Local 3470, have been negotiating for over 18 months. Townsend has been out of contract with its police officers since fiscal year 25. Here are the different things we're going to come across. We're going to share with the audience to help understand the asks here tonight. Average police officer salary by department, we are at the bottom of the barrel there, sort of helping a pie chart really illustrate what's going on. Similar with sergeant salary, and it's going to be something I'll note on the town meeting floor is this is based on a Collins Center study done. This is probably out of date now, so we're probably still even farther down the rung in terms of our competitiveness in the marketplace for police officers and retaining police officers long term.
Do you know what FY this was?
25.
25.
Our warrant article 4 is going to ask for fiscal year wage adjustments by utilizing our wage ARPA fund bucket. It's one of our last bit of ARPA funds we have as a town. It's going to cover July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. The officers are currently working without an agreement. The vote would authorize the town to pay, I'm calling it back wages of $53,500, and then update the wage rates for the remainder year at 4%. You can see the math over here. Obviously, people's eyes are going to say, well, interim town administrator Kieran, the math doesn't add up. And I'm going to say you're right. The differences are due to lag time and shift changes as officers sort of come and go. We have lost another officer who has just shared his resignation with us to finish up his service at the end of the month. And I'll say this a couple of times. It's due to he trained here, wonderful officer, and did his time here, and then is off to greener pastures where it's a little bit more money, a little better shifts. Can't blame folks for that. We do want to be competitive in the marketplace.
It kind of speaks to why not just economic comparisons, but geographic are good too. Because even if your economic comparisons are similar, if they're so far away from you, someone moves for geography. And if you're surrounded by towns that offer more, you can't really escape that.
Yeah, and
Right.
Broadly speaking, on a macro view, like folks of a certain, I'm not sure what age bracket I'm in, but folks move for money, and there isn't a lot of loyalty these days unless it's you pay for loyalty. It's just what the world has become. So warrant article 5, a much larger impact to the town as well as to the police budget. It's going to ask residents to consider on town meeting floor for a contract proposal to increase the wages by 14%. Important to note that this will go from a 10% wage adjustment to a 4% on top of that. And why that's important, it's 10 and then 4. So there's a compounding effect there. You're going to see here the differences. It's just a few dollars under $197,000. The original warrant article had asked for 327. After me understanding math a little better and working a little harder to make sure I had the right numbers assigned, we're at 197 approximately. It is important to note that the last year in this 2-year agreement here will be a 2% COLA for officers within the bargaining unit.
So that should be able to be a normal part of our budgeting cycle.
Yeah, it's less than 2.5. So we're still, working with Prop 2.5. That will be, I'll call it doable in air quotations for us to afford. So that will help. Again, the math is not perfect. It shifts based on officer enrollment, lag time shifts. We are again losing another officer that we've spent quite a pretty penny on training, which will lead me to why this override is important. An impact of $197,000 override to our residents. If you look at the assessed value of $450, your current estimated annual tax bill is $6187.50. The proposed estimated tax bill with the passing of this $197,000 override would increase your tax bill for the year estimated based on DLS current annual rate estimates, $54 for the year. Again, these are estimates. This is, ballparking assessed values for the town, and helping folks understand that if you get a tax bill 4 times a year, you take that $54 and you divide it by 4. And if you're me, I'm going to ask myself, how many Dunkin' Donuts iced coffees is that within, a month?
Starbucks would be less amount of coffee.
Yeah, it depends on the day. But it's a friend of mine lives down in the South Shore, and their town's having to go through an override, and they're talking about, he goes, it's one less Starbucks for him each week for him to afford an override for their school. And he's like, he's on, Selectboard down there. He's like, it's helping me understand what that means to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I know times are tight. Cost of gas is going up. Fuel surcharges are everywhere. Things aren't getting any cheaper at the grocery store for me. But we are investing about $125,000 to recruit, train, and officially get an officer ready to go out on the road. We're looking for 75% of one officer to be trained, recruited, and get ready to go on the road for an override. And we're losing officers after that 2 years and 3 months here, whatever the ballpark is for them to move on. It's happening routinely. I think it's a tough ask of the department to remain successful without some wage adjustment support. I also think it's tricky to ask your taxpayers to pay more, but then you see that cost to recruit, train, and you're like, well, what are we doing here? Like every time you lose 2 officers, it's more than the override, and we're down 4 come April 1st.
And now we have to pay again.
And so we're looking at, you just do the math. You do 125 times 4. We're in the whole 600K. Or no, what's that? 500K, sorry. The math doesn't check. So I'm hopeful residents feel strongly about this at town meeting, but also when they go to the booths to elect, and vote. Failure to pass. I hope it doesn't get to this. If we don't succeed, if the town doesn't succeed in passing this override, a couple things will happen. Article 5 would mean we go back to negotiate, with the police bargaining agreement folks to add more months to the 18 months that's already been spent on it. If we didn't pass Article 4, then we would have some implications in terms of revisiting that and figuring out how to use that ARPA money to try to bridge that gap. If Article 4 passes, but Article 5 doesn't pass, I know Ms. Kell has a question in regards to the budget impact that would look like. And I believe she's right. So we would offset part of it in the fiscal year 26, and then in 27, it would be a 4% increase, because that would be, there's a union phrase for, I think, evergreen rights. So whatever was the agreed upon rate there would carry forward. Our other folks in the other ASME unions will also have that as an aspect of their negotiations. So I think it would be a 4% on top of the fiscal year 26 number that was already approved, and what that would look like in the individual segments on the budget.
It's, it would be 4% on top of the Article 4 dollars. It would be 4% on top of that.
It would stack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. For the police, we're looking only, this increase is only in the salary lines, not the expenses lines.
Okay.
The override only affects the personnel lines, not the expense lines.
Correct.
So
yeah, there's some math, and that'd be some homework for me to do
yes.
In the next few days or so. Hoping we don't need that, but we'll be realistic.
We probably have to have it prepared even the draft if it doesn't, because it's the ballot too.
What do you mean?
We'd have to know if it doesn't pass the ballot,
Correct.
because that's the week
Oh,
before.
yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So failure to pass. Article 6, just being the time,
Yeah.
mindful of time, is a lease for the authorization for Squanicook Meadows. The purpose is for the select board to enter into a new 50-year lease agreement with the Townsend Ashby Youth Soccer Association for the use of town-owned land known as the open space at Squanicook Meadows. It's also identified as Holly's Playground, and it's a space for different recreation, soccer, walking, general outdoor activities. You can't do that when there's a soccer game going on per se. You can't throw a frisbee while there's an active soccer game going on, but in general, it's recreation space for the town. The benefit of this lease, you can see sort of pinpointed in the red highlights, if you will, is these would become conservation restricted spaces within this parcel. And why that's important is we do have endangered species calling this space home, whether it be a turtle of different, different breeds, different types of turtles. There's like a wood turtle species, that was the word. So this would be really calling out these spaces to ensure protection to the best of our ability for these critters. It would also maintain the open space, and it would also continue the use of space for recreation. I think that's important.
I think the other benefit is that it highlights the use of that area circled with the dotted circle for a town well. It preserves the use of that area for a town well as well.
Yeah, and that might be something I can share on the town meeting floor. If there's folks asking, for a bit more detail. I know there are questions in terms of, well, what if it's not everyone plays soccer? I'm like, okay, I understand that. Like, I think the goal here is we're continuing preservation of space that's for recreation. There's a world that in 30 years I'm not here and the world's looking a little different, and maybe Tesa has decided to hang up the cleats. And
Selectboard, we're going and negotiate a new lease.
Right, and you also say that if that was no longer an effective group, it just goes to recreation space at that point. It is truly a recreation complex for all to enjoy. Soccer is not a year-round sport, so you could still go out there and walk your, kiddos out there and have a nice time and fly a kite, in mud season. It's up to you.
It's open space.
It's open space, and there is really a nice way to preserve this. As someone who was out walking late last night, I know I saw numerous, yellow spotted salamanders. There's all sorts of little buggers out there that we all enjoy. So. Article 7, this was the Board of Health article originally, but they have asked us to subsequently not to take any action at this time. So more just a pretty map of the state of Massachusetts and some different counties. Similar for Article 8, it was initially going to be an ask from the town clerk's office to help codify some different aspects of the role. The town clerk, I hope I'm quoting this right, has asked for a motion to table this at this time. Also looking at an old image that I found on the internet of, this is the church, the harbor, and then the old Cooperage right there, so, in the South Harbor Bridge. So I thought that was fun. Article 9 is an election account replenishment. The purpose is to transfer from free cash the sum of $35,000 to replenish the balance of an appropriation established under Article 4 of the May 7, 2024 annual town meeting for expenses associated with special town meetings and required elections. I made a point to bring in, I made some edits recently. This is STM Article 4 5-7 2024 elections. That account is currently showing about $8,200 available as of the town accountant's report earlier this week. The elections that the town clerk's office is looking at are required. He quickly touched on them earlier, but
what's the cost of those?
There's
$35,000.
So he did say he was going to speak on town meeting floor to help share sort of more specific details behind the cost breakdown. So I said that would be great And that would really help share some different background on it. So,
Veronica?
So my question, this is the question that I had earlier, when we were talking about the town council account.
Mhm.
I guess my question, and I'm sure other people will have it too, is why is the town council account a stabilization account? When in the past, we have also had a similar article to that, I think it was 2017, 2018, and that we used for council expenses. And we just recently, there may even be more money in that account, I'm not sure. There was 10,000 in it a year ago.
Is this town council one?
Yeah,
I have pulled up right here. It's 10,000 and we're down to 2,140.
so there is money in that. Why are we replenishing this when we are starting a new stabilization to do the same thing for town council expenses?
I thought you had asked that.
I did.
So
I think if I can be
And
so
I
bold, and I'm
don't
not,
have an
I don't want to
answer
speak,
yeah.
I don't want to speak on behalf of the town clerk for this one. I think it's because we are sponsoring the one that we got reviewed by Adam, which he said, oh, this really should be a stabilization account. And so we are going to present it as such. And he may advise on the same thing for this. I do not know.
Okay, so I
That's
don't
just
know.
the
Yeah,
thought.
that's true. This was not brought on
Because
by
they
us,
both,
because-
in this expense report, they both are the same category of fund.
And
And if
my,
there's, it should be a stabilization account, then let's make them a stabilization account.
my
Would be my
answer,
thought.
my answer from Adam was that you could not do these special accounts.
Mhm.
We can't do this. We can only do it if the requesting department, which is typically how it happens, says, here, I need this much money and I want it from free cash, and it is expended within that fiscal year.
Mhm.
Instead, what we have are accounts that carry over and over and over, the special accounts,
Mhm.
which I don't think
Yeah,
are
and
legal.
in the list, most of them are those one-time accounts. The ones that aren't are the anniversary celebration, the special town council, the elections. The rest of them look to be last year coming in and going out.
No, that's not true.
No.
There are many of them that are from many years ago. We've been cleaning them up over the
Okay.
years, and
Maybe it's better.
traditionally, I didn't know there was an issue with it, because it is how it has always been done here in town, as long as I can ever remember. And you hold on to it, like the sidewalks.
Mhm.
You hold on to
Oh, so those are,
that.
never mind.
Those
I
are
thought those
from
were
like
just.
04.
I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth then. I thought it was all.
No, they are not. They
Hang it.
carry over for 20 years sometimes, 25 years, and the money just sits in them. And I am told, or my understanding from town council is, yeah, you can't do that.
It's 1 year and then it's a sweep back to free cash.
And that's why we have to have the account, we requested a stabilization. And all those others need to be given up.
So I guess, I'm sure someone could
And
ask council to
so there
elaborate.
needs to be a discussion, because that is how it's always, I never looked up laws on this, but no one ever, I don't think town council ever looked at those accounts.
Yeah, nor would he.
When I said, it's one of those specials accounts that carry over time, you just hold on to them. He said, what are you talking about? You cannot do that.
Yeah, I mean, my
And
mentor
we're
said
doing
the same thing. He goes, oh, you gotta sweep that right back into the general fund. He goes, he
Exactly.
goes, and if you don't do that, he goes, maybe you sweep it into your stabilization account. He goes, because it's a capital project, and like, if it didn't come to fruition, put it back in there, find another project for it.
There are accounts with $3,000 that have been there for years.
Yeah.
You know,
There's
they
like
used it.
15, 20 of them.
Yeah, there's a whole ton of them. So we've been looking
Some
at
of them are like, I remember that some of them specifically say when it was voted on even in here, so.
Some of them
Didn't I
do,
send an
and some
email
of them
about the
don't.
trust accounts? And there was like, I was looking at this last night, 60-something accounts separate that Melissa had done the report on. And many of them are under $500.
Mhm.
Over 30 are under $5,000, many of them being $1,000 and
Yes.
$2,000.
I think
And
some
that's-
trust funds are different
What?
though.
Yeah,
They
but
are different
why?
from
Yeah.
these special accounts.
Because they could be for like a scholarship. If you run out of money in the
Well,
scholarship.
you saw
fund.
my question.
There
How
are,
much accounting is done for these trust things
I think like,
that hang
I
on
can know the
forever?
library has a lot of trusts and it's managed by the department head. And she knows how much is in one of those trusts and what it can be used for.
right.
And she brings it to the trustees if she wants to use, and then she'll see, and it goes up and down because it's invested and it sits
Yeah, it
there.
has interest
Some
when
of
you
them
spend
say
that.
you can only use the interest.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
so over time, the interest could be $32 or
Right.
whatever,
I saw
you know,
that.
depending. And so it's
worth
not
the
really,
paper it's printed on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. To do all that accounting and keep track of, yes, the library may
if
do
you're
that
not
theirs,
using
but
them, it's no big deal to keep track of it because it's just there. And you just print out the accounts.
Mhm.
It's not like anybody's using them. So anyway, that's all I have to say
doesn't
about
benefit
this.
the town.
Yeah.
And I've never seen one of these be replenished.
Yeah.
That is something that has never happened in the past.
And we're asking for
I've
it too.
seen things merged into a different
Yeah.
account. I'm giving up this one and this one and this one, and I'm gonna take those monies and I'm gonna use them for,
Yeah.
and it creates a new account.
Yeah, perhaps a resident will ask if it should be a stabilization.
Yeah, I mean, and that would be,
And we're kind of asking for a friendly two-step on ours, create a stabilization and fund it separate.
right.
Same thing here.
So catch all.
Yeah, so that might be where we wanna go.
So Article 9. And again, the town clerk, having chatted with him earlier, said he would stand up and share sort of the makeup of why it's $35,000. So I was appreciative of him. I'm going to say, Mr. Town Clerk, you're up. So
Cause it was 20. when
it went to
was-
20 and then he had it shifted in the motion. So again, the motions can always move on the floor. That's
The good thing about having that election and not having it in the general fund is because we always know we're gonna have one election,
Yeah.
maybe two, okay? But these are the ones that are over and above. And so it does make sense to have it. The question is it in one of these special accounts or is it also in stabilization?
yeah.
And is it $35,000?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about what an election
Okay,
costs.
he's gonna speak
Yeah,
to it.
that's, the
Okay.
town clerk knows that world much better than I. Article 10, I put it on one slide, is 10 and 11 is shifting from Board of Selectmen to Select Board, 2 words. So check your signature lines. I have to do that myself. And wherever there's references to selectmen, be Select Board members, much more inclusive. And then Article 11 on the right-hand side is the code of the town of Townsend by making, I guess I gotta clean up my wording, code of the town of Townsend. I'm not sure what I was thinking when I made that late at night. Yeah. But changing some words with non-substantive with, this is the hyphen, and insure with,
Mhm.
And this is not a money article,
No.
even though you request this is just requesting the changes.
Mhm.
And then he'll take care of that through the E-code line of the general budget.
Correct, yep, we have that within the budget. And then a friendly reminder, the annual town election is April 27th, 2026, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. here at the town hall. And annual town meeting, May 5, Cinco de Mayo at North Middlesex Regional High School. And I assume it'll be at 7 o'clock.
Always
I think
is.
Yeah, it always is. So that is how that will look that night. I do have the motions here. We did go over these once before.
We just want to divide them up.
You can either do that or I can just read them all out.
I'm good with that.
We've always done boom, 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 but you could,
It's up to you guys. Time for one.
I mean, it is a new experience and the presentation is great. I think that it will be refreshing to the residents.
I guess to Valerie's earlier point, putting the question itself, yes or no. That's kind of why I was asking whether you were doing it all at once in the front
Mhm.
or whether you were doing it piece by piece. If you're doing it piece by piece, I would put the question up. Because even though there are handouts of
Okay.
the warrant
Yeah.
article
Just something you can
and
pop.
handouts of the presentation, I
Past
don't
history.
know. I would give this presentation to be printed,
by the town clerk. Yeah.
right, before I put the questions.
Then you put
in.
your own little
Or have a
motions in.
separate one where
With
you
the
can pop the
questions
question.
interjected, okay.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Do you want the question in there, not the motion? You want the question?
The motion.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, sorry.
It's always been the question
Yeah.
before, but the motion might be better if we have them and we know that we're
So I could do
confident
both.
in
I
them,
could say,
which we better be 2 days before.
It's usually just a blank one slide, just the motion, so people know what you're talking about. That's what we've done in the past, but I'm open to.
I think
changes.
it's the article that's been there in the
Yeah.
past, not the motion.
Yeah, the article itself.
So if you look here, we have Article 1, and then I could insert the next slide and say Article 1, and then it would say warrant article and motion, the next slide.
So logistically speaking, you would read the article first and then discuss, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, the article.
I
is-
would
So the
read
moderator would say,
article
I'll take a
before the
motion.
slide.
So read the article. Say Article 1
Blah, blah,
is,
blah, blah, blah.
here's what was posted.
Yeah.
Here's the proposed motion. And now Kieran, the interim town administrator, will say, here's why we're
Exactly.
discussing it.
Yeah.
And then I'll go back a slide to say, here again is the warrant article and the motion.
Yeah,
You opine, residents, go from there. Let me know.
Exactly. So not to be printed out, but just in your version.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
it gives one of us a chance to second it,
Mhm.
and then we discuss, deliberate, blah, blah.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
can do that.
agree.
So I'll send this PowerPoint off to Jack, the town clerk, to print. He was gonna print the 100 copies with 3 slides on each page with a little space for notes.
With the couple of changes that you stated,
The only
like
change
not come, I thought there was 2 of them,
was at the bottom
not
here.
to come from the sale of the buildings.
I think that wording up.
Well, that could stay in, I mean,
Well, no,
because
in
we'll
one case,
address
they,
it in
it
the
can't.
motion.
Yeah, so here are the motions.
Clear go.
Yeah, but here are the motions.
Yeah.
I move that, this is for Article 1, ClearGov, I move that the town transfer from free cash the sum of $41,599.79 for the purchase, implementation, initial subscription.
Yep.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that's right.
Looks good. I think we're ready to go. As ready as well be, right?
Yeah, we'll let the residents decide.
It's always fun.
I'll
Back up to motion, I guess I can look here. Motion 6.
Council reviewed all of them.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right.
The wire wall thing is there.
Yep. We'll take no action. I'll end up editing this one to say we move the table of this motion at this time.
Mhm.
I'll change this one to 35K as requested by the town clerk. And then our technical code corrections.
Yeah, like what happened that went up 15,000? And there's still a balance of 8
I think we've been changing
or 2.
on the budget too, so
So
reflect our budget reality.
in the proposed omnibus budget, there's not a lot of money for elections. So I think he's trying to utilize free cash to make up that difference. Because there is a difference. Like he had asked for
Okay.
some funding there, and we went to level funding, and I tried to match 26 with 27. So, I think that budget took a hit.
I'm okay with it if it's actually used for elections.
Mhm.
Looks good, Karen.
I'll send that PowerPoint off to town clerk. I'll probably do that while we're sitting here tonight. And then I'll put my own version together, and I'll probably send it out to you guys just to make sure I don't seem crazy. Again, if you see any changes, I'll just work to fix them on the floor that night.
I just say print one test copy first.
Yeah.
Last year they looked had to change some stuff, and we should have stopped after one.
Yeah.
Changed it.
Yeah, they did, I think I said disagree. No, Jack, let me know if this looks wacky. So,
Okay. Test a few first.
I took a lot of your time there for 5.6. You are at 5.9.
Mhm.
TCAM, we've had some great meetings internally with ourselves, myself, Lori, and Mr. Bill Solomon, who's going to help us be our legal counsel to work with TCAM. We've had one initial kickoff meeting with TCAM and Mr. Dave Finoli. And with Lori's great help, we now have they have a functioning board, which is wonderful, and that would really help ensure a plan for them. We're sort of kicking through a few different ways to work with them on a contract. I think we still have a few things to really bake out before we really have a meeting of the minds where it's Attorney Solomon and TCAM's counsel sort of hashing out some terms. So I think there's more to come unless I'm missing anything.
Well, I just wondered if Veronica was going to have any input since you were a part of the
I would
last.
I would like to see what the agreement, well, I see the agreement here.
Mm-hmm.
This is what you had before.
Right.
And then we had, my understanding, our last meeting, Friday with Attorney Solomon was that we do the draft first. We present to them what we want.
Yes.
And then it goes to TCAM. I met with the TCAM board as liaison yesterday, and their counsel was there. They're expecting the same thing, to see the draft first, and then once it comes from us to them, and they do have they have a operating board of directors now for their corporation, which was part of an issue. And then they're still having trouble. I'm going to mention this again because he keeps mentioning it, and I know it's been asked before, regarding Comcast and who to call at Comcast to get the reason why every year it only seems to be 3/4 of the actual money that's supposed to be coming in versus 4/4. He keeps saying that it's because TCAM's on a fiscal year. No, TCAM's on a calendar year.
Yeah.
And the board is on a fiscal year. But still, just listening to him say that, I mean, if you have it 1 year, eventually you have to get all 4 quarters. We can't find out.
Yes, well,
Yes, we can.
yeah. We get 4 quarters in. Okay, we can only, all right, so we are on a July 1st to June 30th.
Mm-hmm.
So we can only give out what we get in.
Mm-hmm.
But we get in so we have Q1, Q2, Q3
Mm-hmm.
on the 3rd, but we should also have Q4 from the prior year,
Right.
which comes in our fiscal year,
Right.
in that prior fiscal year. So when we go to town meeting, we should be able to disperse Q4 from FY25 that came in FY
Agreed.
26.
and the 3.
He seems to
And-
think that has not happened. I don't
Well,
understand.
what has
how it couldn't.
happened is that so you can't dispense the money in a special town meeting, so we couldn't do it in the fall. But the first time we did this was actually like 2022 or
Okay.
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
This didn't exist before that.
Correct.
So the first year they got all the monies. The second year they did, but for some reason at annual town meeting the past 2 years, it has only been the 3/4 of the current fiscal year. They haven't
That's what he
included
said.
the quarter, the ending, the Q4 that came in for us, the next fiscal year. So we have to account for that in the motion that we make at town meeting. And why that hasn't happened is beyond me. But we have also had accountant, you know,
Yeah,
juggling.
yeah.
And so it could be, that could also be a reason for it. And so we just have to see how much money is there in that bucket,
About
what
150K
quarters
there,
it's
yeah.
from. And I don't think they have been
It's
requesting it
155 and
quarterly.
change.
I don't think they've been requesting it quarterly. So we have to find out what monies are gonna be there on the date of town meeting, what quarters they come from, and specify that in the motion that we make.
Yeah, can you get that information? The
That'll
only
be
thing,
like 2 weeks from now. just in
okay,
terms
the
of
only thing he
priorities,
got
like-
from Elizabeth last week was what
The
she
actual
says
dollars.
she actually
Has.
has, and that's the 155.
So
plus something.
doesn't Comcast, and I thought they had started doing that, they started sending we've sent you this much money. I thought I've
I
seen two
saw,
of those.
okay, I saw one quarterly report from Comcast.
Yes.
I can't find it again in my emails, but I saw, not personal emails, but to the town.
I think I've seen two of them
Okay.
in the past few
Somehow,
months.
there must be something,
6 months.
I don't get them, so.
if you can find that, if one of us can
I'm sure
end up.
Sabrina probably gets them.
I think it probably goes into a TA bid bucket. That's what I think.
my guess is
Sorry,
So,
but
What
that's
does
what
that
I
mean?
think.
Just to jump someone's old e-schlegel at townsendma.gov is my guess, based on the fact that he signed.
Which we don't have access to.
Correct.
Ah, so
It just,
Sabrina would have a copy?
no, Sabrina, it just it just goes away. Just is like it's in the ether.
How did we happen to get one, let's say?
Because we questioned it
Yeah.
when all of this started.
Can we ask Sabrina?
Let me see if I can help her real quick. Well, you guys,
Okay, thank you.
So one of the things I was thinking, so this was signed with the whole new thing in 2020, Zoom meetings were new. Is this a place for us to look at, like, how the process happens with TCAM recording the Zoom meetings and the boards? Because what's happening right now is people are going to outside channels to view town meetings, board meetings, because they're available there first. And so they're not going to the Town of Townsend channel. They're going to a different channel because our select board meeting doesn't show up for 3 or 4 days on the Townsend channel. And right now we have, the way it works, we have, and this is not personal anybody, we have someone who has to sit downstairs for 5 hours while we have our Zoom meetings. And I'm wondering if there's kind of a reverse order where we record the Zoom meetings and they get sent to TCAM to do whatever they'd like to do with them.
I don't see why they can't just be posted live.
Yeah,
And the reason for that is these used to go out to the TV.
yeah. And so
When
I'm
we
saying,
signed this, it went to the TV.
I
so
think
it
this is a chance
wasn't-
to update that process so that
Say that again, because Kieran's going to pass that along to Bill Solomon. Say that again.
It's
It's
right now.
process.
Yeah, right now, TCAM sits in front of town, any board meetings, and I'm saying flip that. So the town logs into Zoom, we host Zoom, whoever's here can share their screen, they can connect to the CPA guy who's in here, come on over, email me a thing, I can share my screen. Because they're that chair, they're in charge of the Zoom meeting. And then it gets sent to TCAM, they can do with it whatever they want to do, gets recorded. Just thoughts. Because this was done when it was still going to TV.
It was going to TV, the live feed, even the live Zoom was going on out on the Castus machine that sat right in that corner.
So I think it's time maybe to
And
look at that and update that
we
process, if you
need-
guys agree.
The meetings to be broadcast live, however that happens.
Mhm.
And then the recording put up on YouTube after the fact,
Okay, I'm
But
gonna
there
interject.
needs to
I'm gonna
be-
interject.
live.
For the last 2 years, they've not had a functioning board. The director has thought because of that, and he really didn't have whatever reports from Comcast, that he could not spend money for capital issues. And he's lacking equipment to do certain things that he actually has the funds to do. So that's the next step in their board of directors, is he's to come before them with what he needs to do what. Now, if we want those functions, we make that known,
Mhm.
okay? And then that will be incorporated in the new contract.
Yes.
Absolutely. Efficiency.
Yeah. Well, it also prevents, when there's a technical TCAM problem, we had our first TA screening committee meeting, and
Yeah.
TCAM got
They've
locked out,
had
so
a
it couldn't
lot
be
in the
recorded.
last week.
And if I had set the Zoom link, I just would have it would have been just my face if I hadn't been able to, but at least it would have been, that recording would have been available. So just thoughts because we have to negotiate on our behalf.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
for some services that may be easier for our boards.
Correct.
Yeah.
Also-
Absolutely.
Worth noting for our legal trust folks, we have to pay our attorney, and it
Yeah,
comes out of
exactly.
town council dollars.
Mm-hmm.
I philosophically have a problem with that because of Comcast, we have to pay an attorney now to broker an agreement with somebody.
Well, that's what we did last time too.
Yeah.
I mean, it isn't a change in.
I just,
Unfunded
in the world, in a new budget reality, I think we can't leave anything off the table, and just if we can make things more efficient even here, I think it's the time for us as a board to advocate for that.
And the Comcast agreement that we have, the new one, there is an outline for capital spending
Yeah.
that Comcast actually is going to give additional funds outside of the subscriber funds, which are for operations, for increasing the product that they have, for increasing their efforts, and be able to get
Well,
advanced technology.
if they could put something on the TV channel, it would be an incentive, maybe, for people to keep Comcast, because you can get the local stuff live, even if you don't have a computer. So I think.
I'll just send you my
Cable,
comments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yep.
We're spending probably a little too much time on
Okay.
TCAM for what it's
Okay.
worth.
But you guys have the idea of
Yeah.
do you want me to write this up and block out the old thing and say, we need this, 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 and this? Do you want me to do that? Because I will, if you want me to.
Up to the
I'm
board.
happy to see that.
I don't have time for that, and I
But
think
You
you guys,
can, Veronica,
yeah.
because she's already had the experience
She
with them.
knows, yeah. And in general, I'll leave it at that. That's fine.
Okay. Let's go on.
Yeah, this would be like a May thing I would work
Yeah.
on for you guys. This is not
Yeah,
between now
after
and May
town.
1.
After town meeting.
Okay,
Priority-wise.
the only thing we really need for him is to have the correct amount for the warrant article on
155.
annual town meeting.
Yeah.
Okay? Is
That's
that,
fine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
okay?
I don't have an update for you on 510. That'll be an April item as well.
Do you want April 7th?
Yeah, or April 7th or April 14th. Doesn't
What do we need, Veronica?
There's not a rush, so whichever meeting it fits. I don't think there's a rush
There isn't.
on that.
Unless we hear otherwise, April 14th
Sure.
for that issue.
Yeah.
511. So, after we met last time, in trying to find out how in the world we would pay for a recruiter, it's becoming a little more difficult, I think, as our budget gets tighter and tighter, with some changes. The only place I can see at this point in time is asking FinCom to use their reserve. I'm nervous about using that because I think there's other places based in the BVA that we're going to need it. I'm just being completely blunt and honest.
Such as?
Just looking through when I was looking through the BVA earlier, some things are up around 90%.
Mhm.
Some of the insurance numbers, there was one that came out.
Yeah, insurance is going to be high. Communications is going to be
Legal.
high. Legal will be high.
We can ask them. I just think it's gonna. So, and there's also the factor that I talked to Jason after our last meeting a little bit more about the process, and if it's $10,000 to $20,000, we're gonna have to put out an RFP for it. So it's a process that if we use a recruiter, like I understand your guys' rationale for 100%. It's going to be a while to do the whole thing. So, do you want to ask FinCom for money from the reserve, or we need to know where the funding is going to come from if we're going to put it out.
Do we absolutely have to do it?
No, we recruited 2 TAs without it.
You know, I felt,
No big deal.
when I met with, so the committee is the library director, the police chief, and myself, and they had amazingly good feedback in our first meeting, and the minutes will be available because it wasn't available to be recorded. Just they've been here a long time, and some thoughts on what the town needed. Structure, longevity, the 2 common things. Lots of structure-oriented thinking to get processes in place was probably the main thing that came away with it. I'll leave it in our hands to figure out what you want to do. I
think it's going to be way more work for your committee.
Yes,
that's what I think.
Yep.
And if you're willing to put in the time, fine. I think we've been unsuccessful in keeping a TA after doing the search the past 2 times around. And I think it's important to have someone who is going to stay in the town.
I think the 3 of us,
I want them
primary,
to, do the sign-in.
other than structure, it was longevity.
What else?
But I do think, and we all agreed, getting that salary a little more in line is probably the first step to that, to a comparable.
It's one step.
But the first, and probably the most important, right, in terms of the financial aspect. So, like I said, I'm
the budget takes out a lot of the other incentives that have always been in place for a TA, like a car allowance, those sorts of things. They're gone. We don't have a lot in there for training, right? I mean, it's not in there. And if this is a budget discussion talk, but if we aren't willing, we don't have anywhere else to go.
It is going to be
it's going to be a lot more work.
It is going to be more work. I actually think it might be a little bit quicker, just because knowing now that we have to go out for RFP, we have to get the approval for hiring a recruiter.
The advantage to a recruiter is they know the people from whom they recruit, and they know the backgrounds of those people and their likelihood of taking on challenging work.
I think everybody on that board too is definitely
how diplomatic of you.
very, very. I think we all agreed references were one of the primary things we all needed to check also. So.
And maybe presentation ability.
No, we were
sorry.
And one of the things we were talking about was actually give us a 5-minute presentation on X as the interview, a big part of the interview. Here's your template. Give us 5 minutes. What do you got? Because Townsend needs that. We need a systems, process, communication-oriented person.
And we need someone who's going to be willing to regroup.
So
I believe the person is out there.
Of course they are.
So did you speak to them at all about possibly consulting with Jason for a bit, or?
I spoke to him more about the RFP process that would happen if we got a recruiter. We can bounce questions off of him. I mean, at this point in time, I've got about 10 TAs that said, call me if you have candidates that you want me to check. Amazingly, they've been so helpful just talking to people. They're shockingly good.
I think it's important, but if you guys are willing to do the work, fine. It'll be interesting to see how it works out.
See, and the trick is too.
Time's the charm.
I have faith in them.
Yeah, 2 months from now, we come back to you screaming, "Oh my God, please give us a recruiter!" So you never know.
True.
Well, there's no money.
I know, that's the problem.
There
isn't any money anyway, so you might as well have at it.
And so that would be, we can get a job description and a vacancy posting hopefully going soon. For me, next Wednesday, we're going to open up a pretty robust public comment at the beginning for anybody who wants to pop in for 2-3 minutes.
My one last parting shot, because you guys love a special town meeting within your annual town meeting, is you could use $20,000, let's say, from free cash in that special town meeting.
If we don't have anything going on by then.
Oh, well, there gives you some time.
Gives you a little leeway to play that out.
And I think it's a great group. And like I said, I'll put the agenda out, and I might actually ask if the agenda can go on like out to employees and maybe Facebook, just so people know we're actually going to take public comment next week. And there'll be a note there if you can't be there, send an email.
When is the date of public
Wednesday, next Wednesday, 6 o'clock. So that'd be the 25th, right? And I'll get the agenda out tomorrow. I just needed to know where we were going with the recruiter before I put the final agenda together. And if you can't make it, employees are welcome to submit comments too. They'll be read at, it's not going to be a forum. There won't be any back and forth because that is a different thing.
Right,
This is just public
exactly.
comment. And the topic at hand is the town administrator's fee thing. And if people have feedback on what they think would be helpful.
Good idea.
That's it. So we can take that off the FinCom joint.
Excellent. Next on
Thank you.
your agenda is 512 Conservation Restriction Committee update. I think that's Ms. Kell.
It is. I'm not exactly sure why it's here, but I can give an update.
Coming back to you to get some water while you do that. So-
Can I go back just for 1 second? Do you guys want me to come back to you with the job description and posting?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I was gonna say
absolutely.
that while you were saying that, isn't that something that we all would have to approve?
Yep.
Yes.
So that'll be April, because I mean, or I can just bring it to you guys for next week.
If you have it next week.
Okay, I'll try and get that done.
If not,
No, this is important.
April 1st is fine, or
Bye.
April 7th, the first meeting in April.
Okay, so you're
Whatever
gonna
the
be
date is.
back on the 24th. If you need to delay, it'll go to April 7th.
I want to get it out, so.
So you're back on the
Okay.
24th.
Sorry.
On the Conservation Restriction Committee, are we ready to roll on that, to go to that topic
Yep.
on the agenda?
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
If you are.
Oh, no,
Didn't mean
it's
to
fine.
interrupt.
Yes,
I
you did.
guess this is more of a committee status update, but the CR is in MISA review to see, it has to go to MISA review before it goes to EOEA. So they're reviewing it to see if the format of it meets their requirements.
Just for the public, could you state what the acronyms are?
Conservation restriction is a CR.
And MISA?
That's harder. Massachusetts Endangered Species.
Okay,
Blah, blah, blah.
yeah, okay. Just so that they have an
It's a
idea.
division of Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program at the Department of Environmental and EOEA.
Mhm.
It's them.
Okay,
Okay, so it's going, because Squanicook Meadows is priority habitat, which means you can't do much out there without a permit from them. They are the ones that review that. So it's there. We're looking for funding for a baseline document report, a BDR. That's baseline document report. That needs to be part of the process. And DCR has a conservation assistance grant. And so we need to go out for quotes for that document, because an environmental analyst has to do it. They walk the property, they look at what's there, they look at all the corners. It's what's used to monitor the property in the future. And typically those are around $5,000. And it can be funded through the DCR grant process.
Okay.
And so, but to apply for the grant, we need to have quotes. So we don't have to go with one of the quotes, but we have to have quotes to show what the cost.
so your
Okay,
committee
document
is getting quotes
Well,
to go for the grant?
we would actually like our interim TA to get the quotes for it.
Okay, is that agreeable? So that's not an emergency? We're not in an emergency?
Well, the
mode,
emergency
Or
is,
when's the grant?
it would be good to have it in before the end of April. I checked and there are still funds available.
End of April is doable.
And so that's.
Friday would have been
to put the
tougher.
grant in. That's to put in the grant.
Yeah.
And I should not be the person putting in the grant. It should
Right.
be our grant person, which is also our interim TA.
Okay,
So,
so I will have that.
and I have a list of companies,
Yeah.
which I don't think I've provided to you.
How about April 21st?
And that's just what I put on here, April 21st.
And do we have any current EEA grants? I don't think we do. We haven't applied for any in the past year.
We've probably applied for one or two, but
Well, if we've
Catch that
applied,
offline,
there's a
so.
login that we have to link
Yeah.
to. So I would need to know that.
Okay, I'd like to,
So
Move along.
that's the update.
okay,
Cool.
thank you for that, and now we'll get a report on that on April 21st.
perfect.
Thank you. We are now on 513 RFPs to be activated. Do you want to quickly just tell us? I don't think that's
Yep.
anything we're voting on.
Yeah, not a voting matter. 3 RFPs currently going on for the town, which is great. For those that are listening at home, one is an older one that we just didn't have any hits on for the Townsend Affordable Housing Trust, for a lot on Haynes Road, lot 34-80-0 for the sale of approximately a 3-acre parcel. That will be going up online as well as a few different spaces for procurement purposes. So if anyone knows anyone looking for a parcel of land, feel free to recommend that. That's incoming. The second one is Town of
And it
Townsend.
doesn't have to go to auction?
No, because it's trust owned, not town owned.
Okay, so RFP,
Is out for soliciting for bids
To
based
sell
on,
the property.
to sell the
Okay.
property. Yeah, it's the disbursement of property.
okay.
And town council has cleaned that up for us. Second,
Will all the RFPs be put on our Facebook page and our website?
they'll be on the website. I don't know if I would link them to Facebook.
I would definitely, we've always put them on the website.
Yeah, they were-
I don't know that I put them on Facebook.
But it's not interactive, it's only informational.
Not,
So-
yeah,
Then if it is, it should be, my opinion, our current RFPs, Facebook page,
link,
website.
yeah. Something to that-
Exactly.
Yeah, something to
Nothing
that.
more than
That's
that,
all I do. I
Okay.
wouldn't put
nothing more than that.
Yep.
Anybody's interested, they'll look, but I mean, it's just one more place that you can advertise it.
Yeah,
The only other places, you'd be putting it on the bulletin board?
bulletin
Downstairs?
board, combis, and usually you should run it through the paper, like the Groton Herald or the the Sentinel is the other one. So those are different, there's different requirements for that procurement side of things.
Okay,
So
so
I can
it
do
has
that.
to be in print somewhere.
It does, yeah.
So that's the cost to the town to do that.
It
too.
is, yeah, it comes out of, town administrator, select board, buckets.
Communicate.
Yeah.
Okay,
Second one, Town of Townsend solicitation for concrete slab, for on Jeff's Court here for our NFC project for $30,000. Town council has also given me some feedback and that will be going up shortly. Miss Margaret Scarsdale was here yesterday and said, hey, use that money, so we're gonna do that. So that's how that one will shake out. The third one is a larger one, is the Townsend Brookline Street Sidewalk Project. That is a complete streets project that they have posted that we're working with GPI Engineering. They're actually going to collect the bids and then we're going to unseal them on April 14th. Initially it was April 9th, and I'm not here. So we will create an addendum to say it's April 14th to open up the sealed bids for that project. There's various information on SharePoint and to Lori's point, I'll work to get that on our website, and then the Brookline Street one, they already
who's
got it.
present for opening the bids?
It's me as the chief procurement officer. And any of the people who solicit bids or share bids can come and watch the unsealing and sort of go from there. So it'd be me, probably highway superintendent, because he's sort of the lead on this project. GPI would have a person either here with us or a remote for opening the bids. In terms of what the project shakes out to be,
And for the public purposes, GPI?
is the engineering firm.
Okay.
That-
514, are we good with that now? Are you done up with that report?
We are, yep, good to go.
514, review, discuss agenda approval process and agenda template. I think I have this put on here because in beginning to use the template that we all approved, this wasn't exactly how it was approved, and we're going to go back to how we were. with the new business, old business, as we were the example, basically, except for the header, we were the example for the agenda, we being the select board. So the only thing that we have taken out, because there's really no reason to put it on here, because if we wanted to do it, if we had an emergency thing, I could do it anyway as chair, and that is additions and deletions. It's rarely ever been used, and it seems to cause some kind of, I don't know what I want to call it, but it's some kind of conversation over it, and if there is in fact something that comes in within 48 hours of the meeting that I didn't know, or any chair didn't know before the meeting, and they felt an urgency to bring it up or announce it, it could be done. If it wasn't going to require a vote, it could be done under announcements. And that's all I had, just to let you know, we're going to go back to the new business, old business. And again, old business stays on until we move it off. And then we don't forget it. 515, town administrator updates reports, invoices requiring future transfers.
Oh, fun topic. I will bring these up on the screen. Can't remember which one of you asked how spending has been going.
I was talking about that for the
Yeah.
TA recruiter there.
So, you know, we've
I knew
gotten
there was a
some,
reason I thought.
yeah, we've gotten some bills that will require year-end transfers. Notably, trash bill is one of, you know, it's almost $4,300.
Oh, why is that? I wondered why it hadn't been paid.
I think it had just gotten lost in the shuffle, whether it be, you know, with a new TA, you know, it's a new project we're doing, a new avenue. We now have the bill, and the TA office is going to work to get it paid. It's not something we have in our line items.
We don't have the municipal trash.
Municipal
I thought it was
trash
always there.
was budgeted.
We all remember this somehow.
But
We
where?
talked, that's what I'm looking for. We
Yeah.
talked about that many times over.
We can all look
Like
for
even
that
at
offline
town
probably
meeting
and
saying,
figure it
Yeah,
out.
we
we
can
pay
look
for our
offline.
own trash.
We'll
Um,
figure that out.
So-
Town meeting, board of health meetings, we pay for our own trash.
We'll figure it out.
We've talked about it at this table.
mhm.
Yes, we have.
We have the funds for municipal trash. Now, maybe we weren't looking at the budget,
Yeah.
but we pay for our own trash.
Well, there was a question of, is it on the Board of Health budget? Is it in the town administrator budget? Where does it
It
live?
was always in the Board of Health budget.
We'll go
Yeah.
take a peek, see if we can give you any insight.
Here,
So,
I can give you the line even, right there.
is it in the Board of Health? Or is
It's
it,
under solid waste.
And is it 2 line items? One for municipal
It
and
went from 825,000 to 10,000, and this is the account number.
you've just
All right.
made him very happy.
she made the budget really happy.
Hopefully, it's still there.
Yeah. So that,
I don't know what happens.
well, let's figure
We have
that
a line item number now.
we have a line item, and at $4,300 for half a year, we double that up, we are $8,600. That means we'll have about $1,400 available
For
there
cash.
for free cash for next year.
Or transfers.
That's a win.
Mhm.
Whatever you say.
The next big one, and Sabrina's working hard to figure this out because her and I both have some questions on this, but I wanted to bring it to your attention because it's a large number, is $31,491 for a workers' compensation premium audit that was done about a year ago, and it was to be paid in December. We've been asking questions of this Braley and Wellington group. They've gone through a couple iterations of mergers and acquisitions. So even they aren't quite sure if we paid this already, but they're going to work with our town accountant to figure that out.
Is that the bill that I asked about?
I don't
The
remember.
audit?
It might be that
It
one.
was in our,
It's always done in the
SharePoint?
fall.
it's
Yeah.
always in the fall.
It's always done in the fall.
Mhm.
And sometimes we get funds
Yeah,
back,
that's the one.
and sometimes we have to pay it.
Well, this,
And this is not necessarily the company.
So this is to the point of
He just said
mergers and
different
acquisitions.
people.
Yeah, they bought out the previous person, this
Okay.
Rayleigh and Wellington group.
This was
Do we
one,
know who the previous person was?
No, but we can find
Yeah, with
out.
the screen share, I don't remember it off the top of my head. I just wanted, for
Yeah.
folks who
Okay.
are looking at home here.
looking at these is what made me come back to you guys about that, that recruiter,
Yeah, well-
because I was like, because there's so many like this, like they don't have it.
I mean, this gentleman, Jason Farrow, really wants to come here and talk to us. I just finally had, Sabrina was gonna work with him today. I said, just have him send us an email about what we owe, what it's for, and, how it got to be
Yeah,
$31,500, because that's a lot of money.
and what was it like the year before
So, and
that
that's
it
what,
must have been paid?
that's what the town accountant's gonna look into.
This is,
Premium
Oh,
audit,
we can
workers'
talk later.
compensation, but that's it also said something payroll audit. So is that like every year you audit the payroll and then it's $32,000 to
no,
audit?
no,
That's a different audit.
no, that's different.
That's the treasurer collector audit, so.
That's, and we're meeting next week.
This is,
Oh, I thought I was looking at something from
So-
Melissa.
See, town accountant was like, if this were around 17K, that would make sense. 31,491 is a substantial increase from what it had been. She's like, I'll dig in, and I catch up with her on Wednesday morning, so I'll chat with her tomorrow.
Elizabeth?
Yeah.
it,
So,
maybe we do want to talk to Jason Farrow if he is our
Okay,
insurance agent.
Kelly, did you know
Because
something
something-
about this?
Well, Rayleigh Wellington is our insurance agent.
Or,
That's our new insurance agent for all of our insurances.
oh, but
Because
wasn't the,
Jason Farrow went to a different company? Is that what happened?
I don't know, I was just informed that they were our new insurance company
They are our agent?
agent, yeah.
I
So,
haven't dug in on much of this.
Wonder if it
So-
happened in the transition time or something.
do you remember who it was before? Because you were here the year before, or?
This was always part of our insurance premiums. It was never a
So-
separate charge.
Right, so that's like Elizabeth saying, she's like, I have the 17-ish K available. She's like, but you're short about 14K then.
so
That,
this number can't be right because, we sometimes pay, we sometimes receive money back. from
that's
this
after the audit.
After the audit.
But this
And-
is for the audit itself, is
Correct.
what I'm seeing.
Right,
Mhm.
so but this looks like, can I see the second page of this?
There's only one page.
There's only one page.
But like Sabrina was working on this for most of the day to try to figure this out, so.
Usually
Oh.
fivers.
This was always part of our insurance package.
Mhm.
And the audit happens, and we pay as part of our insurance package for a workman's comp audit to happen. And that audit typically happens in the fall, if I'm correct about stuff. And then what you're describing is what happens after the audit. Sometimes we get monies back, sometimes we have to pay money, but it's not big money like this.
No, it's like.
It's usually
5,000.
small money.
There was one email I saw that the billings have been broken out at times. So it wasn't just the 31.5 all at once. It was broken into smaller charges. But that was before
But
this
still.
merger and acquisition that went out.
Yeah, this is different and I think we need to see what our insurance package is
Mhm,
these days, because this is new.
mhm.
And they switched to Jason Farrow while Teresa was on the board. The insurance, it was always Bruce Hayman, who had been our insurance person.
Right.
And the switch to Jason happened after I was off the board. Because we were still the other way. And I'm not sure what happened there. I really don't know.
So it's something for us to investigate.
Yes,
Just
it is.
trying to be mindful of time for
Yeah,
everyone.
keep going.
Um,
Yep.
Let's keep going. Thank you,
Yeah.
Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly. While I have you under TA reports, so we touched on invoices. I'll quickly share with you, touched on invoices, department updates. Officer Stellato has submitted his resignation and will leave at the end of the month for the police department. The town continues to invest roughly $125,000 to train new officers, highlighting the importance of remaining competitive in the marketplace. The department, thanks to Chief Sartell, will also submit a letter regarding the motorcycle donation, which will be shared and acknowledged for signatures. We're very excited about that. Great opportunity for the police department to add another asset to their resources. Jay Sartell is here, but I don't think we need him to speak up on anything because he's going to share with us.
Yeah, he's here for executive
He's
session.
not.
No?
Not for executive session.
Okay.
But
Oh, that's us. That's right.
that's
Sorry.
just, internal discussion.
Not you, Chief. Sorry.
Yeah, he might be just be listening or driving home. Union negotiations. We had a ground rules kickoff today. Myself, Ms. Veronica Kell, were there. Our labor council gave us some ideas, and it was a productive meeting, I thought. The town administrator's office is continuing to prepare for special town meeting and annual town meeting. MassDOT update. We've been named a finalist for a speed feedback sign on Canal Street. Highway is reviewing the details, and we will be notified if the town receives the award. Which is kind of exciting. That is kind of I've heard it's a speedway there, Canal Street there, and it's a tighter bridge. So
It's a tighter bridge. I've never seen speeding. It's like, how do you speed? Oh, you do? It's so narrow.
It is narrow, but
Okay.
there's the challenge.
There's a challenge.
You always
Just
give
go
it a
quicker
go.
to get by quicker, apparently.
It is important to be mindful that fuel costs are spiking right now. I'm starting to hear from some of our department heads in terms of what the consumption level is looking like on those fuel lines. It's going to cause some burdens to our budgets, just like electricity. The cost is going through the roof. With the increase in fuel, we all should be mindful of driving less, finding a different way to do something, ride a bike to go rake leaves. I don't know. When it goes up 75 cents a gallon, the repercussions are going to be significant. So we're in a tricky spot. So
It's a good thing it's not 8 or 9 a gallon.
let's hope it doesn't get there. So
We've been there, done that.
yeah. So that's, I know, a brief look at that quick report there. I'll also share with you the snow and ice breakdown. I'm not trying to create any more voodoo for winter. I'm sure we're going to get another storm. But currently, we have spent nearly $500,000, which means we're about $246,000 in deficit right now. I had been working on that 350 number. It's important to note that there's a truck that needs a pretty sizable repair for about $10K for one of our regular pickup trucks. And one of the big trucks is going to have some engine work done on it, and that's going to take a pretty good chunk of change to do that. So, I'm ballparking, fingers crossed, God willing, we stay right around the 300K number. Hopeful. It does, make you really think about projections and looking at next year's budget and what we do there. But it is the one sort of channel you can do deficit spending on. It's not a wise budget practice. It's not a solid way to do things, but
No, it's not.
it's just kind of part of the bigger strategy that we're working on now as a town. So hopefully we get there. My only other thing I had for you guys in my neck of the woods may have been this larger. This might go back to that mega audit item, but that was in your SharePoint, so you can take a look at that in terms of all the different makeups here and how it all came to be. So I don't know enough about how this insurance works, so it's just not something I'm very familiar with. So I'll work to get more.
That's in the
information.
SharePoint, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
If anybody wants a copy of it, feel free to share it. So.
It is in the SharePoint.
Okay.
So that was TA updates.
Okay. Any reports from liaison?
Not this week.
No. I already
Oh, we
spoke.
did, 5 second school. We did get the final numbers in the letter
You
official.
didn't?
But we did. We did end up, the official letter from their treasurer should be coming in soon.
Maybe, I just
Yeah.
took the number in the email.
Yeah, but we did get
Carried
the
on.
number in the email, and they did a lot of work to really do
So
that.
it's less than,
So yeah, it was less than the initial, and so it was, I mean, it was the number that we
It
had,
was the number that I
It was the number.
had.
that
the second
Kieran
one?
and I had gotten from them more
Yeah.
recently, so yeah. So, but I do want to acknowledge that really was probably a Herculean effort.
Yeah,
Okay, do you have any announcements?
That was it.
Oh, do not.
I did, in the announcements, I did put a draft letter to, the first responders. I think you guys might have seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay? Do you guys approve me sending that out? Yay? Yay?
Where?
Just to
I didn't
fire
see
police.
yours. Oh, I saw
Just a
the
draft
ones from
letter.
the chief.
No, I had
regarding
a
the-
draft letter in responding saying thanks for all the hard work, basically, nicely.
From
there.
the Board of Selectmen?
I said it was on behalf of Board of Selectmen. We can,
And it's under announcements and
Yeah.
communications?
I didn't get to see it. You can read it out loud, please.
sorry.
Is Jane coming to executive sessions?
Sorry, I put it in there. I'm prepared for.
no, but we want to have probably about 40 minutes
Yeah.
to talk about that
So
stuff.
we're gonna do that next, quickly.
We can do the one quickly and move it to next week.
This is just say, do you want me to read this on? March 2026, dear Fire EMS and Police Department staff, on behalf of the Townsend Select Board, I would like to offer my sincere appreciation for your efforts during the recent fire at Burgess Road. Your swift and coordinated responses are a testament to the training and professionalism of the first responders throughout Townsend. While this specific event is a reminder of the risks all first responders take, it is also a chance to thank you for the work that often goes unseen on patrol, responding to medical emergencies, or educating kids at community events like Truckapalooza. Your dedication helps keep Townsend safe. Those efforts do not go unnoticed, and we are lucky to have your departments as a cornerstone in making Townsend the place so many of us call home. Continue to stay safe out there. Sincere thanks. Howard Goodrich Clerk.
The change I would make is I would say the Townsend Select Board would like to offer our sincere
I can make it from all of
appreciation.
us. That's fine.
And you signing it is
Okay.
fine as the clerk,
Yeah.
but I would make it that as opposed to
No
the
problem.
I piece.
I did respond on my own.
This would be
Just
for,
thanking
so they can send it to staff.
Oh, okay. That's okay. We don't need an emotion, right?
And I think it's good.
Yeah, cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I'll change that first line.
Okay. Appreciate that.
No problem.
So 517 announcements, communications, volunteer response.
I would like to
form.
go over okay, go ahead. Where are you at?
517 for announcements, communications, and volunteer response forms.
Yeah.
I was going to list those positions that do not have any candidates and therefore are available for write-ins. So just for the public to know, Amanda Dwight Entertainment Fund, the Board of Assessors, these each have one position. The Board of Water Commissioners has a 3-year term and a 2-year term. Planning Board has a 5-year term. Planning Board has a 1-year term. Recreation Commission, a 3-year term. Recreation Commission, a 2-year term. Townsend Housing Authority has a 2-year term. Trust Fund Commission, 3-year term, and Trust Fund Commission, 2-year term. All of those positions are vacant and no one running for. So if anyone out there is interested in an elected position, you can get right in. And let as many people know as you know that you would like to do that. We're happy to see you come forward. Does anybody else have an announcement?
I will have this go on Facebook because this is the notification of a public hearing for the vegetative management plan that the state Mass DOT shared with us in regards to vegetation management plan. In the Zoom they're going to have, I will post this because it's kind of exciting for those that are interested. Otherwise it was the resignation of Officer Alex Stellato. We had a resignation notice from Miss Mary Jane Churchill from the Recreation Committee. And Townsend also received a response to an open meeting law appeal that was filed and then reviewed on by the Office of the Attorney General, and they did not find that the Townsend Select Board violated an open meeting law. And we have that as a record as well, if folks are interested. That's all we have for now.
Veronica, did you have
No,
something?
that was exactly what
Okay,
I
good.
wanted to make sure that those things got noted.
Very good. Our next meeting will be March 24th, 2026. And of course, our special town meeting is this Thursday, March 19th at 7 p.m. at the high school. And is there a motion under 519?
I've got a good move to review and sign payroll and bills payable warrants out of session.
Veronica Cal second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Veronica Cal aye.
Good.
Laura Schifrin, aye. We will be going into executive sessions, but we will be coming out at 6 p.m. for the joint meeting with finance, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, is there a motion?
Oh, yeah, read out loud. The motion is, so we're going to move to enter and adjourn from,
Do you want me to do it?
I'm trying to figure out where she wrote it.
This is coming.
No, you have to write all of it. You have to read all of it, and then, I'll put my glasses on.
Executive session, 6.1, executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A, part 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, police chief. 6.2, executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30, section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or contract negotiations with non-union personnel and non-union personnel. 6.3, executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21, part 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining if an open meeting law may have detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body and the chair so declares. ASME, Local 93 Clerical Union Supervisors, Highway/Water Union. We will return from this executive session back to regular session.
Hi, Laura Schifrin, the chair so declares. We are moving into executive session at 5:24.
5:24.
Oh, thank God. 5:24 p.m.
Veronica Cal second.
All in favor, roll call.
Veronica Cal aye.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. Thank you, Keith.
Sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience from our executive. I am resuming and calling to order the joint meeting with the Finance Committee here at 6:02 p.m. Roll call of Select Board.
Veronica Cal present.
Present.
And Laura Schifrin present. Don?
Okay, call to order the meeting, the joint meeting with the Finance Committee, with the Select Board at 6:01 p.m. Roll call attendance, please.
Dan Graham here.
Mary Jane Churchville here.
Carol Hawks is present.
David Walker present.
Kathleen Spofford present.
Don Hayes present, and I'm sorry, if somebody is connected, can I see if Carolyn Bezikas is online?
She is not yet online.
Okay, thank you.
Hope she's having fun. Sounds like she was going someplace cool.
Hold one. So we have a forum.
Do you have any meeting business you need to take care of, or do you want me to jump right into?
We did have an item that we had, we had wanted to discuss because we didn't have the opportunity last week. It wasn't on the agenda, which is the driver position for the senior center. They had a driver that was a Monday, Friday driver, and that driver is now only able to do Monday, so they have a request for an exemption to the hiring freeze so that they can hire the driver for the Friday.
And that's funded from,
The LRT,
That's funded
local
from
regional
the
treasurer,
whole
regional.
Didn't we decide that
Well,
because it wasn't coming out of the budget that?
we we couldn't make a decision because it wasn't on the agenda, so that's why it's on the, that's
Yeah.
why it's on the agenda. I mentioned it that we were gonna discuss it at our next meeting. And since we're here with the select board, I thought it was a good time to put it on the agenda.
Right.
So we're gonna ask the select board to consider, any positions that are not coming out of the town budget, that they don't have to ask for an exemption. If they're being paid,
If they're funded by revolving funds or an alternate funding source. Like,
I don't want,
So I defer to thinking of a hiring freeze to me, and the process we took that evening was we made an exception after you guys made a recommendation and deliberated, and then, you made a recommendation and said, yep, we feel police for these roles has an exception and highway for these roles as an exception. And then we shared that with the departments. I think that's a good process right now, sort of where the town is at. I totally hear from the COA that, this is a position that's funded through grant funding. It's just, I think it's important for us to know for checks and balances what's going on, even if it's a revolving fund, just so we're in the know. And it keeps us apprised of what's going on in those groups.
Yeah, I mean, the discussion came up with us mainly because we met with the Board of Health, or not, I'm sorry, the Recreation. We met with the Recreation Committee to consider their request for their summer program. We voted to make the recommendation that we approve their request. And a big part of that was the fact that that also comes out of their revolving fund. It doesn't come out of the town budget. And then when we heard of this request that we were gonna have to discuss tonight, some of us thought, well, for these requests that don't affect the town budget, maybe we don't need to go through this process where we've got to consider it, make our recommendation to you, and then you have to consider it and make the decision to allow it or not allow it. It kind of seemed like, is that really necessary for positions that do not affect the town budget? That was where we were coming from.
Yeah, I mean, FinCom is more than welcome to take that approach. I think someone said at your last meeting, a good believer in the checks and balances of things. So that's sort of where my head goes on this practice. I know it's a little bit more laborious for your board, but also the group that's looking for the seasonal employee or whatever, the grant funded position. But I think that's probably a good practice, but you guys could make a decision otherwise. So.
We voted last week I think our vote was to hire this position if you guys recommended it. That was our vote. So we vote because we had it on our agenda, so we said continue upon your recommendation.
So just we motion.
So, yeah, I make a motion that we recommend to approve the hiring for that position, for the driver position.
second,
Okay, so we had a motion and a second to recommend the hiring for the additional driver for the Friday. So the finance committee would recommend to the select board to hire the position on the Friday to continue the full schedule of the bus availability.
Excellent. And I can catch up with Elise and let her
We need
know.
a
Okay, and oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah. It's kind of like, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just get rolling.
We do it all the time. Right? We vote.
The vote in the affirmative is to recommend to the select board that the driver is hired for the Friday. Roll call vote.
Aye.
Mary Jane Churchill, yes.
Carol Hofstas, yes.
David Walker, yes.
Kathleen Crawford, yes.
Thank you for correcting me. It's unanimous. The recommendation to the select board is to do the hire for the driver.
COA would be happy.
Did we communicate our recommendation on the?
We did not because I thought we were doing that.
Do it that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
At the finance committee meeting, we also recommend to the select board the approval of the exemption to the hiring freeze for the recreation department to hire/rehire positions to cover the summer program and not to exceed the 17 new hires, which was the maximum they were asking for, and allows them the flexibility to put them into the appropriate of the 3 positions that they have open.
Can I ask a question? Is that like 17 full-time equivalents?
No, it was 17 total
part-time
part-time temporary positions.
But do any of them like they work.
I
Do you
don't,
see
I
what
don't
I'm
believe,
saying?
yes, I don't believe any of them become full-time positions. And they're also, it's
But there
not,
might be 19 in order to make up the 17 positions that
No,
they
no,
have.
no.
Or does the
No.
17
No.
include
just-
the part-time?
yeah, 17
Yeah.
includes the part-time, and they'll only
Okay.
hire what they need. If they only need
15.
11 people, they'll only
Okay.
bring on 11 people.
Yeah,
Right.
depending on their
Yeah,
kid.
Depending on their, right, depending on the enrollment and what they
Right.
need from enrollment.
What
Okay.
they had showed the enrollment of students was 85, 87, and 89 for the past 3 years. So if it goes on that same trajectory, it's only gonna be 91. So they don't see the need for any more than the 17 to cover.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the 17 builds in a buffer if they get to 100, 110 kids. I think 17 would fulfill what they
That's the
need.
question.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
they figured that gives them the flexibility if enrollment is higher than they expect,
okay.
and they'll still be able to cover that.
And the discussion was age-based. If it's all kindergarten, it's a 1-to-5 ratio on the hiring, so they may need to come back, and they understand that they may need to come back. But other than that, I think the ratio of student coverage is 10-to-1 after that.
So we can put that on our next week agenda. So we can-
It'll be the April one. We,
Just to vote for the exception.
okay.
Just because I just have to.
She has to wait for the approval before she can start.
Before she can start, and even posting it to start taking revenue.
It might be, yeah.
I asked her, it should be just a quick.
My question is, are we catching any indirect costs? Because that's labor for our HR. So when we say it doesn't cost anything, it does cost money. And I've got to sign every EAF. So that's why there's checks and balances here for.
Is it really is it rehires? or is
No,
it-
it's a mix of rehires and new hires.
So
But do they still need EAFs? I think they do.
They do, everybody does.
To
That
be
means
reactivated.
if they're new, that
Okay.
means we have and I don't know if the rec revolving fund covers the cost for drug testing, the Corey check, all that different stuff. Like,
Oh, I wish we'd known.
these are,
I think it was, I didn't bring the
I
sheet.
thought they
with me.
said that it did.
I
that would be great if it did.
want to say in one of
I don't
those,
remember they talking about.
yeah, but I think it was in the sheets that they
Oh, I
provided.
have the sheet.
Do you have
I
the
don't.
sheets?
I left them home.
I think it had a list of things.
Is normally each department pays for their own query check?
So when I started for Townsend as your fractional employee, I went and I believe it was billed to land use,
Yes.
and it was both a drug test, a full physical, Corey check. Like that's close to a few $1,000s worth of stuff. And then it was sitting with HR to go through all the paperwork, so that's time.
But doesn't it come out of the revolving fund to pay you extra? You're getting paid extra for that?
You would want to know I would want to know if the revolving fund is covering those costs to onboard a new employee who isn't a rehire, or, you need to do a background check every year on someone who's working with children.
I believe that it did, but I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, so in the event that it's 17 new people that all require this type of work,
Basically, what you said is every season it's a rehire period.
Okay, correct.
In other words, at the end of that season, everybody has to start all over again on the rehire.
Cost
They're
covered
staying
by the
on.
revolving
Yeah.
fund. Drug
There
testing
for her perspective, nothing is changing.
is covered by the
They're being
revolving
rehired, so
fund.
therefore the
What else
stories
is
and all
talking
that other
about?
stuff should follow with the rehire.
Oh,
I hope so.
Corey
And
check.
maybe Carol's got it.
Yeah, the Corey, so the drug testing is covered by the revolving funds. Not sure about the Corey.
Is there a cost for the Corey?
I don't know, is there? Because I've been
Yeah.
Corey checked for the
It should have.
PTO.
Well, you know what? Not always. Not always is there a cost.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Not always.
you made the approval, which is great, just, that was my only question for select board to understand.
Yeah, let them figure it out.
Okay,
We haven't had that request yet, have we? From the
Well, I
record.
mean,
It was in on the original, but we didn't make the recommendation on the first day.
Because
we didn't have details, we didn't know.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
I'll ask Emmy for whatever material she's given.
She knows it pretty well. She may say, oh, it's all covered. Great. Good to go.
I'll just ask her the same material she gave FinCom and I'll just stick them on SharePoint for you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we'll get that on
But I'm
324
not
or 7.
understanding,
So.
if it's all covered by the revolving account, why is it an issue? Or is
But
it,
it's,
We don't know if it is. If everything is covered, great.
but why would it not be?
Because some of that's like onboarding stuff. So it's hours that you're going to spend. Like we just hired a recycling person for the solid waste group. He came in here a number of times and sat with HR to be like, all right, what do I need to do for onboarding? And that's an indirect cost. Like we charge our water folks indirect costs. We charge Board of Health for indirect costs in order to support their department. So, and like if they were to sit with me for 4 hours, then you guys pay me $62 an hour. That would be an
Well, they
indirect
would
cost.
pay out of their revolving fund, right?
It would depend on how the revolving fund is defined.
But we
And I
were
think-
told innumerable times that department was 100% self-funding except for Emmy's position. So now it has additional costs outside her position.
So if Emmy were
Yes
to
or
sit
no?
with me for 4 hours and ask about her summer seasonal stuff, that's an indirect cost.
So that would not come out of her revolving fund.
It should. Because if Dave from Water Department sits with me for 4 hours, we have a line item for indirect costs on his budget. And that's why we get $471,000 from the Water Department. So it's how it's defined within the revolving fund. I think Carol had the paperwork. So it sounds like it's covered, which is wonderful. But you have to think of indirect
When
costs.
it's not,
Then I would say you need to go back to recreation
yeah,
and understand what the cost is for 17 onboardings for people to be brought in and how they're paying for it. Right? Because you figure it's $500. If we're being really conservative, $500 per person, $8,000.
Does that include for rehires?
That's
Does that, because what do they need to do? They need to redo their core, they need to redo the drug test, right?
no, I don't think, I think they're good for a year. It's kind of like,
well, it depends on when you took them.
right, well, that's the thing, it's kind of like we have some of the discussion was some of the college students are coming back, so they were here last year, so they're.
But if they took them in
within-
June and they're only good for a year, they're gonna have to take them over again.
Right, and then the others are the rehires from.
I think this
the
is
winter
very
program.
interesting to know because either that revolving fund covers everything or it doesn't.
Right.
And if it doesn't, we've been misled dramatically by the powers that be, all of them, because we were told everything came out of the revolving fund except for self. Over and over again, we were told that.
Yeah.
Am I not right?
Yes, I believe all of that should come out of their revolving.
It sounds like it.
It's usually billed to the department that does the hire.
And they pay it.
And that would be them, so they would be paying that out of their revolving
Right.
fund.
And I don't think the queries that we did are charged.
They're not.
It's only if you're doing something, there's like an in-depth.
Yeah.
Right,
If you're gonna be the
Yeah.
constable, that was
Correct.
charged when we had those. You know, there was a fee for that, which we didn't budget.
Yeah.
So there were, but other than that, it went back to the department.
Yeah.
And they were to be budgeting for that in their professional services.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have a copy of a revolving fund budget, but if you did and you saw professional services on there, then that would be the catch-all for it. But I haven't been presented the
Right,
budget
on her budget?
on her revolving.
On
fund.
the
Oh,
revolving
revolving fund, the definition.
Yeah.
They did state that all those employees were covered by the revolving fund. We didn't necessarily ask that question,
No.
that specific question.
Yeah.
But it
So,
looks like what. you
but
have.
I would guess that they are. If that's been the practice, I would think
Well-
that they are.
We really shouldn't guess.
No,
Let them figure it out.
Right.
We recommend that they hire the people. You
Yeah.
handle that.
We'll take your recommendation.
Off we go.
Yeah, we did.
we should look at the revolving fund. anyway.
Yeah. Sometimes we do it.
As we get, make sure, as we recommended,
Right.
town meeting,
Well, we're here to discuss the budgets. So, with our FinCom folks here, do you want me to go line by line, omnibus on this screen? Is that helpful for everybody? I can go right to the recap if you'd rather me do that.
I think we should go line by line.
Okay.
Leave it for tomorrow.
No, we won't.
Hasn't a lot changed over last year, so.
So hopefully that's large enough for folks to see. It's gotten a little bit bigger.
As that seems to be the longest, there was another one on here for the review, for the reserve fund request. Is
That we're not doing that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
I had
It's on
to
the
talk to the
agenda.
select board first, and I wanted it on there if we
If it
wanted to
was.
request it, but our budget's probably for it.
Okay.
Thank you for noticing that.
So on the screen up front, as those can see, I shared this with Don.
I just got it out, so you haven't seen it.
Okay.
But if,
Is this the one you sent us
just a few minutes ago. It
a
kind
few
of,
minutes ago?
yeah, it's kind of like,
Oh, so this is the one.
right, so how much of this has changed since last week's?
You were
A
very
lot.
wise and full of sage consulting
Yeah.
feedback on me, so I did not have the $75,000 in there from the assessor's Hero Act
Okay.
exemption, so that has now been incorporated into the recap. And then I nipped and tucked in some other places on here to try to make the math check.
Okay. So that's the piece. There will be some changes in there, but if the Hero Act we talked about last year. It's now been.
Thank you for bringing it to my attention that night. I was tired and drunk and I was like, oh, son of, I was so close.
And 75 is a lot to find.
Yeah, it's a tough nut to crack.
Okay.
So, starting at the top, and this will resemble other budgets you've seen, looking left to right, you have your account name, you have your GLs, which we're not as focused on for now, but really the account name, the fiscal 26 approved budget, and then department requests that I've worked with, all our department heads on, and then sort of the fiscal year 2027 TA proposed budget. Having worked with you guys, select board, different departments, having gone to a few different department head meetings, we've sort of come in at this sort of ballpark numbers. Not all our departments will be thrilled, but this is trying to get us to a place where we're less reliant on free cash and more sustainable, trying to firm up things so we can do some projections for down the road. So I could take this between now and April and May and sort of see what next year looks like in the year after, and start to tell a story for the town. I'll call out some of the larger jumps along the way and speak up, yell at me, wave. I see a hand in the air already, so how can I help you, sir?
How can you get a $5,000 webmaster?
You can't. So essentially you'd be finding a staff member to create a stipend and have them take care of website updates and very basic
So
improvements.
they
to the
take a
website.
second job here as well?
Well, it would be someone internally, like
Yeah,
that you
I was gonna say,
said.
they get a second job, it just happens to be at the same place.
Mhm.
Okay.
Is that in lieu of the webmaster position we already have, or the contract, or is this?
I mean, so,
We don't
yeah,
Guardian?
yeah, Guardian does.
No, this is not Guardian.
Anthony?
This, no, Anthony is in IT. It was always a stipend position. It was a salary position until 3 years ago, and then it was moved to an expense
Well,
line.
we gave them last year.
And it was outsourced, I believe, to
Harrison.
Harrison's company. So this is
Oh,
just
didn't
that
that
line.
stop?
We don't have that anymore.
Correct.
Okay, so
Oh,
that contract was canceled, and this is,
so it's 6,500 one way.
right. Okay,
Yeah.
just to be clear.
Yeah, reduced it to 5K. Again, we're trying to piece the budget together as best we can. And, I had a dream, if you're looking at that 7,500 there, hiring a little firm or a small marketing company to help us come up with some ideas, that didn't really shake out as a reality. So,
I have a question.
sure.
On the TA salary,
Mhm.
I think 180 is very, very high, over high. And, I did a study on probably 10 towns, surrounding towns,
Mhm.
and Lancaster's the only one that has 185, I think it was.
Do you have numbers?
Do you guys want me to, why don't I come, I can come to next, if we don't have a meeting, and present what I did, because I had the TA screening committee, and I presented all the information and went to town, hold up real quick.
Well, I looked at all the surrounding towns, and I think 180 is exorbitant for our population, for our tax base, for our demographic, and I really think it should go back down to maybe tops 150.
So
and that would put us in a ballpark of towns that are equivalent to ours. I mean, Groton's 175. Why would we want?
No, Groton's actually 200 right now.
Oh, they went up this year?
Yeah. No, that was
last year.
So two choices. You guys decide. I can pull up the presentation I have now, which I gave to the select board.
Can you give a synopsis of it so we don't know?
What? Can I email it to all you guys? I can email it to you too because it's
powerful. I want to make recommendations.
So I'll just give you 1 minute. Let me just pull this up. It's just gonna take me a second because this is our thing. So my comparisons I did 2 comparisons. I did by population and economic. So I compared towns, similar population, similar income capita, and DLS gives me Douglas, Lancaster, Rutland, and West Boylston for income. Okay. If we look, West Boylston right now has town administrator search. They're 1 year in, and their job posting is 140 to 180. Lancaster is 175. Rutland is 146, but they have a 4-day town hall. Douglas is 180 and Townsend is 126 right now. So that's kind of our economic comparison. If you go to geographic, and I'll send this out to Don so you can give it, actually I have it in this. Geographic comparisons, we have Pepperell at 180, Groton at 200, Lunenburg at 169, Ashby's at 115, but Ashby's a third of our population, and they have half days in their town hall Monday through Thursday.
They didn't partner with Lunenburg.
So, in terms of our comparables, geographically, Lunenburg is the lowest, but I also have in here their executive assistants, and I think theirs is around 90. So I'll give you guys this presentation, and then next week on Wednesday we're having public comment on the TA screen committee.
But
if you have questions you want to ask, you can email. They'll be read aloud.
The meeting this is the search committee for the town administrator.
I know, but don't we have to recommend to the
Not this week.
Okay.
This is for town meeting.
So that's why so consider that the upper range.
Right.
So I understand that.
Because
yeah.
if we come up with the perfect candidate at 160, then but we can't do a search up to 180 unless that's in there. And I'll send you guys a presentation, and you're welcome to ask questions too. It's just gonna be public comment. We're not gonna have back and forth, but send your questions to the screening committee. We'll address them.
Right. We've also removed the auto allowance, which is something that's in there in a lot of other towns.
What if you did the 4-day thing?
At this point in time, I don't think we feel that our town administrator could do the job with 4 days a week.
I don't think so.
I'm currently working 7 days a week for this time. I'm not even being it's 7 days a week.
Budget season will do that.
Yeah, so I do, that may be something as budgets change over the next couple of years that we have to negotiate. I'm not saying we won't, but if right now, knowing we have a posting that's going to be going out in 2 weeks, and I ran this by a couple nearby town administrators, and they said, yeah.
Of course they did.
Well, yeah, of course, but DLS. And
I'd also say check with West Boylston because they have not found a candidate in any way, shape, or form that's remotely qualified for a year, and their interim is not looking to re-up.
So when their interim contacted me, he said our 140 to 180 is our search, and he's expecting.
Is a TA recommended only, or is it required by law?
It's in our charter.
Yeah,
in our charter.
And there are
and the duties are set forth in our charter. So
I'm sure the TA is very valuable. The executive assistant.
The assistant or the TA? What are you talking about?
Both.
Yeah. So again, if you put 160 in there,
Yeah.
and somebody comes in that's the candidate, you can't up it to the 180, there's no room in the budget, so.
Yeah, but wouldn't they know that before they came?
And then they wouldn't come.
Or what, and then they would or they wouldn't come. I
Right,
mean,
but that's, again, part of the negotiation.
But how
who the
much did
candidate
you,
is.
how much did you allocate last year when you hired Nelson before? What was that?
It was like 135, but that was what Eric was making,
Mhm.
I think, in his second year. And it was just kept that.
And he was fine with that, right? Well, to the point where.
The last,
Several years
before the end of his
ago,
contract.
and he didn't make
He got
3
less
years.
than whatever.
Yeah,
He
so
also
we didn't
had
get,
auto allowance.
we didn't get 3 years.
Didn't we
Right.
have more applicants than Nelson?
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Right.
We did.
The screening committee will usually screen all of the candidates that submit, and then they make a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen, or
Mhm.
say the top 3
Yeah.
candidates. And then the Board of Selectmen do the final interviews where they.
Well,
they
where
make
I
an
think
offer.
I'm going is if you only had it up at 136 and you had more than one candidate
We got 22 applications.
at
for the last
136,
search.
Not really qualified.
Not all qualified, but
In
we
fact,
did
we
get.
only interviewed maybe 4 or 5 of them for the job. And then once we gave the 2 best of what had come, only for the select board to interview them. They made a decision. The night they made a decision, we had interviewed another candidate. And, well, the day before, and so I showed up there and because I had sent an email, I was chairing that at the time, sent an email to the chair of the select board saying, you guys really need to interview this person that we just interviewed. Because that was the last person we did, and that we all said that night we would hire that person if we could. So I tried to stop it was a public hearing, I mean, it's still on tape somewhere. I tried to stop their vote, and they didn't.
We had already recommended, I was on the search committee too.
Yeah, I know.
We had already recommended to the Board of Selectmen, and they had already interviewed.
Right.
And they were making a decision.
but it was at
good.
that 136 number, that's my point. You had people that you could hire.
Yes, but they,
$60,000 is a lot of money, I think, when we're in this spot. You know, if we were
I think we
freewheeling money-
won't get anybody who's experienced if we don't
A year,
offer that.
a year or
I
so
just
ago,
don't-
136
Townsend
was a hell of
isn't
a lot
in-
more valuable than it is today.
I think,
That's exactly
I think
right.
if I can
And
speak
that
to,
was
I think the
probably
one thing that
summers.
at our first meeting, the screening committee said, and you guys probably, you deal with this building every day, would agree with this, is someone who's going to stay. We need to, if we can't guarantee it, but if we can encourage someone who actually stays for 3 years, everything runs more smoothly. And what we're seeing is when we are at this lower end, we get someone who's new, brand new, Eric, great, 2 years, off you go to increase his salary. You know, we could all make assumptions about our last TA, what worked, what didn't work. We can't keep going down this path of, so the
you're
2
saying-
department heads I was talking to, they've seen 5 TAs over the course of their,
I've worked with 5
Department
TAs
heads.
from 2020 till
so
now.
the goal is to
Maybe
get,
it's not all about money, too. It might be other factors that are contributing to the people saying, I want to get out of here.
So if you pay them, they may be more likely to stay.
but I'll send you guys this information and send your feedback.
I just think that $50,000 is a lot of money right now when we're crying plumb out that we don't have enough money to do anything else. I just think a jump of, well, 30 is high, I think. I think 40 to 50 is.
And that's, like I said, the posting's probably gonna be 140 to 180. That's what the posting is likely to go out at. We'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, but if somebody.
What if you get an all-star though, at 175, and it's someone who's gonna stay for 3 to
Who's
5
gonna
years?
say they want 175 people, 180 on the list?
Well, that's,
Well,
the
they
thing.
aren't getting this,
Yeah,
they're
they're
getting
getting-
the posting.
they're getting the job posting.
You're
It doesn't
required in
make
mass law to put postings on all salary ranges.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
so
have to
it's
put
gonna
it up.
say 145 to 180, right?
Yeah, and they know it's commensurate with experience. That's, so that, you know, you walk in here, you've had 5 amazing years at town XYZ with brilliant performance, you're expecting about 180, but that's kind of where the basis is.
Okay. Okay, so that's.
So that was line one. As we,
I appreciate it. I have a list. I have 3 pages.
I love it. Yeah, bring it
I
up.
got 3 pages.
Yeah. So as we continue to
Next
shift
one
down,
is Human resources.
yes.
I didn't, okay, so this was confusing. Did you know my IQ on that?
Which number is that?
So this, I didn't put the number.
Oh,
I put human resource manager, 25,000. Did you change that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you put it to
It's that
0.
one, yeah.
Okay, good. So I don't have to worry about that one. Then I wanted to know about accounting. The CBIZ went from 95 to 30.
Do we want to finish on the
Oh, I'm sorry.
Board of Selectmen before we?
I think there was another board of selectmen.
Well,
There is.
then you have expenses.
No.
Okay, you have something on the
Okay, consulting one time, line 5120. So you've got 7,500 requested by the board of selectmen, 1,750 by TA. Consulting one time for help with TA office. I don't understand what that means.
So because you're going to have a transition time from one TA to the next, you're going to need to compensate the person on the outgoing to cover some of those costs.
You mean like Nelson?
So as I finish up in July,
Oh,
if I'm not your chosen candidate, if I apply, you're going to pay me to help train that person and get them up to speed.
There
What
has
if
to
we
be
say
an
you have to
overlap.
that
There was an overlap.
that's not included in your
Then you have to
job
pay me.
description?
Not
Just
just
cuts.
July.
Yeah.
You're saying
Fair
after
game.
July 1st?
The contract.
I've got
It's a
other
fair
places
response.
looking to hire me, so like.
No, okay, well, tell us who they are and we'll go take care of those other places.
So one thing,
contract is 30 June, and the new supervisor starts July 1st, he's no longer getting paid, so you're gonna pay him for that time after the
It's
contract.
typical.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd also add too, just as, not that I'm justifying things completely, but you have to realize when you're taking out like that, when you're zeroing out that HR resources, that's flowing up to your TA,
Right.
all
yeah.
those responsibilities. So we're adding to
It's
that.
still a task that needs to be done.
You might have to put it in there.
Wait a minute.
But
Hold it.
even
Say that
more,
again?
even more.
She's saying,
If the
She's saying the TA is gonna take over the HR job, the HR that made
We will,
50 grand, is gonna
but
take
the
30?
but we will
No.
do it.
No, they're
It's
saying
just
those
the cost-effective
responsibilities
action you're
flow to the
including.
TA.
Responsibilities that were in that position fall to the town administrator.
They're not included in the TA's job description.
They are.
They are.
And now the TA manages the human resource manager.
Mm-hmm.
Without a human resource manager, it will become the TA. Such as I'm also the manager of the land use department right now,
Oh,
because
I was
there isn't
gonna
a
ask that
department
question
head there.
too. Oh,
Because there is no one.
wow, okay.
So again, additional responsibilities going into the job than what were there today.
The economics of,
For the, on top of why the salary's increasing, the responsibilities and the hours required to do all of the work we're asking them to do is higher.
I'll keep shifting down and let me know of questions as they arise.
the board and dues membership, you
Oh,
said
yeah.
reduced? How do we wind up doing
We only
that?
spent about $3,500 in it last year.
Okay, so we just said, let's reduce the line item. Okay,
Don,
Yes.
you like it to be 50.
No, he's still up in the Board of Selectmen dues and memberships.
Oh, okay.
So
So
yes,
we get down to FinCom reserve. No,
well, yeah, dues and membership will leave in the same, the reserve fund.
Didn't they take it down like, yeah, to 40?
We had it to 40 in FY '26, we were requesting the 50, we were trying to go back to that, which is a half of 1% of the budget, it's kind of like. And the TA is proposing 32.5, so a little bit of an increase. When we look at.
A little bit of an increase.
a little bit of
from
a
what?
decrease from 40.
Decrease.
I'm sorry, it was 30,000 a week ago.
Oh.
So
Oh.
little increase from the 30,000.
Oh, okay.
But a decrease from the 40.
But decrease
And
from the 40.
Bigger decrease from the.
Right. And typically, the best practices will tell you when you read the manuals that when you're getting tighter on a budget, usually your reserve fund goes up rather than down. So that if we do go down, we have to codify, I think, what would be approved by a reserve fund that is now reduced. We did have one year where we assigned out $46,000 worth of requests. 32.5 would not cover that.
Right, and
So-
if we don't spend the full 50 that we used to have for a little while, and half a day, the rest goes into the free cash to be pulled out again next time, but at least it's there for those unexpected, uneven, anticipatable types of expenses, which is what we use it for. And like you said, it's hardly any part of the budget, but these expenses come up from time to time. And sometimes they come up in, as you said, 40-some thousand. And that's the reason it was pushed up that high. Because of that kind of emergency. Hoping we don't get there, it rolls into the free cash for the following year and then continues to roll and then back into, so in other words, right, the 50,000 we have this year, we only use 20, 30,000 goes back into the next 50 for the following year, et cetera.
Well,
Or 2 years down the road because of the spin of free cash.
It goes into the free cash certification cycle.
Right.
And
So-
again.
And then it comes back again, so.
Don, in FY25, we had 50. What did we send out at the end of
No,
last
we had
year?
you guys.
No, for FY26, we have 40. For this year, we have 40.
Yeah.
We haven't sent any out as
We
far as I
had-
know.
Last
Last year, we had 50 in the FY25 budget.
And
Did you
we
really?
let 16,000
Mhm.
and change go because the 200,000 of free cash was used at town meeting. We didn't have enough free cash to cover snow and ice, so
Right.
that was used to cover the snow and ice.
So we used some of that 50 to cover snow and ice.
Yeah.
Did we send any other outlays?
No, not last year.
Not last year.
No.
Okay.
But then we get it back into the budget for the
It-
following year,
Yeah,
2 years.
But that-
yeah,
but-
I think it's true.
So that's the piece.
So where would you take away if you want 50, where would you take the 18,000 from in the budget?
Good question.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
if you're gonna.
Well, so no, that's why I asked the question, what we spent in FY25,
Right.
right?
So we did the average over the last, I think, FY22 to 2025, and so far in 26, we haven't done it, so.
Right, but typically those all come in towards the end of the year, right? Didn't they? Come in towards the end of the fiscal year, I thought?
I know snow and ice
year,
did
yes,
last
but I think
year.
you're thinking of municipal transfer requests,
Yeah, that's.
which are only eligible in the last 2 months of the fiscal year. This is the reserve fund, which can be tapped all throughout the
year.
whole year. So
Okay.
that's the flexibility. of having-
Right, but I guess I thought it was typical that it did not get tapped until typically towards the end, more
No,
towards
I
the
think
end
if
of
we
the
go
year.
back and look,
In other years,
it's heavier at the end, but.
Right, because I know, I mean, the purpose is to cover unbudgeted items that are,
Mhm.
that are important enough that we feel that they should be covered.
Yeah. I see Chief Sartell there, so we had a lightning strike on one of the antennas one time, but we paid it early, you know. There are just times that
Yeah, no, I get that, I'm just,
we didn't have money in a budget that
right,
we covered it, but
So
again,
this
that
was-
gets you to if you underfunded a building repair.
right, no,
It's kind of like we.
I'm just trying to think of,
Set up for that, what we have.
Doesn't anybody else have any money like that?
No,
We're the
no,
only
no,
one
no.
on the emergency fund?
right,
We are
We
pretty
have
much,
stabilization as a town.
right, and then if you need stabilization, you have to have a special town meeting and 2/3.
Oh, so this is like grab and go?
This is,
Okay.
yes.
this is money that we can approve and then,
Without a town meeting?
right,
Yeah, to keep.
and
money. So, it's,
And that's why I wanted to understand what we've used before, to
So,
your point of, if we wanted to take it to 50, where do we get the 17.5?
I did a 5-year look back and it was about $20,000-ish over the last 5 years. I think Don, over 3 years, had about 25-ish K spent.
Each year.
Probably,
each year, so that,
what the problem is there's no savings for that emergency. And that's what the 50,000 was for, that emergency, because it keeps rolling back into the town budget at
That's a
the
free
end of
cash
the
slush
year,
fund,
and the
so.
free cash, and what, it takes 2 years to get back, but then but then once you got it going, which we have had it going, it's always there. It's there to put back into the budget.
But your budget policy is not to use free cash.
Right. No, I'm saying the money no, it's not available, okay? But when free cash comes up at the end of the year, this June, July, that 40 that we had goes to free cash. It takes a year and a half before that gets available to spend again. Fine, but it's a year and a half every time, so it just keeps rolling. Understand? But it's there for that specific emergency, like we had a few years ago, whenever it was, 2 years ago, something like that, when we needed nearly 50,000, comparatively speaking. So it was needed at a certain time, and the whole reason for pushing it up to that number to make sure that the town is able to cover that emergency now. Whether it's a building blowing away or what.
And emergencies are getting more expensive.
Mhm.
Kind of like costs have gone up, so it's kind of like we do need to be. We'll keep an eye on it and come back and know that we.
But what happens
We
if you don't,
requested
what happens
50.
if an emergency occurs and it's more than 30,000?
Yeah.
Then
What's the answer
then
to that?
you have to call a special town meeting and move money from the reserve on the stabilization fund. So it becomes a much more cumbersome process and not immediate. So that would be.
Problem can't even be started to be rectified until the town meeting gets.
Correct. And that's a, it's doing the warrant, opening the warrant, posting it for 2 weeks before you have the special town meeting.
Well, we are where we are from a budget
just rolling
perspective.
We are, so
We're rolling the dice.
we are definitely rolling the dice, and as I said, the MMA book or DOS recommends when you're having a tight budget that you increase reserve fund, not because you anticipate more things.
And it's gonna get worse for those.
That's their recommendation.
So to increase it?
To increase it, yes,
Yeah, but
because
we don't have enough money to increase.
that's our conundrum. Yes, we are at the point where we would like more, but where are you gonna get it from?
Why don't we keep going down the
Yeah.
budget?
Yep,
Sort of
so
Because there's a lot
There.
of places I'd like to have more, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to have more in my own bank account.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Okay,
so
so then now go to see this. So is this because we lost our accountant that we're paying the 95 to see this?
No, we were always paying her.
Okay, so last year, what you have to look at is what we paid the accountant and what we paid CBIZ. So the total we were paying was 93,000 last year to have a town accountant, and that doesn't include benefits. So now
figure another $15,000 in benefits.
So by taking those two lines and taking the benefits out and doing a contract with CBIZ is our town accountant.
So we did not pay CBIZ 95,000 last year. We paid Katie part and CBIZ part, right?
When you say last year,
Well,
FY 26 or 27.
Yeah.
Yeah, so FY 26, the accountant salary and the CBIZ line are being paid to pay CBIZ.
Well, I guess I looked at 30, 30, and 95, and I said, oh, okay, what happened?
Mm-hmm. Right, so the 30 is added to the 63 on line 37 of the budget, line 40 in the spreadsheet. So the 63.
I see it.
Yeah, so we're taking that 63 and this 30 to come up with the 95,000. And again, what you don't see is benefits. So taking that.
But they don't get benefits.
They don't, but when we had the accountant, it did. So that 63 becomes 78. And 78 and 30 is more than the 95.
And that's on the low end. That's if she's one person. If she had a family,
right.
The number goes up to about
yeah.
25.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to be clear on this. I'm looking at this from taxpayer. So I don't need sales pitches. I just need to be able to justify my mind if somebody asks me, why did you recommend this? Well, I'm thinking,
Right.
what are you doing? I'm trying to defend myself. So, okay, so then the 35 for the audit, is that the audit we get at the end of the year?
Yes.
That's the
So
Roselli.
that's
Roselli
separate from
card.
CBIZ.
That's
Correct.
separate from CBIZ. And one of the reasons why we wanted to go, they were Markham before, and that was who the auditing company was, I think, or there was acquisition.
Yeah, they gave
It's kind of like, and so Resilient part came
Yeah,
into
yeah.
the picture at that point, and that is what that audit is for.
Oh, okay, so that explains the zero accounting training, because that's including the CBIZ thing.
It actually saves, by having CBIZ, you save another $2,000 on training because you were training the previous accountant in person.
Yeah, we would, there was training, she wasn't certified, and so the training was to take classes
I
and become
see.
certified, and with the idea of eliminating the CBIZ contract.
Correct.
Now we've gone,
The opposite way.
Yeah.
yeah,
Is that
based
job
on
still
circumstances.
posted or no?
No, that was taken down with the freeze.
Yeah. Okay.
And overall, we've got the accounting department budget is down 1,000,
Yeah, down 13.
down 13.
From 26. And again, that excludes 25,000, 15 if she was a single person to
25, that
That's a
excludes
family.
the benefits
Yeah.
calculation, yeah.
So I'll keep scrolling down to our assessors. Any questions on the assessor side?
And just to mention it so that people, okay, it's a 2% salary bump for people on there, so.
Yeah, I'm required to give 2% currently. We're in the midst, we just started negotiations today with those collective bargaining folks, so more to come.
So that's what you're seeing in there for salary.
Correct. Treasurer collector. The treasurer collector, Ms. Dene is on a personal services contract. So that's why it says contract here. Otherwise, her staff would be at 2%. There is some notation down below that we spend quite a bit on when people come and pay their taxes or anything in cash. We have to account for that and bring it to a bank. Our bank is not in town. It's a Unibank, so I think it's in Leominster. So we have mileage there that we have to have our treasurer collector or one of her staff drive to the bank. And we spend about $1,000 on mileage. She may work with her office to see if they can do a cashless policy so that they don't have to spend as much driving to the bank.
You're saying they would stop taking cash? Are they allowed to do that? I thought there were laws that said they had to take cash.
I don't know all the laws, but she said, she's working on it. She may say, if you want to pay cash, go to the post office for a money order, or go to the little space across from Forest Appliance there. They do money orders in there too. Don't quote me on all the rules and regs. I don't know them. But the goal would be to reduce that 1,000. If we could get it down to 200, we save $800, and that sort of ripples down through the budget.
What about the other departments and the cash payments?
Yeah, it may be kind of a broader discussion for other groups that have cash.
Yeah, I just got my fire department. I just got my fire permit the other day and I paid him cash.
Yeah. And really for like the auditors, when they give us their report, they're going to point to the fact that we take cash and there's no tracking of it.
Well, I mean, so I will point this out. One of the reasons I get the fire permit by cash is because if I go to do it online, they charge me a convenience fee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you don't have to use gas to go down.
well, but as long as they're going to charge me a fee to save them time, I'm going to go pay in person.
Well, they'll take a check.
$8 and you have to pay a $250 or a $395 fee to use a credit card. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You can pay cash by check though.
I know, but that's.
Yeah, go to the state, they charge $20 for that convenience.
Just,
Yeah, well.
to me, $1,000 for,
Yeah,
to
they
have
got
people
it,
drive, and
in the
then-
mail and they haven't cashed it yet, and I like it that way.
we also have the security risk of that on a given day. If you have 4 people pay taxes, you may have $10,000 in cash.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand why we as a town want to move away from accepting cash. I guess what I'm saying is, if you eliminate the fee to do things online, then you might get people more willing to say, okay, I'll pay it online, because it doesn't cost me more money.
I don't think the town sets that fee. That's the vendor.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's usually the
Should
vendors
also
that
talk-
set up
Should
that.
all go appeal to Visa and tell them to stop.
Yeah.
Well,
The
somebody's gotta-
state now makes you file your corporate stuff online, your annual report and
Yeah.
whatever fees you owe them. And it's an automatic, they won't take cash, they won't take a check, but you have to pay the convenience fee.
$2.50 processing fee.
Yeah,
I just sent for the LLC annual, printed it out, signed it again, even though I typed in my name, and, put a check in with it, and that's what I used to do in years past.
Yeah, me too.
I kept it up because I somehow missed 2025, so I had to do that. And I did it through the bank, and when I saw that $20 charge on my credit card account, I said, thank you very much, I'm mailing it, I'll pay the $1 postage or whatever it is, and be done with you. Not only that, but I also know there may be some error on the form, so they'll send it back to me, and I have to correct the error and send it back to them, so that money's mine for a couple of months.
Anyway, okay, so
But yeah, no,
you're basically saying we're spending about $1,000 to take cash to the bank.
Right.
And if we could stop taking cash, then we could eliminate that line item.
Or reduce it, make it 250 rather than 750, make it 200.
Well, if we stop taking cash, why would they need to go to the bank?
You could get, yeah.
So I mean, anyway.
Somebody.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, we can move
that's,
on.
You said it's their vendor. Who are they if they're not us?
it's the ones that we have set up, the Unipay,
It's the municipal bank.
when you click on a link to pay something online,
Yeah, they take the extra money?
Yeah,
Yes,
Unibank,
they-
yeah.
Oh, isn't there, who did Unitil use? I can't read the name.
No,
I'm
Unitil
just
uses
saying,
somebody
they
else.
charge me nothing to pay them monthly.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
They have a customer charge on your credit card, you're paying it. You're just not paying it on your transaction.
Okay, I don't see any deduction, I don't see anything on the bill either.
Everybody gets
You
their
won't-
money
you won't see it.
somehow.
What I'm saying is, you're paying it.
The service
Fine,
charge
it's
on
kind
the
of-
What am I gonna do about the gas bill?
Right.
I think, did Kathy, you still have a question?
So on line 83, the tax collector equipment rental, what does that include? Because that's being dropped down. I mean, they requested 1670 and it's being dropped down to 500. So what is that?
I do not know what they use their equipment for, so don't have an answer for you there.
I mean, because if they have fees for rental, like the postage machine, and it's more than 500, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, I based it off the fiscal year 25 spending. And, yeah. Go ahead.
They have asked pretty consistently for 2,800, 1,600 for several fiscal years. So you just follow the BBA
Last year,
Yeah.
you thought, at least last year it was really low.
and bumped it up a little bit.
On the background sheets that were submitted, there'll be a list of what's included in it.
Did we get those?
If she gave you
We haven't
guys
gotten any.
We haven't got them yet.
for the department request,
Even
Right.
the beginning ones that we had
those were shared.
in January.
When did you give them to?
Yeah, those are back on you guys got those in January.
We didn't.
We
In
did, we
January.
only met with three.
We met with three. We didn't meet with Melissa.
But she submitted
We
her
had them all.
department request.
They were submitted in our folder. It's kind of like, so we can, and last year's we'll even have it, but we kind of,
But that was before the parameters changed.
right. But the equipment, right, so we'd have to take a look and see if it's changed, if there's a drop in some equipment, but we can go back to her, what was submitted.
Well, it'd be nice to have the department budgets that they submitted. I think we're supposed to have them.
I think We gave those to you guys. Don,
Yeah, I'll
You know,
go
you're
back.
supposed to send them to us individually. That's what the rule says.
find everyone's email address.
You should.
Or you guys could just have like a listserv, so it could just be like FinCom. That would be the
That
most,
would be good. That would be on your end, right?
Guardian.
Or whoever, yeah. That's the way it's supposed to.
Yeah.
That would be appreciated, because sometimes Dawn's out of town, sometimes Mark don't get everything time. Right, Dawn?
Right.
So, just saying, it would be nice. Okay. That was Melissa, right?
Yes, ma'am. So shifting down from tax collector to legal. I'd increased this to cover some of the union labor negotiations. They'll also come up as a special town meeting warrant article Thursday night for additional funding.
Yeah, I have a question on that negotiation. So your negotiating team for the union is partly the Board of Selectmen and a lawyer from
It's your,
the town council.
it's, yeah, town administrator, a select board member, and labor council.
Okay, so I just want to know, is there ever a conversation that the town would consider hiring a union negotiator, a municipal union negotiator in lieu of one of them, or all of them, or none of them, or just add it to the board?
You mean like adding another
What I'm
attorney?
talking about, no, not another attorney, I'm talking about a union negotiator for an employer, municipal employer, union negotiator.
I would want them to be an attorney,
Well, okay, there might be, I mean, whatever,
but we get a better rate because it's all under one umbrella.
well,
with
I'm really
MTC.
talking about more of a seasoned, professional that does this only all day long.
Which was what
That's
the
what
labor
Labor
council,
Council
labor
does.
council, the only thing she does is union and personnel contracts.
For which side?
That's all she
For us.
does.
She's municipal negotiator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on town council? Sliding down, we get into MAS. This is that Anthony line here with a 2% increase. And we shift into a Guardian placeholder.
What's that mean, Guardian placeholder?
So Guardian is the IT provider. They provide like all the back-end security, customer service for computers. It's a contract that was signed in 2025 for 3 years. So that is the number
That's the number that we're allowed to spend with them. We may not spend that much.
so we may go above it sometimes too, depending on the level of calls, IT, software issues,
Yeah.
hardware issues on computers.
How are we doing this year? What's the BVA showing this year?
We're a little ahead, but we'll be okay. So, we do have sort of a stopgap where you go to Anthony to ask a question because he's in-house. You check with Sabrina because she's in-house, and then anything beyond that gets
Okay.
sort of rolled up. So,
And just so that we're clear, also covered in there is the software licenses from Microsoft. So it's not just the hardware and support, it's the software that's going with
What Microsoft are we using? Is it Office and Teams and that kind of thing?
mhm.
Yeah.
And like we kind of put the nip on it with this computer here, where they wanted to add Microsoft, all the software here for like $499. I was like, come on, like we're just gonna have people plug in their own computers and figure it out.
Right, yeah.
Because I know,
It's driving.
there are, I don't know about Teams, but I know that there are free Office equivalent packages out there.
Yeah.
That's what I have in my home computer, because I'm like, I'm not paying $300 for all this crap.
Yeah.
And I downloaded OpenOffice,
Mhm.
which is a free package that basically has all the same functions as Microsoft Office. Maybe except for maybe email. And it does not, I don't know of it. I haven't looked, I don't know of a Teams equivalent. I'm not saying that we should do that. I'm just saying that there is an alternative that we could consider.
Hiring a person.
Well,
no.
Is it compatible?
Yes,
Like with all of
yes, you can open up any Microsoft Office file in OpenOffice, and then you can leave it in that format, or you can convert it into the OpenOffice format. So
If with Guardian supporting us, they have a list of the software that is supported, so it's kind of like, so that would have to get certified.
Okay, so you're saying if we wanted to switch to that, they would have to say, yes, we can support that?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can support it. It doesn't fit in the, security software.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
you know.
But that was just something.
It is.
I don't know how much we pay for Microsoft. We have like a town-wide license or something like that.
We don't, it's for individual users. Because then that's how it's secure, and then everyone has their own OneDrive, so you can log in from other places and things like that.
Right.
It's,
yeah, I don't know that
What's
open
the
office.
cost for the licenses?
Well, if this computer was gonna be about $500 for that individual user license, it's within that ballpark per user.
Because we used to have Adobe that we could use and now we don't.
Yeah, Adobe's another $22 a month per person.
Well, I know it affected the office that I worked in before.
Yeah.
'Cause I couldn't use my computer outside of the building ever since Guardian came on.
Yeah.
They could never get it going for me.
Yeah.
So I'm in favor of hiring somebody to come, be here to do the job.
Yeah.
It,
Just for reference, the BVA is at like 67%.
Okay.
For this year. That's not bad.
67% through February.
No, this is 3/11.
Oh, at 3/11. Okay, so February, a little bit of March.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
You know, the other lines here are, you know, kind of reduced a few. In regards to other services, IT replacement of equipment, you know, I think everyone's got pretty good working laptops. So said Guardian. So kind of just kept that number flat. Communications has gone up because it covers our printer leases, town cell phones, town phone system, and we are well over our allocation of $5,000 there. So I added a few dollars there to catch that up.
so is that all printers within town hall, or is that just
the big ones?
the two big ones? Okay,
Yeah.
so other departments still have.
Yeah, some folks have their, you know, own little mini ones that they, like, I know building department was gonna get rid of the big one,
Mhm.
and they were gonna get a smaller one, and that was gonna save their budget, you know, a couple grand. But he made that decision as a department on his own.
Right.
So,
Okay.
Xerox is someone that we have to negotiate with. That contract is a lot, and it's coming up for renewal. We have to make a decision.
Where is that contract? Is that in?
It's in the communications line there, I believe.
The communications line?
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's the click charge one, or whatever you want to call it, every time we make a copy.
Mhm. Yeah, they do a tracking, and Guardian helps with the tracking, so they're aligned with Xerox to say, all right, I enter code 1704, and that's, you know, charges to the select board,
Right.
you know, office supplies, or, you know, Board of Health is 1234, and it charges the Board of Health office supplies. I'll continue shifting down to the town
So
clerk.
everybody needs a code to make copies?
Some departments do, like this one, we leave open because people will be here for meetings. We don't want to handcuff anybody. So if you all of a sudden need to make a copy for a FinCom meeting, it's just got to be open for everybody.
Mhm.
So, but
Yeah, or we have to have codes.
yeah, I mean,
And a budget line.
yeah, right. And, you know, it'd be tough to tell everyone to start remembering codes while also trying to juggle a meeting. And,
Well, it's volunteers.
right, yeah, it would cause more hassle. than it's probably worth. So, you know, town clerk department, we did the 2% for the town clerk as well as the operations staff. You know, he had asked for, you know, from justifiably a lot of good increases. I kept it flat because it's just sort of the situation we're in.
Not flat, 2%, right?
Well, for his wages, but I mean,
Yeah.
for his expense items, you know, maintenance, professional services, you know, things of that nature. And you know, he was really blunt with me, which was great because he said, "Hey, this may not be enough." I said, "I hear you." Just trying to build a balanced budget. So
If postage is zero, how are they gonna send out the, voting and, census, how does that work?
I wasn't sure, and I have to ask him like how that shakes out, or is it you know, one of those year-end transfers to cover the costs? So
It was last year, last year also.
Yeah, but the year before it was higher. It was written down last year to try to save money.
yeah. Yeah, it was 975.
It depends on what you have for elections and how many ballots you send out.
Yeah, and there's
Because by
3.
April, you're gonna be sending out probably 1,000 ballots.
Yeah.
And that's not covered, that's not reimbursed by the state.
Yeah. So,
Mail-in votes,
And half of them don't come back.
but does that fall under elections though? Because there are funds under elections.
There
But
were
there's only
funds,
$1,000 under election.
census wouldn't be elections, I don't believe.
no, I don't believe census is elections, so.
And
Census.
it may have been reduced because this,
But we also have drop notices too that go out in June.
Yeah.
And that's generally around 1,500 that don't respond to the census.
Yeah, so this, there's definitely ones in parts of this budget we're gonna be revisiting along the way, so.
Oh, yeah, how about the police detail? We better revisit that, because don't we have an election coming up?
So he will have
Next
his, he'll have his special town meeting warrant article where he's asking for $35,000. And a lot of that will be covered here, of that.
And there's 8,000 in the existing special article.
And they become in.
So there are funds.
available.
But they're not
They're
showing
just
up.
they're
not
not showing
in
up here.
the,
There's an account you don't see here. This is the omnibus budget. There's several accounts that have been seeded with money, and we did election, and one for elections several years ago when Eric was here, to try to make this budget flat year over year. And the difference is you still have to pay for all elections, so you have to make sure there's money. So, but in order to keep the budget flatter, you put a warrant article that puts money into this other election budget that the clerk can move around
I get it.
into there. So it's money that's set aside for elections, but it's one of those things that's gonna be required because we have to pay for elections.
What if it doesn't pass?
Then we don't have money to pay for the elections. And so we're,
Oh, that's a mistake.
yeah.
They wouldn't be happy about that.
There won't be people happy
Do it
about
for
that.
free and you
And
gotta
that's
come
why
up
we have to
with
be
that
very
thing.
clear that some of the money that is here, you're not seeing on the budget. If you want to see it in the budget, then the elections line is going to have to include that extra 35,000. But by doing it and putting it into that account, you make it a little more flexible for moving into where you need it for the elections.
Because some years you're gonna have 4, some years you're gonna have 1, some years you have 2.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. That was the idea of, let's put the base in the budget and the extra, anything that's above that. If you have a second election, it's kind of like, as we have with, the Prop 2.5 overrides, that's an extra election, so we have to be prepared for those potentials.
Okay, so you got the postage covered, you got the police details, gonna be one article. Okay.
As I roll down, you get the registrars, street listings. Those are pretty standard items.
Oh, yeah, I had a question on conservation.
Sure, we can go to conservation.
Oh, yeah, the question is on professional services. I guess it was the professional services, but then, now that I look at it, it couldn't have been that. No, I guess I don't have a question.
Okay.
No, I did. but
It may have been
Professional
dropped.
services,
Yeah.
it says, but. Oh, it's $600 for professional services, you dropped down to $250, okay.
It hasn't been touched yet this year, so be it.
So professional services, that's like a catch-all, or does that define something?
So that might be if the conservation agent determined they couldn't delineate wetlands the right way, or they had a question for like a review
Oh,
from
so
another.
you call an engineer.
So they call, someone who has,
Okay.
who's, has a wetlands expert. I'm just kind of shooting from the hip on that.
Yeah,
but,
yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, we haven't spent
Whether
a
it's
lot
true or
there
not, that
recently,
makes sense. I'll
Yeah.
go with that, yeah.
but I did reduce all these significantly, so.
Yeah.
I'll keep scrolling down. We
Now,
get the
why is that MRPC, this is for you, Warren, why is that so expensive?
So
We get a lot more in benefits than what we pay.
Oh, we do?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, okay. Just seems like a pretty
The
high.
TLTA grant,
the DLTA
just
grants,
alone.
you know, the
Oh,
rail
okay.
trail helps, they're pretty good. They help us with some planning board
technical
things.
assistance.
Yeah.
Isn't the
Yeah,
digital
space
through them too?
Yep.
Digitize stuff.
Rail trail, and I'll be happy.
Oh, me too.
PTA community.
That's a number you should have for the town
Training
meeting,
person. Oh,
For what?
Lord.
how much we
What
get
are we in there?
Oh,
from
Oh, the
MRPC.
for annual, well, but not for special.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe that should be in our report anyway, the TA report for the annual report.
Yeah. We'll revisit.
I know you're
Yeah.
not thinking about that.
Yeah. Planning board, again, 2%, and then, sort of nipped and tucked on some of their professional services.
What's a tech service in planning board again? Is that like an engineering thing?
Yep, so it'd be like an engineer giving them an opinion on a subdivision plan or something like that. You know, pretty standard dues and memberships, mileage. Planning board admin does utilize mileage because she will go and visit some sites in town, so you do need to have a little funding in there for that. $100 should be okay though. Zoning Board of Appeals, just a small wage increase here for that staff member. Shifting down the land use.
Wages went down to 3,500,
Correct.
or is it reduction? Oh, we wanted 15,000?
I had 15,000 in there as a request because I thought it would be useful for that department to have a department head and for someone to help them be a.
We don't have a department head in that, do we?
You do not. It was me for a little while.
Right.
And now it's me as the interim town administrator.
Dotted line responsibilities.
Yeah. But that, you know, those departments have some really interesting projects going on and it ends up, you know, requiring a lot of time and sometimes legal counsel take to understand the bylaws and the zoning and impacts and things. So it's not.
So those three line items,
Mhm.
the wages, the grant writers, so there's different people involved in there.
Mhm.
But now it's all you?
So I was both your land use coordinator, your housing and grant administrator, and Beth, your planning board admin, was an administrative assistant land use person. She does a couple hours a week for paper processing side of that.
No, I understand that, yeah. Okay.
And so that is going away.
Basically goes away. Yeah. And for what it's worth, you're not just me as a grant writer, but your other previous grant writers are net positive for the town.
Mhm.
You know, if they get a $10,000 grant, you're net positive.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think in tough times, you know, grant work and the timeliness of putting all those things together is probably something to push aside.
But we are keeping 8,000 on it, right? For housing.
Currently, yeah.
Cool.
So I'll keep scrolling down again for some professional services. You know, reductions here.
Oh yeah, this got a little weird. So we have a maintenance, and then we have a custodian, and then we have an assistant.
Facilities.
Where are you?
I mean, facilities, I'm sorry. So we have a person, a tech, a custodian, administrator. We have all those people?
Okay, the tech is gone. That's been zero for a while. That was brought in, I believe it was COVID time.
Oh, it's gone.
So you have one department head there.
Yeah, I
That's
see
Mr.
him.
Beauchamp.
And then we have a custodian.
Yep, that's one individual who cleans your police department, library, and town hall at night.
And they went from 40,000 to 9,000?
He had asked to bring them back up to their pre-COVID wage, which was about 20K and 20 hours a week. And then he wanted to add another person. He wanted to add another part-time cleaner. And I said, you know, Rob, that's just not something we have in the budget. So he said he'll make do. And, you know, just
Okay, so what's contract cleaning?
contract cleaning might be specialized cleaning if it's, you know, steaming the carpets.
But that doesn't go to Rob.
No, it goes to, you know, John
A third
Smith's
party
cleaning,
outside.
yes, you know, Stanley Steamer or whoever it might be.
And And communications?
I have a question. I don't know everything that goes into his communication line. So I'm gonna find out more from him what that looks like, so.
It used to be that the telephones in town hall got paid out of that line. I have no idea
Oh, that would
what
make sense.
happened around the time of, when I left before.
Okay,
So I don't know, but that is what that used to be. I don't know what it's used for now.
If at all. Does it have a BVA?
Yep, I'm looking it up. Getting there. BBA patrol over here today. Yeah, we're at 54% for this year on it already.
so that's probably, it's probably Centric, it's probably Centricoms, yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna find out.
Other building supplies, pest maintenance, those are all pretty useful for how, Rob, our facilities head, operates. He is anticipating a significant increase in utilities. That's why he went from 125 to 135. He asked for 140 for electricity. I think we're going to see that in almost every aspect of life right now. Like my national grid bill is wild. I'm sure Unitil's are crazy too. It's nuts. So I don't know what to do about that, but
Solar panels.
yeah.
Yes, that's exactly correct. Right out there in that field.
Could the roof handle them though? Because that's where you need to put, that's where,
Historic building.
that's where you need to
You
put
can
them.
get them on street.
The back field.
Oh, the back.
Oh, you got the back field.
Yes.
Anyway.
No, but you don't want to put them in fields. That's a waste of.
Or
Yeah.
you would do, parking lots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say parking lot.
To me, parking lots and buildings are the only place that solar panel makes sense.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say,
I
my
really
mind's
think
going,
solar
if
panels
we
should
put
be
something up at the old landfill.
Because it's not gonna get better.
And
No.
we.
And I think it's just pushing the can down the road here with
That's
utilities.
what-
This building needs a new roof anyway, so maybe we can.
You can put, so
fire people.
This building needs a roof.
came in, messed up the
Anchored to the
rules.
roof.
No, don't do it to them, no.
As I continue moving on, we shift to the police.
So you have to find out what the
Rules
rules
side
are
of
for our
things.
landfill.
This number does include the hopeful override pass, a new contract for the police chief, and, some other, increases related to, stipends, longevity, overtime, things like that, that are all part of that overtime, all part of that override, increase.
Wait a second. Do uniforms go up normally like that?
The union agreement, so it also includes like ammo.
Uniforms?
It was what was negotiated.
It's separate, okay.
Yeah.
Just a question, because they do need uniforms. I mean, I can see uniform for police one way before I can see it for assessor.
Yeah.
Sorry, Vicky.
Yeah.
Okay.
The overtime number is a big increase, but that's just what's anticipated with the cost of doing business there.
So if those new people are brought on board, that number would come down. I'm not saying we change it. I'm just saying.
It may, but because we just got our fourth officer who's going to resign before the end of the month, that number is likely to go up.
Where's the BVA with overtime right now? Just out of curiosity, since you're the BVA person.
BBA, one second.
While she's doing that, it is worth noting with the increase in gas prices, all departments are sort of forewarning me that their fuel lines, police, fire, highway,
Yeah.
it's going to go through the roof. It's up, like 60 cents a gallon today? I don't know. Yeah.
Can't we do it the old fashioned way and get a little tank outside the police station?
We have.
Did
one
you drive
of
it?
those.
I would
Highway
love that.
has one, and
Oh,
that's
highway
where,
has one?
oh, yeah.
Oh, you meant like an actual gas tank. I thought you like a military tank. I was like, oh, that'd be so fun.
Can they get more, can they use the highway one instead, or is that what we do use?
That's what we use.
Oh.
Kind of like.
They can, I don't know if that's 24/7 up there. There's still a cost to fill those
Yeah.
tanks.
Well, no, I understand that, but you get a bulk rate.
Yeah.
And then you add on, you go to Pittsburgh for $3.19 or Mr. Mike's for $3.79.
Yeah,
Police overtime right now is at 107 3.13%.
Yeah, so we're over.
You're likely to see that spike with the loss of another officer at the moment.
But so
No,
That's gonna
highway's
be
the
an
same,
honest
right?
yes.
Yeah, highway
The overtime is not
yeah.
there?
Yeah. I'll keep,
Can you explain that to us?
Right.
yeah, Jay's got it down pat, he knows his stuff. So,
Yeah. Yeah, I like what he does.
shifting to fire,
Oh, yeah, I want to ask about this. I know I'm gonna get crucified, but, how is it that the chief went from 67 to 91?
yeah, so
That's a jump.
it is. So my thought is it's the role, and
The role being,
we are, for what we get for a fire chief in the regional area, we're not paying a lot for that role. And I'm a believer in we should pay for the role. And this would be getting a contract that says, our fire chief's there 32 hours a week. It's 2.5% or 2% for the 3 years. So it solidifies the role because they're going to be coming up for negotiations this time next year. So we're trying to be proactive about it, get the number up so that it's more marketable. Similar to your TA and your
so
police
then
chief.
next year will be 2% on the 91.
Correct. Cheaper to do it now than it is next year.
I was gonna say, you think that is enough?
It's still low.
It's really not enough.
I think it's.
I think the trick is 32 hours. If it was
Okay.
40, we'd have to.
I think, okay, so 30, that's a 32-hour position instead of a 40.
It's also knowing that almost all firefighters, I don't know all of them, like in the event that there's an emergency, they're gonna get themselves out of bed and show up, and it's like the police chief, if something really bad was going on, he's showing up no matter what, so I think, it was just bringing the roll up to at least somewhat in the ballpark of what it should be in this marketplace. Kind of like makes you think of NFL contracts, where it was always cheaper to pay Tom Brady, 2 years ahead than it was 2 years later. So that's sort of what I think on this.
But then he left and they still went to the Super Bowl.
That's right. So close. This is also recognizing that in fiscal year 26, we kind of cut in half the assistant fire chief role, and that added responsibilities to the full fire chief. We have zeroed out that assistant fire chief role, the uniform allowance, and the stipend for that assistant fire chief. So you'll see that we're catching some of it back into the 32 hours a week for 3 years in that position, while zeroing out the assistant fire chief role sort of in perpetuity.
So there'll be no assistant.
Correct. Though the chief has seen this budget, as all the departments have, he wasn't thrilled about some of the other nipping and tucking I did, but we're all trying to be collective on this and get it to the finish line. To understand that taxpayers don't want to see an override is my suspicion. So.
Fire overtime so far this year is at 126%.
Yeah, there's been some pretty significant structure fires and vehicle accidents and things like that in town. So unfortunately lost somebody a couple weeks ago, which is tough. So up on Burgess. So, otherwise these expense lines are pretty standard from one year to the other. A little bit of shaving in a few spaces, but overall pretty consistent. So. TEMA director, same thing. It's the emergency management director. Some maintenance and equipment there in the time of emergencies and such. Communications, this has just been blank for a little while.
Yeah, that was when it was in-house.
Yeah, okay.
And so that's historical, I think, at this point. Yeah. Because it's now outsourced stuff.
Yeah, we do have some.
So it's outsourced for $277,000.
Correct.
So that is.
We couldn't get anybody to do it for $277,000.
This is Patriot.
This is Patriot. This is not just a single person. This is a crew that's 24/7, meaning all of your emergency services. And so it was and the technology to support it and dispatch it.
Oh, so that wasn't included before. We didn't have any of those services. No matter what it was.
We had our own communication
We had our own
center.
communication center.
Like we had our dispatch center.
Right, and equipment was going obsolete, you replace it, it's kind of like, but now we're doing it with the regional. Yeah.
A region.
Yeah, They were based in Pepperell.
And so that's our third or whatever it is.
I think they're continuing to add on. I think they did Constable just recently, so
Yeah, they're part of our Patriot, yeah.
So they will continue to try to evolve, and if they can bring in more, then hopefully that reduces.
So does everything go to Patriot, the whole
All of that.
800,000 or what?
Yes.
358,000? Okay.
Not quite all of it,
No.
but how, did you vet these numbers? The drops in repair and maintenance?
I just based it off the BBM, so. Shifting down the building, he recently had his admin retire, and he came to us with a solution last week for sort of bridging the gaps for the next handful of months to see how it goes. So, as part of looking at reductions, this employee retired, and we're going to try not to backfill that full-time position.
Is that a freeze? Is that part of the freeze? So it went, okay.
What about the alternate building inspector? That's down to 0.
Yeah, that was based on the building commissioner giving us those numbers, and he felt that the department would still be successful with that number.
There's no alternate building inspector?
Yeah, because he'll likely pick it up in professional services.
How does that work?
So he'll hire a company to be a fallback. Yeah,
Yeah, because he's got to pay.
it's cheaper than paying benefits.
Yeah, but
Well,
the
the
alternates never.
The alternate was stipend based.
No, but
It's cheaper for us to hire it out than it is to have it in-house.
I don't believe that.
I would like to see the numbers on that, just to make sure it works. Because I thought the alternate only came in one day a week for like 3 hours or 4 hours, something like that.
you could write down your questions and
Yeah,
go
as
ask
needed.
the building inspector.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, see, we would have been able to do that if we had that meeting and stuff, but we didn't have it. Okay, so I had another thing over there. Professional services and training, okay. So you're saying that the alternate is being picked up in professional services? Because you're gonna hire a third party outside, so it won't be a local person. Okay.
Well, it could be.
Then the training is what he has to do to keep his license?
Or he could be going to learn more about electrical work.
There's new codes.
Annually,
there's new codes.
I get it, yeah. I'm just concerned about that 12,000. I don't, that's you're outsourcing.
How much have they used in the professional services line?
This year?
Include their permitting program?
This year they're at 50%.
So, and that's $12,000, right? So they're not far off from using it all. So how is that going to work?
Permilinks is typically a pass-through. So if you pay to get an electrical permit on Permilinks, the consumer, so if someone was asking about Unipay and then you pay the service charge, you pay them and then the money goes out through that function. So that's how we do it in my town. You pay Permilinks and then they take it and go from there and get the paperwork filed for you. So.
Does that not come back to the town?
It's
something?
The permalink will take $10 a portion of
But the permalink outsourcing has nothing to do with the alternate inspector, right?
Correct.
It doesn't, no, that's just
it's a software.
Paperwork, software,
Right.
versus human being.
It eliminates the need for doing that paperwork manually.
So the alternate is not gonna be the alternate anymore.
Right, when he needs help, I would assume he's gonna take vacations, and he's gonna need coverage for that, so you need an alternate to cover when he's unavailable.
Is he gonna be working more hours here then?
Yeah, Bob put his hours down there and I shared it with all the departments. He was going to be here, I think, 4 to 8 hours a week and then available on cell phone and then, sort of take it from there. So,
yeah,
He's posted that.
he posted it
downstairs.
on the town website. It was part of the blast.
And downstairs.
Yep, and downstairs.
And if you watch our meeting from last week, he was on and described what he was gonna do.
Keep scrolling through the building sides here.
Yeah, what, on this seals and weights, what supplies in those, just,
It's a building department. I know nothing about seals and weights. I know we have to have our measuring spaces.
You have to have tags and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know much about it.
I was just curious, I mean, it's not a deal breaker by any stretch, but.
Yeah, well, I believe we're using the state program, and that's why there's no labor. But for your town, you have to have the labels and things when you go to the guest.
I see, to put on the elevators.
Right, it's kind of like, well, I mean, there's the elevators, but.
Also the gas pumps.
Yeah.
It's all the scales in town.
All the scales in town.
Even retail.
All the gas stations.
Anything where you're making a measurement with, especially with a.
And there's the BVA is at 0 for all those lines this year.
Yeah, we're using a state program. We started doing that several years ago. It used to be, I can't remember his name. He lived on, yes, that's right.
Excuse me, Jay has his hand up. Jay, did you want to say something?
I did. If I could go back to communications a little bit. It's the first time I'm seeing those cuts. Just wanted to talk about that real quick if we could.
Sure.
Just want to make the blanket point, couple things. That is the old dispatch budget. And right now, for the last 5 to 7 years or whatever it's been, it functions as our IT/communications line. So those lines pay for all of our dispatch services and the IT for both the fire and police department. Some of the cuts that I'm seeing, and it's super subscript, I can barely see it, so I'll have to meet with Kieran offline about it to get a little bit more granular. But suffice to say, some of those costs are contractual. Our IT services are contracted through one of those lines. The cuts that are represented there may not be able to take place in the manner in which they're suggested here. We pay a per head fee for our emails for both fire and police. There's a bunch of stuff that goes into those lines. That budget is super, super tight. And I know you guys are focused on the BVA, but I will say on the BVA when it comes to comm lines, and this is also the case as it pertains to a bunch of my lines as well, is the budget versus actuals don't mean what you think it may mean, because we were given a mandate to stop spending relatively early last fiscal year. So what that did is it kicked a lot of our purchases to the following year, where we're being frugal about it clearly this year. But there are some equipment needs. I know the generator in one of the antennas just today, I was told was offline, and we may end up having to replace. So those cuts to those items, I'd have to look at a little closer to see what is plausible there. But that's a very lean budget that really costs are mostly contractual.
Okay, thank you, Jay. You can get with Kieran.
So addressing that, if he has an issue with his generator and he doesn't have the money, does that come out of finance reserve?
There would be a request probably written to the reserve fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
We probably asked a question like, why wasn't this planned for?
Well, you can't plan for an emergency.
Every
department.
Well, that becomes the thing. If every department puts, say, an extra $10,000 into maintenance, now you're blowing up your budget by every department putting in $10,000.
We have no money,
and you're inflating it. So it's kind of, it becomes that kind of trade-off. You take the money from there instead of having it $10,000 in every budget and make it in the reserve fund, which can go across to any department.
Right.
Okay.
So again, the flexibility of where the money is and how you can transfer it out.
I'm going to be excusing myself. I have a hard stop tonight. So
Thanks,
Veronica, if you would take over the
She's
chair.
in charge.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
All right, so I'll jump back down to the building department, which is where we were. We were at sealers and weights, electrical inspector. Again, these are the numbers from the building, commissioner himself. And he felt pretty confident in them. That leads us to animal inspector, animal control.
Okay, sorry, the wages for electrical, did it go away?
Only
Just the
for the
alternate.
alternate, for all of them, I
Okay.
believe.
Mhm.
Okay.
He zeroed them all out, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually I'm used to seeing the lead first, and so when I saw zero on the top line, it caught my eye.
Animal inspector, animal control, kept those things flat.
Yeah,
Animal inspector is the one we don't have, is that right?
Correct.
That's the one nobody wants a job for, because you have to get a rabies shot.
no, I don't think it's, you have to, I think it's more, you have to deal with rabies. And so you might want to be proactive, but.
Well, I think the animal inspector, isn't that the barn book?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, so I was gonna say, I know when I worked, online, they had somebody listed for it for Townsend, so I'm assuming that's somebody that's old and no longer doing the job.
It used to be Mary Letourneau, right?
No.
John Kim.
Some gentlemen would come by once a year,
John Kim.
count how many horses, pigs, and
Yeah,
and
but
livestock.
Right,
Is what
but
he got,
there
you
was-
know, whatever kind
there
of
was a full
livestock.
list of all of the animal inspectors for all towns in Massachusetts. I wondered if we shouldn't reach out to somebody on that list in an adjacent town and see if they want to pick
I
up.
believe,
Oh, that's a good idea.
I believe Nelson tried that, and the problem is we don't pay enough.
And so we upped it to
Comparable.
24 at some
Other
point.
towns.
We upped it to 24 and that didn't work.
Mhm.
I think we just did it, we just agreed that we would do 24 and we posted it for that and it didn't matter.
Yeah.
So,
Is that a freeze? Hiring freeze?
It would be, it's not posted.
Okay. So we don't have to worry about it.
Is that required to have by the state?
Yes, I
Oh.
believe.
What do we need?
sort of, we
What
haven't
do
had
we-
one in
We
5 years.
haven't had one, and they haven't asked, but it's
So-
kind of like, but
Like an unfunded mandate. They love that.
What do we actually need the animal inspector for? It's not the same as the animal control, the person you call when you got a problem, too many dogs on the street or something, whatever it is. I'd call her tomorrow. But I don't understand why this guy has to come around and count my horses.
That's a good question for the state.
It's 1823, 1923, I can understand.
Wait,
But
you can change
2023,
okay.
there are, basically speaking, check the amount of real livestock farms in Townsend, and even $1,200 seems like a waste of money.
Well, do they do it, Sam, maybe because of disease?
I think that would be a key. I mean, if you have.
We're not much of a farming unit anymore,
No,
comparatively speaking.
But if
Like
there's
cows,
bird
we have
flu,
cow farms, but they're small.
you
yeah,
know,
so if there's bird flu
Something
and
like
people
that.
have chickens in their backyard, it's kind of like,
they know who you are.
they know who you are. It's kind of like you can
They
go
come and
out
get
and
you.
hunt them.
For your birds.
Yeah, having been in England, when there's mad cow disease.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm kidding, yeah, it's kind of, but that could be why you need this book, so that you know where your livestock is and.
I mean, that's,
So, but again, it's a state mandate. I only brought it up because. I thought-
I have a curiosity about certain
Kinda
things.
like-
Some things become because,
Yeah.
Mhm.
okay?
Right.
I'll keep going down here from animal control to tree warden.
Is that a little bit of money? I get paid more than at Walmart if I wanna be a greeter.
You know, this is one that.
And now I don't wanna be a greeter.
I reduced the equipment rental on this, like Don, I think it's Mr. Mizuko, Don Mizuko, right? Nice guy, he kind of shrugged his shoulders, he's like, I'll do the best I can, real salt of the earth guy, so.
Right, yeah, but again, if there's a big need and it needs to rent the equipment,
Mhm.
kind of like go go with that.
We also find that highway chips in quite a bit there too,
Okay.
with some of their own
Yeah.
equipment,
And water.
and water's been pretty resourceful for that group to help out when the time arises, so. We sort of have a collaborative effort there, which is nice. I'll keep scrolling down, burial agent, parking clerk, those were pretty standard, just the 2% there. The big one is our schools. These numbers are confirmed from the school side of things. There's not for what it's worth, speaking broadly as in the macro state level, your regional school did a fantastic job of really reining that budget in. You know, it's a significant budget, but the lack thereof of growth is impressive. You know, the tech school did add 5 Townsend kiddos to their enrollment, so you saw the enrollment shift there and transportation and such. But you know, your regional school district deserves a round of applause for the hard work they did. So,
did they get more? Did they wind up squeezing a little more money out of the state? Is that what
No,
they-
actually,
No.
they've been taking a fine tooth comb to their budget.
They are hopeful for some additional supplemental funding in the fall.
Right.
So I'm just, you know, taking this number now and just.
Yeah. All right. You put the number they gave you, that's for.
Yeah, well, we all should grab our pitchforks and walk on Beacon Hill as far as the school district is concerned.
Yeah. You know, jumping down the highway.
Was Kim Craven on the board?
You know, 2% here for the majority of their folks, a little bit of nipping and tucking here and there, some extra uniform allowance for the mechanic. You know, the superintendent wasn't thrilled that I pinched a little money from here and there and a variety of things, overtime, things like that. But just tried to, you know, keep the budget as flat as possible and reduce where spending sort of historically allowed.
I think something that might be helpful is if we knew how many positions. So, operating staff, how many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 15? For police, Jay does that.
Yeah.
We get a report on that.
So for highway, it's 6.
We don't, but I just think it'd be helpful for the people in the audience to know, oh, this is 6.
Right.
We have 6 people.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
in there. And the same for
department
fire.
breakdown. Yeah.
We don't really know how many captains or whatever, because you look at that and it's like, well, how could we?
Yeah, how many in each
make
position?
But it could
Yeah, I
be
think that would
2 or
be very
3
helpful to
positions.
the taxpayer,
Yep, little summary.
the person who's paying for it.
So like pastors, you know.
Yeah, just a little something. I just think it would be helpful.
Blurb.
To know, yeah, to know.
I think that's a great idea, Jen.
Well, I just like the way Jay did his, because you knew how many lieutenants.
Oh, he
sergeants,
gives you everything right down to that
patrolmen.
nanosecond.
Yeah.
So we can add that in for some additional budget context. Again,
Maybe you could train
I know.
all these training.
Yeah, you were interested in doing a training session.
So I'll keep scrolling down through here. Jump in the snow and ice. I know it's everyone's
Well,
favorite
we
topic.
skip over snow and ice, that's gonna be horrible.
No,
What are they up to now?
We've just
Which
looked
you
at
just
it.
said,
before.
it was like
126?
Oh, so it's for everybody, like 500?
Oh, 500, of course.
Yeah, it's like 482, so.
Oh,
Right,
For the total?
for the total, so that'd be, I mean, Kieran said he's shooting for 300 from free cash, hopefully to balance it.
For next year's budget, I did add in, and I'll happily explain some of the reasoning. We are very reliant on cemetery and parks shoveling and clearing sidewalks throughout the town, so that's why temporary help went up. Operation stipend went up. Overtime is for our highway superintendent and the other folks that help plow, you know, extra hours during those real heavy storms. Equipment rental is another catch for, or another name for the private plow people we pay in town. So, you know, Veronica's Plow Company, if you had a plow company and you were hired by the town as a 1099, it'd be equipment rental. And then we would pay Veronica's Plow Company to go out and plow roads for us with their own pickup trucks and such. We are well below the state rate that's set for that. And we have heard from our private plow folks that they're not interested in working for Townsend anymore. They're getting more money in Ashby, Pepperell, Lunenburg, Groton, Dunstable, Tingsboro.
So that saves on the budget, doesn't it?
It does.
There's an answer.
Well, I keep saying, leave my snow alone.
It saves on the budget, but then our overtime goes up. Because those guys, like Jim Smith, still gotta plow the road. And then it's, you know, so
So how much do you pay them now?
the private plow guys,
Yeah.
$80 an hour, and the state rate's 100.
And that includes the equipment.
So it's $20 we're talking about here.
$20 an hour per.
So are you saying that by changing that number from 38 to 49, you think you'll get some of those people to stay?
Hopeful. I mean, if Ashby says, oh, Townsend's going up, all right, we're gonna go up another $5, they're gonna go with the money goes.
They're gonna be fighting it.
So, I also added, another 25% to our salt line because we run through about 3 orders of salt a year. And that's part of that is a significant chunk of our deficit spending. So in honor of projections and, not just blindly walking into a snow and ice deficit, I tried to build that up a little bit because we're sort of leveraging one year against the other to cover that. It's not the best practice.
Well, regardless, everything's gonna be more expensive this coming year than it was last year.
Yeah.
Because it's oil's going up, everything's going up. So the salt line,
Diesel fuel this week?
you're 92, yeah, I know, $5 a gallon is what I'm planning.
But yeah, it's gonna, I mean, it goes up, what, 36, roughly 35 to change.
So, those are some areas that I increased the spending. I got, I'm appreciative of Jim Smith's hard work.
Yeah.
I was concerned hearing that we're the lowest rate in the region. This is based on his research because he's talking to the guys and he's seeing what the state rate is and he's like, we're low. And these guys are telling me we're not, you're low on the priority list in a storm because you can go to Ashby and get a better rate. You can't blame them. You're gonna be working at 3 o'clock in the morning. You get $20 more down there per hour.
Yeah, it's too low.
You're probably going down there. We all would, right?
No, I've seen the changeover in trucks and who's plowing my street this year. Yeah.
So, other things were pretty, streetlights standard, landfill. We have some different costs here. It's occurred to us late this afternoon that solid waste curb pickup probably needs to be $10,000 because that includes the trash hauling from the town hall, which we had not factored in. I definitely had not factored in, and we have a bill for it.
Oh, whoops.
So
you're gonna put 10,000 on that other column? Oh.
Right. Yeah, that's for the pickup of the.
I understand. Yeah, no. Yep.
So that'll be a fun one.
It says town hall, but I mean, it's town hall, fire, police.
Yeah, we knew that. We didn't know what the number was, but we knew that.
Yeah, the number ends up being about 8,600, so 10K will be, that may go up with fuel surcharge. I don't know if there's a fuel surcharge in that contract, but I could probably just baseline it. So that'll be a 10K in there, so take our number and add 10K. I'll keep scrolling down, call out any questions on cemetery and parks. They sort of work their own budget. I made it 2%.
With his summer help, is he gonna need exemptions for the hiring freeze?
No.
He may have some of those guys already because
No, he already said.
the plowing and the shoveling they did all fall.
Ah, okay.
Already in the roster.
So it's not seasonal like for
He
recreation.
has a fund.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the cemetery.
Housing authority, I cut in half. That was a role I was doing for you guys in land use. It's not really an active group in town. You want to maintain a housing authority, but there isn't a lot of action going on in that group. So I just sort of nipped and tucked some savings there. Similar with housing trust, as things on the budget required versus nice to have. This is a nice to have.
But I don't think we're in a nice to have year.
I thought of your word compassion last week, so. So again, I would be going back to these to cut back. Board of Health, it's Carlos Group and the work they do over there, 2% in some of their professional services and supplies, longevity, clothing, etc. Neshoba Board of Health, where every town that they're a part of is in a rocky spot with their contract increases. But they do provide, nursing, check on restaurants, Title V, monitoring, things like that. So that number is pretty firm. Can't move that much. Landfill engineering is a contract with Weston and Sampson for monitoring our landfill professional services. Council on Aging, they are heavily funded by the LRTA for resources, and pretty low growth in general. But they're providing some great services over there for our seniors and visitors in town. Veterans agent, that's a stipend, but they are active with our veterans and the VFW, and that benefits and things. A question I had for you, Don, is if I identify the 75K on the recap sheet, is there another 40K in vet other services?
No, this is.
Are they the same?
No, they're not the same.
Okay.
This is a budget line for the veterans agent.
Got it.
Okay. And you can see it was, I thought, it was cut to 48 last year. And it normally had been 75. And that's why people see the 75 and it matters.
Yeah, all right, so I thought
So we get reimbursed for some of that, right?
some of it we do.
Yeah.
We are about a year and a half behind right now in reporting. So our treasurer collector has sort of taken the reins there to get that reporting in.
Okay.
So that's how that's shaping out for now.
So who does that reporting?
The agent is responsible for it, but it's been a bit of an ask to have them, kind of piece it all together with all the other things going on. So our treasurer collector has stepped up to.
But that's their job, and that's part of their duty.
I think it's the learning curve. She's new.
Oh, she's new.
In the
Yeah.
It's all online reporting.
Oh.
So,
Okay. Got it.
So that's how that's shaking out.
Yeah.
Shifting to library, they've worked with us and they've worked with us last year to keep their wages in check. I also have in the back of my head that, minimum number they get for their, community consortium. I'm not sure if I'm using the right words because I know Val knows, but, certification, that's what I'm trying to get to, another C, to get to the certification.
So their number is the absolute minimum they need for that certification is what it should be.
They've also had, some challenges with, seasonal issues with custodian type stuff over there. So I did increase their, custodial supply line to sort of help offset some of that. They
don't take facilities?
Facilities does go over there, but on a given day, you get that heavy snowstorm, people are tracking in all the salt, it's feeding into the ground, they're cleaning the bathroom, they're trying to keep it.
There's not enough hours in the day for what we have in facility staff to cover all buildings for.
Only have one person, right?
Correct.
Well, you have one plus
one
and Paul.
One part-time.
Yeah. One person and Paul?
Yeah. So the hope there is that, they'll be able to, I'll use the example of buying another Swifter to do the floors a little bit on their own, because they're doing some of that work now, but they're cutting into their budget to do that. So this may help our facilities guy. A good Oric is all we need, right?
They already have those.
Even the
one. They have a couple.
I'll keep scrolling down. Again, shout out any questions along the way. We're at recreation, 2%, clothing longevity. Emmy had been looking for supplies and services, but I just carried what fiscal year 26 had, and kept that at a 0. Memorial Day and band concerts.
Okay, let's talk about this.
Sure.
Okay, so, have you been to the band concerts?
Well,
I have not. I go to my town's band concerts. So.
I really think FinCom should take a recommendation vote on this because personally, I don't think it's serving the town's needs. It's not an essential. We're in a bind. I know she's been doing it for 70+ years. No, that's not true. Yeah, quite 50. But that's a number. And the crowd, I wouldn't even call it a crowd. I mean, I think the Memorial Day, because remember she came to us last year and she really wanted Memorial Day for the flowers and all that, and I understand that, and I think that's true. But the other thing is, she's getting union paid musicians from outside of town. I thought we were Townsend first. So, and we have a high school that has a band. I mean, I think that's a unnecessary expense right now because we're in a bind.
Other alternatives, although it's
And-
being cut.
No, but not enough. Like last year, and I went and I talked to her and I talked to Emmy. I told them to get together so that they could combine and do fundraising,
Right,
or whatever it's
yeah,
called.
yeah.
And that was a bust. It didn't happen. So I think that could be spent somewhere else, I think. Part of it. I'm not saying take it all away. Yeah, give her the Memorial Day. But I think she's got to get a little more creative with the band members. We've got a band that now we have the bandstands redone and we have a truck on the back to add the extra people. Just my thoughts.
But I mean, this town tends to be pretty generous with private fundraising too, when requested, at least I've seen, so.
Right, yeah.
There's an option to still have band concerts in different ways, I imagine, in this town.
Well, Dunstable gets a lot of people at theirs. I've gone by and not been able to go through the street because it's packed.
And it's not public
Pepperell's
funding,
packed.
correct?
No, we just do it all through private.
Yeah, exactly. So does Pepperell. And Penny out of the town.
And we get like food trucks there and.
We're not allowed to have food trucks
Yeah,
here.
we make a
Betty
little
says no.
we make a little sliver off the food truck.
No,
which is
Betty
nice.
says no food trucks.
Well,
So
what they do
it's one
instead
thing.
with food is different charity groups in town.
We can still do that. We can still have
There's
Girl
food
Scout
truck.
cookies. We could also have like the pickle guy who brings like the
Yeah.
pickle truck.
I just
The
started.
canola guy.
I think if you're gonna talk that we really are in a bind and nobody wants to come here because we don't pay enough, I think this is extraneous and I don't think we need it right now. Not saying get rid of it forever, but I think for this year should be free. Or
Well, I'm looking at a lot of cut when you get to FY 27.
This might be one of those ones that, because we have some time.
$14,000.
Yeah, we have some time, is maybe invite those folks to come in and sit with you guys at a meeting in between now and April, because this is, I'm not looking for you to iron stamp this budget, but I
No, I
want to
understand.
present it, but maybe this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
something
yeah.
you say, hey, like, can we reduce you by 2/3?
But see, we would have done that if we could have her in front of us, because last year, she was very cooperative about that. She said, you can do cuts, but I don't want you to cut my memorial fund. She was very much, and I understand that, because she does flowers, and they do the 2 boats in the canal and the river, and it's very moving, and I think it's important. But she pretty much gave up the rest. I mean, sorry, Betty, I know you didn't give it up, but she didn't hard and fast.
Yeah.
She wasn't hard and fast. But of course, we didn't get to chit the chat with her, but maybe you can.
I've chatted with her a few times already, and I can tell you.
And we have a month and a half to bring her in. Ask her to come in and sit with you guys.
Or you can say, FinCom makes a recommendation to zero it out. You tell me.
Well, I mean, are we discussing this? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'll live. Sorry about that. Sorry about the living part.
It's like very deep. Yeah, okay. So I guess I said my piece on that, but I think 14,000 is a lot.
Well, that was the ask for the department, and
No, that's
Well,
just for the band services.
Right, no, we cut that down to 9,000 already.
Right.
so the ask was 14,000, and the TA is saying 9,000, so there's a 5,000.
Well, that would make up the 10,000 that we have to put.
Right,
in.
yes.
You think I got a $10,000 hole in my head?
There you go.
I know.
It's already got
But the
expanded.
question is, who is going to do the fundraising for this? Where does
Well,
that
you know-
happen? How do other towns do it? Where,
Well,
who does
Well,
it?
Pepperell's done through their
Business
small business
association.
association. What's Dunstable?
Recreation. It's a revolving fund of recreation business.
Oh, well, that won't happen. So,
That's for
we
sure.
already tried that.
Well, yeah.
We also
Did we
use our
have
cultural
games and
grant for it.
everything?
Like, you guys get $9,500 in cultural funds from the
You know, but I don't
LCC.
think we should take tax money and give it.
It's
It's
not,
not-
it's not
tax
tax.
money.
Yeah, that's a cultural,
Yeah, but
Right,
it
you
makes
It's a
guys-
money
cultural
for-
council.
comes from the state.
Oh, it's state.
You guys use it for an art project,
Yeah,
but you could use it for your bands,
but.
which has the greater impact.
What's the art thing?
Well,
It's for an
the
art scholarship, I think.
The art, and the artwork.
It might, yeah.
I mean, you get 50 people at the band concert, you have a crowd.
I don't think they get that.
No, they probably don't.
At least not when I've been there.
No,
Not
Years
anymore.
ago,
no, not anymore. It used to be
yeah.
the
Yeah.
community
Yeah.
spot.
I
They used
think
to have
that's the thing.
So many kids, families.
Yeah, it was the
They
gathering
took down that tree. Let me tell you.
Dunstable's thinking about shutting down Main Street on Wednesday nights in the summer.
Well, they
because of that.
probably should, because I got stuck
It's a
there and I was
pain,
so
it's brutal.
mad.
I
I was
got-
so mad, and I
Yeah,
don't know
sometimes I
any
get
of the
stuck
back
in there, I'm
roads.
like,
So I was stuck
Yeah,
there.
I just wish he would do it an hour earlier and then spray because mosquitoes just swarm.
No, absolutely, she's gotta do it 6 to 8.
But it, you know, I agree, looking through this, that when I see a grant administrator that might bring in $1 million and their hours cut in half, I have a hard time with this. Keeping
If
it.
we're all honest about it, we all have a hard time about it. And it's
And I
sad.
understand the historical
Yeah,
nature
well,
of
guess
it.
what? I lived through the historical thing, and it's more sad to have it looking like it is now than it would be to not have it at all. Because it was it was like Dunstable Pepperell, huge. And now it's sad. It's
Times change.
devastatingly
Such a
sad.
change.
But it's the fundraising piece of it, but if we can raise funds somehow, if someone in town would raise funds to have it, that would allow the nonprofits to do what
that-
they can. I
And
don't
then
know
you
how
go to
much they make
recreation, like,
anymore.
Kieran says, it should be part of recreation, because it's a recreation thing.
let them.
Or the business association, because it's also a business thing, in a sense. you
Well, if we're
know?
using tax dollars to pay to the band.
They
we
could
should be using
advertise
tax
their
dollars
businesses.
to fundraise.
I remember the snow cones or whatever, over the shave ice, there would be someone selling that over in front of Evans. You know, the,
50/50 raffles.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
That can, and a lot of times in Pepperell, I know whoever wins it donates it right back.
Oh, that's clever. So,
Duck races, Squanicook is right here. We used to.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we had duck races before, yeah.
Pepperell did the.
this is what the recreation department should be doing,
maybe we should ask,
brainstorming for this
ask the
kind of thing.
PTO.
Sorry, it's kind of like.
Yeah, I know, we're
Just-
trying to do
Well,
someone
only
else's job.
because you just said that about the Ducks.
Mm.
The Friday night there, because my granddaughter's playing basketball against the teachers.
Yeah.
And they're doing a 50-50 raffle, and they're doing duck
Duck drop.
something, I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
You buy so many ducks.
Mm.
I mean,
Yeah, no, I mean,
maybe the
it might be-
PTO might have
Fundraising
ideas
aspect.
of,
Right, yeah, it's kind of like
Fundraising.
that almost sounds like the chuck puck. Will you buy the
Yeah.
duck?
So
And they
anyway,
put a
so can we
target out
get
and
rid
you try
of
to
that?
hit your duck.
Or how do we?
You get the
So
target close
do
instead of center.
you recommend keeping this or not?
No, I think, do we have to make a motion? We didn't make a motion, I'm like, let's make a motion.
Okay, you wanna make a motion? That's right,
You
I
wanna
mean,
make a
we're,
motion before you talk to the mayor?
right. Or is the motion to talk to Betty May and see?
Okay, all right,
Yeah, what
make the
is it?
motion to talk to Betty May and see if we can come to some kind of a collaboration.
Who runs the Townsend Business Association?
I don't have a clue.
Last I knew it was
Kathy.
Kim.
It was Kim
Kim
Craven,
Craven.
yeah.
Is it still Kim?
I don't know,
Yeah, that was a couple years ago.
but I think she did the, ceremony, the tree lighting,
Mhm.
didn't she?
Kim did a tree light. What's that got to do with?
It's business
That
association.
was,
That's-
Oh, it wasn't TEO.
No.
no,
No, that's business association, does the
Yeah.
tree lighting.
All right, we'll talk to Kim.
Yeah.
She's so busy.
Is
Okay.
she the only
Yeah,
one on the
it's
business
Kim.
association?
No, I
don't know, that's a good question.
Right now, it's Kim, Marcia, Ronald, Wanda Pero, there's a bunch of people.
Really?
I was gonna say is,
Mark,
Do they all own businesses?
Rebecca Hill.
How many are there?
I think there's 4
1, 2,
officers and a
3,
board of
4, 5,
directors.
6, 7, 8 members right now.
8 times $100 each, that's $800 right there.
8 board members.
Times 6, is what?
4,800.
I'll go, so you've got $5,000 right now. 2 minutes.
All right.
They were also.
It can be done,
donated.
make a motion that we need to do. I would
Okay.
like to make a motion that we meet with Betty May to discuss collaborating on the band concerts, to reduce the tax burden.
Yeah. The amount of the budget, use it for
I may suggest, make a motion to meet with the leadership for Memorial Day and band concerts.
But we know there's spending.
Yeah, but sometimes I like the role rather than the person.
Okay.
The role.
So leadership, okay, I'll take it to meet with leadership to, what was?
Collaborate.
Oh, collaborate, that was the word I was looking for.
To reduce the
Tax burden
of the
of the Memorial Day concerts.
I don't think you should touch Memorial Day.
Right.
Or just the band concerts?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I get it. She's gotta have the buses for the people. She needs the flowers.
Yeah, but I was just gonna say the buses couldn't that be touched?
Discuss it first.
Yeah.
I would just talk to her about all of them.
All right.
Okay, so I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? None being heard. Roll call vote.
Yeah, Grant, aye.
Mary Jane Churchwell, yes.
Carol Hofstas, yes.
David Walker, yeah.
Kathleen Crawford, yes.
So when we,
Unanimous. Well, we have to set our next meeting, it's kind of like that. Okay. One of the last things.
So I guess that's something we want to add to the, try to add to the next meeting's agenda and see if she'll come in.
she'll be cooperative.
I'm not saying she won't be, but she might be busy that night.
We can do a road trip and
I did,
put ice cream back.
looking at flag committee, I did take about $200 from them, so that's about a 15%.
What do they actually do?
I'm not sure, but.
Do they do
I think they're the one, are they the
they
flags
light
at the
the
cemeteries and?
No, they put up the flags along.
Oh, the flags along the street.
Wall poles?
And they have to replace the flags if
When
they
they're
fall
red.
apart or whatever. The people who put the flags at the cemeteries are volunteers.
Okay.
So what did you
For
do?
personal experience, I know we just made it every other pole in town rather than every pole.
Or what did you
We made it every other pole rather than
do? We don't
every
have that
pole.
many poles.
Yeah, we
So
don't have,
maybe one every 4.
no, because we don't have too
We
many
have this
poles.
much space.
Or shorten the distance.
The distance is from the.
You're only
Two
talking a
blocks.
short distance.
It's 2 blocks.
Did they spend the money in FY '25?
Yeah,
It's not like it goes from the
Well, I have
harbor
up
to.
to date today, it's
Ashby.
0.
Okay, let me see.
Okay.
Oh, well, there you go.
But I think
But
that's
they
something that
usually
probably
do it at the
happens
end
in the
of the
Memorial Day
Memorial.
time.
Right.
Yeah, and then
So
when the
we can
flags
find-
get
June
big,
12th.
and then when the flags get all ripped,
Tattered. Well, I bet the
tattered.
flags are expensive.
Probably, yeah.
It shouldn't be, but they may be, I don't remember.
Can you get flags?
Anyway, okay.
All right, flags. Now what do we want?
So now we're in our debt part of the budget. I don't have a lot of ability to change this. It is important to note that the fire department, has an ability with some of their resources to pay off the ambulance that was approved in fiscal year 23. There is a belief that this may save some money on our debt numbers. Maybe small, because if you prepay your credit card, you don't pay the interest.
Right.
To that effect.
Right.
So our treasurer collector is working with the fire department to understand if there's any realized savings by prepaying this bond off early, and if that helps us in any of these numbers here. So
Which one? Is it one of those?
I think it's going to be your long-term debt, because I think we're
The
prepaying it.
non-exempt,
Correct.
the 43,000?
And this is where our treasurer collector will report back up and share any changes. It's not anticipated to be a big change. Might be a few thousand, if we're lucky, maybe 10, or it could be 0. But I'm just sort of hopeful it may help us a little bit. So.
Okay.
So
you'll get that too.
But that one, if that succeeds, then that may say that'll be.
That may cover the trash.
Well, but it also would save, it'll save this year, it'll save next year, it'll save the year after, or whatever, however long that term is.
Correct.
We would be getting rid of, so.
Correct. It helps our credit, helps our Moody's rating, bond rating.
Right, it helps, that would be a help, even if we only save 5,000 this year, but we save 10,000 next year. And, or whatever, that would be worth doing.
I'll keep scrolling down into the retirement insurance section. County retirement system, I don't have a lot of control over that. That's a pretty standard increase. Unemployment insurance, the rule of thumb is about $12,500 per employee. Sometimes an employee may be let go for performance reasons. You still have to pay unemployment. Perhaps a funding resource dried out. You still have to pay unemployment. So I sort of.
How long do you have to pay now in Massachusetts?
Oh, it's a while. Like you can end up paying for 2 years usually.
Yeah, but we're so.
I thought standard was 26.
So
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
$39,000 gonna cover that.
I was just basing it off 2 employees.
Yeah, but you lose 2 employees, you're gonna be paying more than 25,000.
Well, you only
We're
pay a
self-insured, I
portion,
mean,
Yeah, you pay a
Isn't-
portion of the insurance.
and it's
not the
based
whole.
on how many
We don't
hours
have-
in the month.
insurance for that, do we?
But you still pay a fixed rate. No, we don't have insurance for it. You're right, we're self-funded.
Yeah, but it's a fixed rate that you pay off.
Correct.
Based on their salary. So
Isn't it like 60% or something?
No, it's
You can-
based on number of hours and I
Yeah,
have
but-
this somewhere.
this is a number I got from our consulting TA, and he's like, well, unless you were gonna lay off a bunch of people, because if you were laying off 8 employees, that should be 150. But
Well, I mean, we should really plan for the worst.
Well,
Well, but
But we're so
right now,
close
we're
to a
not
balance.
planning anybody off. We're
No.
just not hiring people.
correct.
That's step one.
Right, well, but I'm saying, yeah, that seems okay.
I can increase it.
Is there a
But
fund
then money
available?
has
Is
to
there,
come
is there,
from
a-
somewhere
is there a
else
kitty
if you-
somewhere?
I mean, like,
no,
well, your free
No.
cash.
That's how we have to pay, because we don't have.
Well, but we're not planning on laying anybody off.
If,
So,
yeah,
I
I was
know.
things
gonna,
like this don't carry over from year to year.
Yeah.
It reverts back to free cash if you don't use it.
right,
You
There
don't
was a-
have a kitty for that.
Our town
Oh,
accountant did
doesn't-
say you can create an unemployment trust
Yeah, that's what we don't have.
or stabilization.
That's what I would think that one would have, would be a trust, yeah, or some fund.
Maybe that's something that we should look into, so that if it's not used, it goes into something for future years.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely. Until we get back on our
Because I don't
feet.
think we're gonna be back, doing
On our
really
feet.
great next year.
Yeah, no, you got a few years, I think, of,
I'll put it on my long
Put it on your list.
consideration list.
Top of
I
the
mean,
chalkboard.
I think that's being prepared,
Right.
and I think it would be a good move to be prepared right now.
so, okay, so then for the retirement and the health insurance, are those numbers including the fact that we have the hiring freeze, or do those numbers anticipate filling the open positions that we currently have?
filling the open positions we currently have.
Okay,
So your
so,
police and things like that.
right, but like the town accountant and positions like that. It does, so, okay, so these numbers take into account the hiring freeze,
Mhm.
and then obviously the exemptions to the hiring freeze would also have to be accounted for.
Correct, yeah. So, but if an employee were to fall off as of July 1, and they were me, I'm only one person, and I don't have any family on the plan, that would save you about $15,000 ballpark for the year. So,
Oh, wait a minute, so we pay the family plan, the full quote,
Well, if,
yeah, no. I mean,
the
you-
full amount?
no,
So
no,
you
no,
pick, the town picks up 70%, I think it is.
It's
of
75.
75, which is incredibly
Of,
generous,
of,
of the health insurance costs.
of the entire family?
Well, if you have a
Well, if you're on a
of-
family
right,
plan.
Yeah, it depends how many who you are.
25,000 or whatever, the town pays 75%. The employee pays 25%.
It's one of your main reasons why the town retains people.
Yes.
No, I'm just trying to understand it, you know, just because I asked a question doesn't mean I'm against it. Let's like clear the board on that. All right, so have we looked at our plan? I mean, are we in the A gold plan? Are we in the silver plan? Are we in the,
Wrong.
Or like the bronze, the
like,
participation
Good.
trophy
Mm.
plan.
We're good.
Not great, because it's still pretty expensive. And the
oh,
co-pays.
look, you're talking to the choir here because I think the whole thing's
It's a ruse.
horrendous.
Yeah. But
You know what, and I wouldn't mind if you got great health care.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what your insurance is,
Right.
the healthcare.
So how can this be in any way mitigated to not be so expensive? Because it's only gonna get more expensive.
Can't.
Well, there's what you're seeing happen in like Pepperell, Dunstable, is it Ayer maybe? They're gonna try to, pardon the term, bribe employees off the town insurance.
Oh, no.
So like, we figured out in Dunstable that if we were to offer everyone $200 a paycheck, they may sign off the town sponsored and health insurance plan.
Companies I work for would do that too. If you don't sign on to your spouses, or, you know, if they're available.
The private schools nearby do that. They offer about $500 a paycheck for you not to be on medical.
I know we had a town administrator that once, I think he got $2,000 a year, because he was covered under his wife's.
So,
because it's so, like, again, you guys cover my health insurance. I'll throw myself under the bus. I contribute $100 and I think it's about $90 a pay period towards it.
The $200 a month.
$200, $400 a month.
Pay period.
pay period.
Oh, pay period.
Yeah. And that's only 25% of the actual cost. The town pays up the rest. So
That's very generous of us.
it is. It's incredibly generous.
It might be over the top generous.
Well, but he's
Please
saying
don't
that's
crucify
one of
me,
the
Council,
reasons
but-
that people haven't been
Yeah,
leaving.
well, see, we're also not at the same pay rate as a lot of the other towns are, as we've heard tonight.
Oh, you're
So
saying that's the golden handcuff.
Everything's in
It's,
there.
so
it's
that-
why,
That's helpful. And,
But somewhere,
and
we
we've had to make, other administration has had to make that, the employees aware of that when they were kind of like, how can we, make this much less when we did the whole.
Well, maybe we should revisit the look with somebody who really knows what they're looking at would it be more advantageous to raise the salary and drop the,
Well,
you know what I mean, change the.
then people leave.
Let me ask a different question. Is our health insurance costs, is the town in a pool by itself?
It's part of the Maya program. So it's the state.
Okay, so our actuarial risk is grouped for the whole state. So
Whoever's a participant within the Maya program,
yeah, whatever
the majority of.
Okay, so at least we're not like a
Blue Cross Blue
100.
Shield,
Well,
yeah.
no, but I mean, we're not like 100-person company going out and getting insurance for 100 people. Because if we were doing that, this rate would probably double.
Yeah. So other communities that are, I think it's called GIC, which is I don't know what the acronym stands.
General Insurance Corporation or something like that.
Some of those towns are going up 25, 30% this year.
But it's gonna go up next year, and it's gonna keep going up. So at some point, can't we talk to them? Because I know there are some people who are working for insurance. I understand that demographic. But is there a way that you can balance?
Yeah.
Well, and
Not
what
right
he's saying
here
is
tonight,
if we
not
offer
tonight, but-
a stipend
Yeah,
that says if you decline, because they're saying right now, if you were on your wife's insurance instead, you wouldn't be paying the $200 a paycheck, but you also wouldn't be getting anything extra. Right. So
what's the incentive for me to be off?
right. So there's no incentive for him to say, well, I'm going to get on my wife, unless his wife's insurance only cost them $100 a paycheck, then that would be the incentive for him to get off. But assuming that's not the case, what he's saying is, because my previous company would do this. I was on my wife's insurance, and so I might like $100 or $200 for a paycheck. I got added back basically as a stipend for declining the health insurance.
yeah, no, that's what I mean. And when you get the family plan, because you're one person, but you'd be a family plan. So if you take the one person and you subtract out the family plan and only pay a portion, I don't even know what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Well, you can have 1 plus 2.
They don't have a 2+2 plan. Or 1+1.
1 plus 1.
Oh, it's either or?
It's family or single, yeah.
Right.
And
So,
the 1+1 would save a lot of money.
Oh, so you don't
So
have
why
that
can't-
choice with the 1+1?
Because I was paying like $3.70.
Why don't we have a 1+1? Is that not offered in this program?
Sure.
Can we find out?
Yeah, we're likely to see some changes in that neck of the woods, in general. So, if you remember the top part of our budget, we talked about HR.
But, because a lot of the state programs.
And then you
give
don't
it
want to pay
federal.
TA? You're starting to see the whole story here.
Yeah, I
now.
know, well, why
Like
wasn't
this-
that, why hasn't that been done? I mean, why, you know, we talked about this last year.
We did.
Before you came, we talked about
Right.
this. And we were told, oh, what were we told? We were told, oh my God, you know how horrible that would be? You know how hard it would be? Well, you know what? Sorry, I think that's some kind of study that should be done somehow, some way.
And you also have to have your unions approve it.
Right,
If you make a
that's
change
the big-
in health insurance benefits, your unions have to approve it.
If
If
you're,
it's negotiating your contract.
are you
There
saying,
go, my negotiator.
are you saying that if we offered, say, a stipend for declining the insurance, that would have to be negotiated? Or are you just saying if we,
Everything would have to be
that
negotiated.
would have to be negotiated?
Yeah. I'll tell you what I live in fear of about this whole tax thing, that these union wages are gonna keep increasing. And to the point where even if we did have an override of $1 million, that it still wouldn't be enough. And the services would not be escalating, it getting better. It would just be paying salaries and their 4%, whatever. I mean, I can see that escalate, it already has, which I think is part of our problem right now.
Yeah, level services not being able to have enough money in a budget to increase services or anything offered.
So
This is all right now, trying to maintain the current level services.
Well, like you said last week, these are not required, they're recommended, so let's get rid of them. Bang, 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 you check them off. So no job is better than X?
What do you mean?
No salary is better than, losing your job is better than
Paying more for insurance.
lower insurance benefits, lower salary.
Yeah, you could, I mean, what your comment is, you're asking just to identify the required positions in the town?
Well, no, but yeah, I'm not asking you to do that right now, but you had listed them out at the last meeting, the ones that were not required.
Correct.
So if we would talk to those people,
To the non-required employees
yeah,
who are both protected by union personnel policy
well,
procedures.
so the
Yeah.
union says you can't get rid of people, you can't get rid of the job.
There's a strategy to it, and it's something we can do. And it's something that before the school number changed, I had spent a lot of time on. But then when the school number changed by almost $250,000, it became a bit more feasible for me to present to you a balanced budget that didn't involve layoffs.
I'm not talking about this year's budget, I'm talking about.
Years to come.
Yeah, I'm talking about,
What I would say is, to Val's earlier point, with a town administrator that's locked in for 3 years, earning enough to live in this part of Massachusetts, and is willing to stay and go through those processes, that would be worth a lion's share of money, because it would create a plan for the town, not just, I'll throw Nelson under the bus in case he's listening. You just kind of jumped ship and realized that wasn't for him. And if he had been here for 3 years, maybe he would have come up with a plan for some restructuring within the building and some efficiencies here and there, and
The
a new insurance plan.
The select board had tasked him with that last July. But so something like that, just for context, if we restructure anything to a certain degree, the select board has some tools that we can use, but as a restructuring requires special town meeting vote. So that has to be planned out in the summer, sent to special town meeting in the fall, winter, so then you can budget for it for the next cycle. So I think all these things are gonna be on the table come FY '28.
You've got a very cumbersome charter to work with.
I thought they just changed it.
They did.
Oh, they made it harder?
Yep.
And then you magnify it with the importance of unions and what they mean to the employees here, because I don't think they have a lot of goodwill, is what I've been told anecdotally, for the leadership of the town.
If you look at the overrides that failed over the past 20 years, several of them were for pay increases for this staff or pay increases for that staff, and they failed. So I think that's kind of how we wound up with unions. I don't know, Kathy can maybe talk more about that, but I think that was part of it. I mean, that was probably over 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
I guess
So-
my point is, I think some of the things you're talking about, I think a lot of us agree with, and we just need consistent leadership, because it's a year-long process to get a lot of those things done. And it's constant meetings with the select board, executive session, regular session, budgeting sessions, meeting with you guys. And it's
Multiple years.
Yeah.
it's a multi-year process,
We've
I
had
think.
several meetings in this room over the last 15 or plus years, for however long I've been here, about you gotta work on getting an X number of year plan, which never happens.
That's why we need
So
Kurt.
yes, we need somebody to manage everybody. Not giving orders or anything, but manage the concept of, these are the kinds of ways we should need to go. You all think about it and bring it together and get a consensus to move on to the next particular problem. But yeah, I mean, you said the other day, town trash is not necessary. It is necessary. But it depends on who you say. But who?
Right.
No, I mean necessary. It's part of what I moved into. It's, the town has worked out a way to handle the problem. But everybody's gotta get rid of their trash. I mean, you have no problem coming out and going over my septic system. So that part of my trash is taken care of, and the town has as far as I know, mandated from Beacon Hill that they have to take care of that. What is it, Title V? Yeah, okay, so that, I mean, it's very hard for you to tell, I mean, I know it's not on the mandatory because it came down from on high, and it's in the books that this has to be done, but it is still a necessary thing. We've got somehow to get rid of our trash, not just our septic systems, but the other stuff that doesn't go down the sink.
But you could pay a private hauler to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, why can't I get my put out houses out? That would be a private hauler.
But
the town pays for that.
What?
If you don't use the town services for trash, you're subsidizing it because your tax dollars go into the landfill engineering and into the, look up at the budget, into the Board of Health admin salary. You're subsidizing those wages. So of course, like, people who aren't using town trash just contribute because they're willing to. It's not required. Like,
you have a different idea what's required and what isn't. Why are we giving 90,000 plus or minus dollars to the recreation committee when there are other recreation, caretakers in this community?
That's a good question for you guys to ask as a FinCom.
I kind of think it's pretty much, it's being handled properly. We're only giving a stipend to the recreation committee. We haven't really seen the books, but we've had they've at least given us much more information about what they do and how they do it, and who's paying for it. Then we're just helping as a town. If I take you down to Parsippany, New Jersey. What? Yeah, I used to go down.
Yeah.
Let's come back to,
Stop it,
we're almost
Well, I
done.
know, but
Can I say something on unemployment insurance? This is from last year when we asked this question. You are paid you have to make at least $6,300 per year to apply. You are paid approximately 50% of your average weekly wage, up to a maximum of $1,051 per week. This is, of course, a year ago, for a maximum of 26 weeks.
Oh, it's 26 weeks.
I couldn't find
And, and so it depends on what you make, but that 1,000 a week is your max.
Is your limit.
Yeah.
And then
Times
the
26 weeks.
state ups it to 30 weeks if the unemployment rate goes up, apparently.
Yeah, so there is that.
And
state
sometimes they
stuff,
vote exceptions and make
but
it
it's
longer.
26, right, during the
So,
pandemic.
so the insurance, that's the end of the spreadsheet.
Yep, here's your
Yep,
number.
that's
11.
it.
So with schools, you're at 28, 7, 19, 11. Subtract schools, you're at 11, 4, 9, 1, 6, 88. And if you look here,
This is your recap.
this is your recap.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, right. You did this.
Well, this is the new.
New one as of today.
So I reduced snow and ice to 315 because I'm gonna trust Jim Smith to help me there. I've got our 75K in here because Don would have beat me down if I didn't do that, and gave me some wise words last meeting.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be into the Hero Act every year, but
Yeah.
it needs to be part of.
It should be just going to this overlay.
Yeah.
It should just be, you make that 195, but.
Right, yeah, it's kind of, but it's covered so we know what our amount to be raised is.
So for illustration purposes, it's here.
Yeah.
So a total amount to be raised is 29,509,154. I'm jumping right into revenues. You know, here are your cherry sheets, your indirects from water, it's about 471. Your local estimated receipts, which I have about 6.5%. Previously, that was at 9%, which is very, very high. And it was brought back to a little bit more realistic number of 6.5%.
So that's basically the sales taxes of local businesses.
Yeah, it's your
Things like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a question on receipts. So on the warrant article, there's a warrant article that's talking about, leasing the town fields in.
Squanicook Meadows, yeah.
Excuse me, please?
Squanicook Meadows.
Yeah.
For a special town meeting. Or for.
I don't,
It's for Thursday night's meeting.
it's for Thursday
It's on
night's
the
meeting.
warrant,
Yeah, it's on the
yes.
warrant. So my question is, why is Townsend, which is so desperate for money, giving out these leases for $1 and not getting an amount of lease worth the tax or a portion of the base tax? I don't get that.
So for that parcel, the way the deed's written, it is deemed to be for recreation purposes.
Okay,
And there's also protected habitat for endangered species in that area.
okay,
So in this situation, the town would be leasing, if the town meeting approves, leasing it to the PESA soccer folks so that they will receive the 50-year lease. They will build another soccer field there. And as part of the agreement, there's also a conservation restriction, which is going to fundamentally protect the endangered species that are on the outskirts of that area and in the
Okay.
sandy spots
okay.
that back up into Horseshoe Drive.
And also protect the well.
It'll also
area.
call out the water department well, which is in the back, sort of,
Okay, all
Our
right,
parade.
okay,
And
yeah,
that is-
and,
and because that's identified within the deed as a water resource for the town.
okay, and they're gonna rent it for $1 from us
So
and
then,
make money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so why can't we rent it for an
Well,
amount?
they're not really making money. They're using it for the soccer league.
But the soccer league makes money.
it's a
It's a
not-for-profit.
non-
It's a
Nonprofit.
nonprofit.
It doesn't
though.
matter, it's a nonprofit. A nonprofit can make money, they just can't have overreach. They make money. There's a lot of nonprofits that make millions of dollars.
So I think from a town side, you're enhancing your soccer association. So that's one thing. You're
But it's not just Townsend, it's Ashby also, right?
correct, but you're also protecting the endangered species, which the state of
I totally
Massachusetts.
get that. What I'm trying to get to, and I really you should get this, because you're a real estate agent. You shouldn't give your real estate away. I mean, it's
No,
an
but
asset.
I wasn't there to negotiate it, so.
Ha There's the answer. Well, I mean, but it's up
The
for
new
grabs.
lease hasn't been negotiated yet.
Exactly, exactly.
It's a 3-year and we lease it for $1.
Yeah,
It's a public service for the people here in town. The kids, it may even be a reason that people would stay in town. Because their kids are involved with that activity.
okay, now that's,
And
It would cost more if we charge more to lease it.
they can get in
but
touch
how
with
do you know
families.
what their bottom line is? I mean,
They're a nonprofit. You can look it up on the state website.
TASA.
What's it called?
TASA, Townsend Ashby Youth Soccer Association.
So someone else had asked, like, well, why can't we use it to create revenue out of it?
Yeah.
I said, I love that idea. Who's gonna take care of those turtles? Because that's what's driving a lot of this.
Well, isn't that in the deal? Isn't that in the
So,
lease?
but that's
yeah,
part of the
it
deal,
is.
but TASA gets it, and then the protected land goes to land.
What about the
trust.
one across from Spalding? Does that have a, protected species?
I don't know.
The one across from Spalding, which one across from Spalding?
I mean,
Softball
asphalt,
fields,
they're not across.
Oh, you're talking about the baseball
Kids
fields?
country and the baseball
The
fields.
baseball fields.
I think I don't even know that there's a lease on those baseball fields
Well,
at
that's a
this
school.
point, and I think
School property.
it is school property, but I don't think they
Oh,
have
that's
an
not town
agreement.
property?
Does it
Um,
deal?
I don't think it's not.
Kids
Yeah.
Country is,
No, not
and
talking about.
nobody's trying to make money off Kids Country, as far as I know.
Well, I'm not saying
Um,
make money. I'm saying, I keep hearing that we're in a bad spot. And I think that if you have real estate and you give it away to a company that is making money,
Yeah.
I know nonprofits, most people think they don't make money, but they do.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much it would increase, but I think that we're being very kind of pound foolish to just give it up for $1
I
when
think-
we need the money.
So I think on that one, we as a town don't have the resources to take care of that habitat. No matter what, the town will never be able to afford the necessary work required to
Somebody's
protect those species.
And so is that part of the
whoever
deal? They're
uses
gonna
that
take
for
care of it?
recreation
Okay.
may or may not get, may or may not get, the permit to use that area as recreation. Because the whole thing is priority habitat, except the part where they're putting the new parking lot.
Well, what about the Harbor Fire Station? Isn't that just for, how much is that lease?
That's $1 a year.
Yeah.
So why isn't that more?
Don't know.
The Harbor Fire Station.
The
You
museum,
like Harbor Fire
refurbished.
Station?
so that's the museum, that's like a
Well,
public
it's enough money
benefit,
just to get the.
like a recreation
But are
space.
they
Hardly
gonna
wouldn't have been
charge
done if it hadn't been $1 a year.
to go in?
Is that
No, I don't
the
think so.
Historical
No.
Society?
As far as
What?
I know,
No,
they
the
are.
Historical Society
Does not own it.
Own that. the
No,
town
the
owns
town,
it.
towns
And
owns it.
it's the, Fire EMS Relief Association, I believe, that, is leasing it.
And they're keeping, their lease is to upkeep to the building. I mean, they have to keep that building up. They can't let it fall down.
I think there's a balance here too, like, if you look at some of the other properties that we put up RFPs for lease on, and going into leasing something like the Hart Library, the amount of money someone's gonna have to spend on it. So is there a balancing here where we risk a building going into nothing because someone can't maintain it? And if, and I'm not saying this is happening with that library, and I don't know all the past history, if someone's gonna maintain a building that the town can't afford to maintain, and we can't get someone to lease it, because they'd have to do so much improvement on it. Is it worth,
No, it's pretty-
is it worth having that build? I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question.
Prior to the lease that is currently on that building, that was leased to DCR for no money. And their deal, no, the
Fire
Old Harbor Fire Station.
Oh,
And they could keep a truck in there for, maintenance, fire maintenance or whatever on the state forests, the DCR land in town. And the deal was that they were supposed to keep the building up.
Yeah.
But being the state, they didn't keep the building up.
Right.
We are in way better shape now as a town and what the town looks like when you drive down the street than we were before. And that's how I see it.
We've done a lot of great work on that.
Well,
So-
Yeah, they
that's
didn't
got
pay
nothing
for
to
it.
do with my question. My question is, why are we not making money with our real estate? And every time I talk to someone, they say, well, they maintain it. Well, yes, they do maintain it because they're using it for their financial benefit. Of course they're gonna maintain it. That argument doesn't work for me. So I don't understand why we wouldn't ask a stipend amount. I'm not saying do market value of $10,000 a month.
Mhm.
I'm saying
No.
take what the base tax may have been and somehow work it Just a suggestion for a town that's crying poor all the time and they don't know how to get money. I don't understand letting your real estate not work for you.
People might come to play soccer and see towns and then say, hey, this is a really great town. I think I'll settle here. I mean, you don't know. I think that there are some things you do for community purposes. And I think this is one of them. That's just me though.
And I think this is something too that FinCom is the new Board of Housing and Economic Development for this next year. Bring some of these ideas to them. This is probably right in the wheelhouse because they're looking at how we zone things and how we lease things and how our land is. And they have planning, building. Everybody's on that board, so.
I don't disagree with you,
Well, of course you don't.
but I'm a capitalist, so that's.
Well, I mean, but.
Well, so what about the fields in Dunstable? How much do they charge the Dunstable?
We pull in about $100K from the Groton Dunstable Regional Soccer Association. And that
How about
offsets,
that? So what do
offsets
you
the
think
maintenance on
towns
the
in
field.
Ashby pulls
But
that?
our recreation department does it and they sign all the contracts to manage it.
Well, what do you think of it?
And then you have to pay a recreation department.
No, he's all revolving, so he.
Oh, is he all
He's
revolving?
all revolving.
There's I rest my case.
Same with Board of
I
Health.
rest my
Board of
case.
Health, all revolving there.
Just totally rest my case. And I mean, you're asking a taxpayer to pay more and more money.
I hear you.
And you've got assets that you're not using. It's just not right.
That's why we're gonna sell the Hart Library.
No, we're not gonna sell. We should lease it. We should not sell it. We should lease it.
Nobody wants to lease it.
No, let's try it again. Let's try it a different way. Kieran?
The capitalist in me says sell
Yes.
that after
Yeah,
having
there's-
walked through it.
I was gonna say that this.
Oh, no.
You've been there?
Yeah,
Yeah, but you don't know who wants it.
nobody wanted it last year or the year before.
It hasn't been up for sale.
It was up for lease a couple of years back.
It was
How long
the
ago?
same
2 years
RFP,
ago, 2 or
same
3.
RFP round as
That was-
for
Oh,
the
that was
old
part
building.
of the
Golden
old
Gifts
Hardware Village
Yeah.
game. Yeah, that didn't work
And
out
it
either,
wasn't
did
bid
it?
on.
Probably $2 million worth of work to get that.
So you don't know who's interested in it, what their deep pocket is.
Put it up for auction, see what we get.
That's a one-time shot. This could be a revolving account. Keep coming in every year.
So you
What you
lease it
get
to
is
somebody that
the
would come in and do the rehabilitation?
Yes, give them a tax deferment for 3 years and.
Karen, do you want to go through your recommendation on
Yeah,
that?
Yeah,
go
let's
ahead.
do
Yeah.
this. So-
So shifting down to the
Oh, that was the.
revenue section. You see our ambulance receipts. So Veronica will kill me. I'm using $105,000 currently to free cash fund our budget. You see the snow and ice equals out here because Jim's going to keep that to about 315. You'll see this scenario when I scroll down a little farther of about $42,000 in other reductions. That might make some folks smile along the way. And then I carry the numbers if the override for the police checks out. And that leaves you with a positive number of $897. Just the smid, yeah. So looking over here to the right is your free cash. We have $559,000. You're gonna, potentially use $4,750 for OPEB. The town clerk will be asking for $35,000 for that elections account. The select board is suggesting that you, as residents, vote to put $50,000 into a town council trust.
Why?
The same reason as town elections. So if you have a year in which you have 4 union negotiations and a year in which you have 1, that council number is gonna
fluctuate.
Go like this. It was, I can.
I think we discussed it in the town council section of the budget.
It was, it's in the BVA too, because it's been previously done. We're just trying to stabilize it.
This is also the $315,000 that mirrors the snow and ice deficit here from your free cash. And then here's me calling out the $105,000 from free cash to balance your budget. It leaves you with about just over $49,000. However,
Oh, we could get our 40 back.
Yeah, we can get our.
you can get your 40 back, cover the town trash, and piecemeal a couple other things. There are other reductions. Yeah, there are other reductions over here that I had come up with. So your comment about we're paying a TA too much, maybe you get a deal. They're at 174,500. You reduce the TA webmaster because maybe you're paying your TA so much that they just do it. I went back to FinCom Reserve and, brought you down to 32.5 minus 4,500 is 27,750. I reduced town council because if you vote town council yes here, you just bring it back to 82.5. I reduced your grant writer down to $5,000. I took some money away from your land use coordinator. I got rid of your trust housing expenses because that's a nice to have. And potentially thinking that if you had a reduction in staff or a retirement, you'd save about $15,000 in insurance. A couple other ideas down here, because you can deficit spend snow and ice, was to rather than do the 1.25 loads of salt, just do one, have it match level funded. And then maybe you cut your tree warden in half and you tell your highway guys to do more. It still leaves you without ClearGov. This was me thinking ClearGov could be.
It's on the warrant.
It's on the warrant, so you could potentially take ClearGov now.
But won't scenario one, have you already accounted for the scenario one? I assume that's the sum of those other ideas for reductions. Is that true?
Yes.
You've already applied that.
I have.
Well, that's not helpful. So, okay. Yeah.
Why aren't we looking at other software before we go to ClearGov? Investigate other software.
What software?
There isn't anything.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of
It's
different.
bulky.
Well, they are maybe, but it's kind of like, but then you don't have to do any transfer of data because it's already in the system you're using. There are about 8 other municipality software packages out there. ClearGov happens to be one we tried. It wasn't successful for us when we tried it the first time.
Tell me exactly how that happened, because I have yet to hear why it was that when we got ClearGov with a grant and we all had logins back before I didn't run again, how is it that it wasn't successful? Because when I left in April, my understanding was that there were trainings that were going to start right after town meeting.
Trainings didn't start. The data that was loaded.
Why not?
Would that be a question for that sitting board at that time, don't you think?
Yeah.
There was Dawn was on the sitting board.
Well, it was constantly requested, and the town administrator was driving through with ClearGov and never got the training to anybody in the town or on the finance committee. The data that was loaded, we ran reports. We couldn't equate the numbers that were being generated by the reports to the town numbers that were in the reports. So without a one-to-one correlation, the data wasn't ever validated that you could use that software to show what the town.
So it means that the town had to adjust them. I don't think you'll ever get a one-to-one correspondence.
Well, you should be able to put in data if it's supposed to be the data that was loaded in your last year's numbers. You should be able to generate a report department by department and do the validation of this is how much matching, let's say to the BDA, how much was in each department. That never happened. You couldn't, and they never got to the point of being able to explain why there was a difference between the numbers. So just a data validation thing.
It
never
sounds like it wasn't really, it was work that people didn't expect to have to do. And so the effort to do it without the training, I mean, that is something I would have thought would go to ClearGov as a question and see what they would come back with.
We were not interfacing with ClearGov.
There was no interface with ClearGov.
We were not. The town administrator was the person in the interface with ClearGov. We never had direct contact with anybody from ClearGov.
Well, we also just voted earlier for a recommendation that we had after the sales pitch that we wanted 2 other companies to give us some kind of
2 plus it, and the recommendation was even better. Even
Oh, yeah,
because,
Beta was one.
you know, so there were two plus Beta.
Right,
Kinda like,
right.
just to see what it was, because here, and again, if the Beta contract is up this year, what's the full picture look like for our IT? You know, it's kind of like, ClearGov also has modules where you can do your online permitting. So we're gonna have pieces of software here and there that are patchwork, that you have the ability to put things
Really well trained town admin.
and it could be as simple as that, but
You're gonna take out permanently.
Well, I'm not saying take it out. I'm saying there needs to be a clear solution and picture of the total IT infrastructure within Townsend.
Because if you could do one software package, that would take care of a multitude of tasks.
Right.
So you're working with one.
Including some of the Unibus. It can do the licensing for dog licenses within there. So instead of having 4 or 5 or 6 different software packages that need to be interfaced and tied together, can there be clarity in that the business system you use to do your daily transactions on all of your accounting, can it be used for budgeting as well as all these other pieces and have an integrated solution for the town?
I don't know, there are a lot of towns that use ClearGov right around us, a whole lot. And they seem to have been able to work out how you could, I mean, you might have to make changes in how you're doing things and how you're doing the accounting, you know, to accommodate the way the software reports. And it may not be a one-to-one the first time around. And so if you're expecting it to be a one-to-one, you will probably be disappointed.
No, we didn't expect it to be one. We expected it to reflect the prior year, and it didn't ever seem to come out to be able to say, this is how much it was, and this is what the town spent. So there was no match to be able to have that correlation of, yes, this is what the town did last year.
Was that discussed in a meeting anywhere ever? Because I looked and I can't find any discussions of ClearGov beyond, hey, here's your logins. Hey, we're going to have the training after this. And I never saw it either in the select board or the, where there was an analysis that said, yeah, let's send it back. I think it was a time issue in the end. That's what I think.
Could be.
But isn't it best practice to get more than one company to come out?
See what the prices are, compare features and what it is and what they can provide.
Of course it is.
That's.
We have Vadar. We do have Vadar, but I looked at it at the MMA conference with the Vadar guy who told me, yeah, you're Townsend, you have this already. And it's there, and it is the clunkiest soft budgeting software.
Is it because of the version of the Vadar software that we have loaded and we're using, and there's a newer version that
he told me he's the guy. He's the Vadar guy, and he knew Townsend.
So you're saying we already have that in place, the full,
Vadar.
We're just not using it. We're just not using it.
It's like an old FileMaker system. You know what FileMaker is?
FileMaker Pro. It's like
FileMaker Pro, which I coded at a school, and it's really clunky.
But it's not IBM 400.
Yeah, it's not like DOS but it's
COBOL. Fortran programming COBOL.
In Fortran?
No.
But
SQL.
No, but those were the problems we had, and again, it's kind of like most everybody is new. Sam was the only other one there at the time.
I remember getting the password and all that, and going home and playing with it. A great toy, but it didn't really tell me what I wanted to know. You couldn't ask the questions, but I really didn't know what I wanted to know at the same time. So don't get me wrong here. I'm just saying, I can't answer yes or no on any kind of competency of it because we never went to what you're saying. There was never any recall to our committee, to us individually from the selection, from the TA, from whoever.
you're where you are, and if you don't do something about getting some sort of budgeting software to forecast, you're not going to forecast.
And again.
That's just all there is to it.
Oh, I know
And
that
we can
one.
stay right where we are, and what you see is what you get.
But could there be a different path forward, between AI, I just talked about Copilot with some of the Excel. There's the chat GPT, as Karen mentioned, but they are tools and they are available and you're not paying, they're already integrated in with what you're using. It's kind of like, so.
There's a training and match piece with all of it. It doesn't matter what it is.
Correct, whether it's ClearGov or whether it's that, but the difference of how much are we paying and what's the use?
Especially a cheerleader for all of us. Like, the town doesn't have a cheerleader to like get this. You get people to actually do it, because it happened. You guys had it lined up, and no one ever did anything with it.
Right.
So to your greater questions of compensation for people, you don't have a cheerleader in that corner office, nothing will happen.
Okay, maybe one piece that maybe we may be able to do, bunker gear?
Oh,
Maybe?
You could use the sale of town-owned land for bunker gear.
Can you use the same what?
Sale of town-owned land for the bunker gear.
Well, I hope so, because that's important.
No.
Yeah, because, yeah, it is important. That's
Pushing to it.
That's a positive.
I mean, that's.
The bunker getting.
The bunker gear.
You probably want them to
can
have
find
a
a
400
better
degree
plan.
rated gloves, so they're.
You can find,
Yeah, somehow you gotta find the money for the bunker
I thought
gear.
it came out of,
Sale of town-owned
ambulance.
But if you do that,
You
then
can quite literally use the sale of town-owned land for public safety equipment.
And then what are we gonna do next year when we don't have any more town-owned land?
The
to sell?
bunker gear is not a reoccurring,
If we don't have any more land.
But the bunker gear is like, you buy it every 10 years.
it's not it's been on the list for a while.
I think.
Yeah, and it's.
Is there already been town-owned land sold for that?
Last spring, you guys auctioned
So we have
10 or
just
12
under
properties.
400,000.
Okay, but that money's in free cash. Is
No,
that-
it's not.
No, it's a
No,
different
it's
fund.
not.
It has to be put in its own little account.
It has special spending requirements.
Oh, okay.
Public safety,
But-
infrastructure, purchase
was
of
never informed that we had that money that we could look at.
Yeah.
We just found out what it can and can't.
And the town accountant helped us understand the different things it could be used for.
Okay, because we would,
Some of it can't even be used for capital, like it's
So we actually have the money available from a different source.
just
For the
that,
bunker
like
gear.
Nelson had.
Does that have to go through a
Town meeting warrant.
town meeting article?
So it would be an annual town meeting.
Okay, so we'll put an article for the annual town meeting for that?
Okay. So that's my good news for today.
Well, yeah, because that's one thing
Okay, so we don't
Really
have to
feel we
worry
need
about
to
taking
buy.
that from the ambulance receipts
We do not.
right.
because if we do this.
Correct.
okay.
All right, well, that's a good thing.
So if we took it from ambulance.
Buy the bunker
be
gear.
down 100.
Buy the bunker gear from the other,
By the town property sales.
What if they don't sell?
no, they're already
Last
sold.
year,
He
last
sold
year.
last year.
Oh.
This is money that's already come in.
the list of properties that was sold.
Oh,
Yeah, I
last
remember
year.
that, so.
Yeah.
Right now, except we have 700,000 in the budget.
No, too, yeah.
I think
I
that
can
makes
pull up the
me-
most recent one and see what it's looking like.
You know, two meetings for this special meeting.
So it's kind of hard to.
I don't,
That night or that day, like.
Where are we getting?
we're too close to it. It's kind of like,
He's
unless
got
it
the
was.
agenda, he can't.
Okay, so are we,
Still
We gotta
going.
approach out.
I think we're about exhausted ourselves
Yeah,
here.
it's kind of like we're talking after this, just like,
We have the
be-
money.
no, to
We did.
see.
Do we need a motion to
No, I'll
adjourn?
make a motion to adjourn the select board meeting at 9:01 p.m.
Veronica, Carl, second.
And that's the joint.
That's
So
the.
our part.
Our part.
Sure.
I'll make a motion to
Well, we
adjourn
need
the
to vote.
finance committee.
I'll second that.
Meeting,
No, they're voting.
9:01.
Well, you gotta wait.
Value to shy.
Veronica, Carl, aye. That is the joint meeting, and then we'll have to,
Make a motion to
we'll wait
adjourn.
till they adjourn, and then we'll.
I
Okay.
made my
Okay.
motion to adjourn. Sam seconded.
Aye.
Profit, yes.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Sam, I'm gonna tell you.
We stand
All right.
adjourned.
All right.
Motion to adjourn the select board meeting.
9:02 p.m.
Veronica, Carl, second. All those in favor?
Value to shy.
Veronica, Carl, aye.
Thank you, TK. Have a good night.